Chapter 1497. Boom. Boom. In the outer east continent there were countless loud noises. Lightning soared into the sky as 5 great experts chased after great venerable Yutian. The humanoid Yanchuan came out and saw the attack from afar. What a pity, what a pity. If only we had collected more discs these few days. I don't know when we can go in again. These few hundred discs are not enough. Dongfang Jingpai said regretfully. Just as Dongfang Jingpai finished nagging, he was attracted by the loud noises from the east. That is. Dongfang Jingpai stared. Giguzi stood beside him. Pan Jia, Pan Yi, Pan Bing, Pan Ding, Pan Wu. Giguzi said. He also described who was in this group. Pan Jia and Pan Yi actually have the strength of 16 heavens? Dongfang Jingpai said in shock. 16 heavens? Yanchuan's eyes also focused. The Boulder tribe hid their strength well. One had to know that the great emperor of Ziwei was only 16 heavens back then. It was only because of the great emperor's sacrificial altar that he became so powerful. The 2 people from the Boulder tribe who came out were already 16 heavens? The body of a general Yutian? Zombie Yanchuan said in a low voice. That Yutian might also be 16 heavens. Dongfang Jingpai said. Most importantly, the sword in Yutian's hand was too powerful. Lightning filled the sky. Great kindness world? Zombie Yanchuan squinted his eyes. Great Emperor, looking at their direction, they seem to be coming towards us? Giguzi said in shock. Yutian wants to go through the Yellow Springs Road outside Xianyang and escape from the Netherworld to the Great Kindness World, which is the outer west continent of the Netherworld. Once he enters the Great Kindness World, Yutian will definitely be able to resist the 5 great experts. Yanchuan said in a low voice. Should be. Everyone nodded. Zombie Yanchuan looked at them and stepped towards the Yellow Springs Road. Yanchuan, what are you doing with that zombie body of yours? Dongfang Jingpai was puzzled. Returning to the Netherworld to guard the great Qin city of the Netherworld in case of any accidents. Zombie Yanchuan said in a low voice. Oh. Gui Guzi, inform everyone that no one is to stop Yutian, Pan Jia, Pan Yi, Pan Bing, Pan Ding and Pan Wu from passing through the Yellow Springs Road. Yanchuan said in a deep voice. Understood. Gui Guzi replied. As expected, it didn't take long for the 6 people fighting in the distance to rush over. Boom, boom, boom. After several battles, great venerable Yutian didn't linger. With the heavenly peach sword in his hand, he flew toward Xianyang ferociously. He waved the sword in his hand as if he would kill anyone who dared to stop him. However, no one stopped him at the Yellow Springs Road. Great venerable Yutian was slightly stunned. Boom. Great venerable Yutian rushed into the Yellow Springs Road. Pan Jia, Pan Yi, Pan Bing, Pan Ding and Pan Wu's faces changed. Without hesitation they also rushed into the Yellow Springs Road. Boom. The 6 of them quickly entered the underworld. Back in the mortal realm, Yanchuan's expression darkened. Bai Qi. Your subject is here. Bai Qi hurried over. Gather all the strong practitioners above the 12th heaven in Xianyang. Yanchuan said solemnly. Yes. Bai Qi replied and flew away. Back in the underworld, Great Qin City. A loud noise came from the Yellow Springs Road. Great venerable Yutian instantly shot toward the west, and the 5 strong practitioners of the rock tribe chased after him. Bastard, stop right there. Yutian, you traitor, how can you take the true master's item? Stop right there. The sounds of pursuit were endless. The group of strong practitioners quickly headed toward the west, leaving the Great Qin City confused. Zombie Yanchuan watched Great Venerable Yutian and the others leave. His expression was gloomy. Great Emperor, this Great Venerable Yutian isn't easy to deal with. He's at least stronger than Yanshi and Hui Yi. Li Si frowned. Yes. Zombie Yanchuan nodded. Back in the mortal realm, Xianyang City. Under Bai Qi's summons, hundreds of strong practitioners quickly gathered. They were all strong practitioners above the 12th heaven. All of them were extremely respectful to Yanchuan. Greetings, Great Emperor. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yanchuan, what do you want to do? Dongfang Jingpai sensed that something was amiss. In the past, Great Jin wasn't strong enough. Now, Great Jin is strong and it's time to deal with some things that couldn't be done in the past. Yanchuan said in a deep voice. Please give us your orders, Great Emperor. The group of strong practitioners said in a deep voice. Gui Guzi, You're in charge of guarding Xianyang City. Yan Chuan looked at Gui Guzi. Yes, Your Majesty. Gui Guzi replied. The rest of you follow me to the far east and uproot the rock tribe. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied. What? Exterminate the rock tribe? Dongfang Jingpai said in surprise. It's not extermination, it's banishment. It's even better if we can subdue them. After all, they don't have good intentions. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. Although the rock tribe hasn't made a move against Great Jin, they've been keeping an eye on Great Jin's every move. They're waiting for Jiangchen's resurrection, waiting to follow him and devour Great Jin, Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Them. Dongfang Jingpai narrowed his eyes. The rock tribe is located in Great Jin's hinterland. It's fine if Great Jin doesn't encounter any danger, but if it does, they'll stab me in the back at any time. I won't leave my back to the enemy. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Miao. I'll help you too. Miao immediately called out. Dongfang Jingpai nodded. All right, the Foreign Affairs Department will participate as well. Dongfang Jingpai waved his hand and a streak of light shot into the distance. Immediately, the experts of the Celestial Longevity Realm gathered. After all, most of them were at the 14th heavenly layer and some were even at the 15th. Let's go. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. As he spoke, he shot into the sky. Hundreds of experts followed him into the sky, quickly flying toward the far east. Boom. A group of people flew toward the rock tribe in a grandiose manner. The world was so vast that even Pan Geng couldn't keep an eye on every place at all times until Yan Chuan's group arrived. Boom. Waves of ferocious energy surged toward the rock tribe. Under the immense pressure, the experts of the rock tribe bent at the waist, their faces contorted in shock. What? Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw the mountain peak not far away. It was still that same mountain peak. Yan Chuan had once led a group of experts here. At that time, Yan Chuan had tactfully retreated in the face of Vice Lord Jiangchen's contempt. Now Yan Chuan had returned with hundreds of experts. This time Yan Chuan wouldn't retreat. A ferocious killing intent surged in all directions. In the distance, Pan Geng's expression changed. Within the rock tribe, Pan Ji, Pan Xen, Pan Ren and Pan Gui all walked out. The group of experts focused their gazes on Yan Chuan in the distance. Yan Chuan's expression was cold as he stared at the 5 experts in front of him. Yan Chuan, what are you doing here? Pan Geng's eyes turned cold. Chapter 1498. Yan Chuan, what are you doing here? Panging's eyes turned cold. All the Boulder Race experts' expressions darkened. Everyone could tell that Yan Chuan didn't come with good intentions. In the past, the Boulder Race looked down on the Great Jin realm. However, in the past few decades, the Great Jin realm had developed too quickly. Mo Yushi, the leader of the Dark Phoenix 15th Heaven. Was that the Longevity Emperor? And a group of earthly fiends? Great Jin's officials? And this group of Great Jin heroes who had robbed the Second Epoc's experts of their astral powers. In a short time, the Great Jin realm had already reached the top of the world. Yan Chuan looked at Panging. Panging, I won't make things difficult for you. The Outer East Continent is the Great Jin realm's territory. Leave the Outer East Continent and find a way to develop. All the Boulder Race experts' expressions darkened. Banish them? The Boulder Race is here. Since the Second Epoch, no one has been able to banish us. Pan Xen said coldly. The past is the past. The present is the present. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Panging said with a dark expression, Yan Chuan, the Monolith tribe has never offended you. Furthermore, you have cultivated the body of generals and subjects. The Monolith tribe has even promised to protect you. Yan Chuan suddenly burst into laughter. Yan Chuan looked at Panging with a hint of mockery. However, the Boulder Race has never helped the Great Jin realm even once when it was in danger. Isn't that right? Yan Chuan, you were weak in the past. We didn't bicker with you. However, at that time, we only needed to make a move and the Great Jin realm would be completely annihilated. Pan Xian shouted again. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Yes, the Great Jin realm was indeed weak in front of the Boulder Race. This is also why I tolerated you. You didn't destroy the Great Jin realm. Should I thank you? What's your goal? Do you think I don't know? Occupy the outer east continent and wait for the Jiangchen to awaken to help him conquer the outer east continent? Yan Chuan glared. The faces of the boulders in the distance darkened. Humph, said Yan Chuan in a low voice. There's another reason why you didn't attack me back then. I cultivated the Jiangchen's physique, so you didn't dare attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Jiangchen had yet to awaken, so you didn't want to ruin his plans. In the distance, Pan Geng's expression grew even gloomier. I don't owe you anything, but you are vipers that have been hiding by my side, ready to bite me at any time. I have no choice but to treat you seriously. You have two choices. 1. Submit to Dezhen. 2. Get out of the outer eastern continent. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Submit. Ah, you're only a secondary lord, not a true lord. You're not enough. Pan Geng said solemnly. Although Pan Geng's tone was firm, he seemed to be stalling for time, waiting for Pan Jiao and the others to return. How could Yan Chuan not see it? A cold smile. Are you waiting for Pan Jiao and the others? They won't be able to return in time. They are now on the way to the Great Kindness World. Even if they return, this emperor will seal the Yellow Springs path. It was too late. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom. A group of experts charged towards the monolith tribe. Stop. Pan Geng's face changed drastically. However, how could Yan Chuan delay for time? Such an opportunity was hard to come by. He wouldn't be swayed by Pan Geng's words. As for the others, they would only listen to Yan Chuan's orders. Naturally, they wouldn't care about the others. Boom. The two sides started fighting. Pan Ji, Pan Geng, Pan Xen, Pan Ren and Pan Gui. The 5 of them charged forward at the same time. The 5 of them were anxious. Fighting is the most annoying. Dong Fengjing directly faced Pan Ji and Pan Xen. They were instantly suppressed. Yan Chuan charged towards Pan Geng. The great emperor altar appeared beneath his feet. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Pan Geng was forced back by Yan Chuan. The others suppressed the monolith tribe even more ferociously. Pan Ren, Pan Gui. They charged towards Yan Chuan together. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Yan Chuan naturally wasn't afraid. As he turned his head, his long hair gradually turned blood red. A powerful aura burst out. Stop. Pan Geng's face changed drastically as he shouted. When he was forced back by Yan Chuan's punch, he knew how powerful Yan Chuan was. Pan Geng was in charge of everything in the monolith tribe. Naturally, he knew Yan Chuan very well. Just now, Yan Chuan was in his most primitive state. Yan Chuan still had the blood sea, the universe in the palm, and the power of the dynasty. In fact, there were 2 Yan Chuan who might be even more powerful. Yan Di, let's leave the outer east continent immediately. Pan Geng immediately shouted. What? The group of experts from the monolith tribe changed their faces. The people brought by Yan Chuan were also stunned. They surrendered before the fight even started? Everyone looked at Pan Geng strangely, then at Yan Chuan. Pan Geng said solemnly again, Yan Di, I know how powerful your group is, but you should also know about the monolith tribe. We have our own special abilities. For the sake of the race war, we will definitely risk our lives. In a life and death struggle, I think your subordinates will also suffer great losses. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded. Since Yan Di thinks we are an eyesore, let's leave the outer east continent immediately. I hope Yan Di will fulfill his promise. Pan Geng said in a low voice. Old Seven, what are you doing? Brother Seven. We'll just fight it out. What are we afraid of? The group of experts from the monolith tribe said anxiously. However, Pan Geng was unmoved. He only stared at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan looked at Pan Geng and narrowed his eyes. Finally he smiled. All right. Phew. Pan Geng sighed inwardly. However, I don't want Pan Jiao and the others to return in 2 days at most. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. All right. Pan Geng agreed. Let's go to the nearby palace. Yan Chuan said. Miao Yan Chuan, that's it? Miao was still unsatisfied. After everyone left, the monolith tribe was in an uproar. Brother Seven, why? Pan Xen asked anxiously. Pan Geng shook his head. We are no match for Yan Chuan. He's developing too quickly. The monolith tribe has never been afraid of anyone. Pan Xen was still unwilling to give up. Everything is for Allah. Since I am in charge of the monolith tribe, then listen to me. I will bear all the blame. Now prepare to move, Pan Gung said in a low voice. Sigh. Everyone was unwilling to give up. Everything was for Allah. No one could refute that. Sure enough, Pan Gung was extremely fast. Within 2 days, almost all the tribe members had gathered to face Yan Chuan and the others again. Yendi, thank you for letting us go. Farewell. Pan Gung said gratefully to Yan Chuan. However, the other tribe members looked at Yan Chuan with bloodshot eyes and anger. After all, this was their ancestral land. They had lived here for generations from the second epoch until today. They had never left. Unexpectedly, they were forced to leave by Yan Chuan. Everyone had different thoughts and their attitudes towards the same thing were also different. Yan Chuan nodded slightly. Let's go. Pan Gung waved his sleeve. Boom. The boulder tribe quickly flew away under the great power of the strong cultivators. They went further and further away. Miao, Yan Chuan, why did you let them go? Miao was puzzled. Yeah. Isn't it a disaster to keep them alive? What if Pan Jia and the others come looking for trouble when they return? Dongfang Jingpai didn't understand either. They won't. Yan Chuan shook his head confidently. Oh, why? Because of Jiangchen. Without Jiangchen's orders, they wouldn't dare do anything to Great Shen. They're Jiangchen's reserves. They won't do anything against Jiangchen's will. Yan Chuan said confidently. But they'll still be troublesome in the future. Isn't it better to deal with them now? Miao said regretfully. Kill them? No. Perhaps one day they'll become Great Shen's subjects. Yan Chuan laughed. Miao. Subdue them? Weren't they unwilling to be subdued? Miao asked in surprise. That's because of Jiangchen. But what if Jiangchen is gone? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Miao. Miao's eyes lit up. Your thoughts are so complicated. Fortunately, I'm no longer emperor. Dongfang Jingpai said strangely. There's no room for mistakes in the world's conflicts. The boulders are still a powerful faction. Rather than both sides suffering losses, why not take them for our own? Great Shen is like the sea. That's the key to getting to where we are today. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. All right. Dongfang Jingpai shrugged. Dongfang Jingpai turned to look at his like-minded fiend stars. Brothers, I recently went to a very special place and obtained some good stuff. I'd like to share it with you. Dongfang Jingpai's smile suddenly turned vulgar. His subordinates' eyes lit up. Those who were like-minded with Dongfang Jingpai were bound to have similar interests. When they saw Dongfang Jingpai's expression, they seemed to realize something. Master, what's the good stuff? An infant flew over. Dongfang Jingpai glanced at him. Chisha, forget about it. Look at it when you grow up. Why? What's the use of looking at it when you're still young? Dongfang Jingpai curled his lips. Then Dongfang Jingpai called his friends and flew away with a group of fiend stars. Master, take me with you. Chisha anxiously chased after them. What's Dongfang Jingpai doing so mysteriously? Miao asked strangely. It's probably something from Earth. Don't worry about him. Yan Chuan said. All right. Miao was speechless. Yes, master. Immediately mobilize the troops stationed in the nearby territories. Quickly take over the territory controlled by the boulders and turn it into Great Shen's territory. I don't want the boulders to rise again. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Return to the court. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Everyone followed Yan Chuan and returned to Xianyang. The problem of the boulders was completely resolved in the blink of an eye. Netherworld. Kong family's base. Blind Kong flew out with a black-robed man and directly flew towards the Great Qin city. The black-robed man was none other than the Netherworld saint that Yan Chuan was looking for, Demon King Kong. He was the only saint of the Kong family that Kong Huangtian had placed in the Netherworld. Soon he saw zombie Yan Chuan in the study. Yama Emperor, this is Demon King Kong. I've brought him here. Blind Kong said solemnly. Demon King Kong greets Yama Emperor. Thank you for protecting the Kong family. Demon King Kong said solemnly. He had a grudge with Yan Chuan in the past, but it had been resolved long ago. Now he was naturally not dissatisfied with Yan Chuan. Zombie Yan Chuan nodded. He looked at Demon King Kong and said, Blind Kong told you, right? This emperor wants to know why Kong Huangtian allowed you to stay in the Netherworld. Demon King Kong nodded. To monitor the boulders. Oh. Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly. In the past, the old ancestor divined that the corpse ancestor Great Emperor Jiangchen would awaken in the netherworld's outer south continent. He also saw that Pan Xing and Jiangchen's karma was very strong. He guessed that Pan Xing might be responsible for Jiangchen's awakening, so he sent me to monitor him. Unexpectedly, the old ancestor couldn't see him. Ha! Demon King Kong smiled bitterly. Jiangchen will awaken in the netherworld's outer south continent? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, and it might be soon because Pan Xing's recent actions are very abnormal. Demon King Kong said solemnly. Chapter 1499. Jiangchen is about to awaken in the southern outer continent? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, and he might awaken soon. Pan Xing's recent actions have been very abnormal. Demon King Kong said solemnly. Great Emperor Jiangchen? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Blind Kong and Demon King Kong remained silent. In the study, other than the three of them, there were also a few important officials of the Great Jin dynasty. They stood on either side of the room, their brows furrowed. These experts have awakened because they're waiting for the younger generation to rise. The figures of the early Second Era are finally awakening. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Great Emperor. Li Si suddenly called out. I just received news that the Lotus God of the southern outer continent has begun attacking the southern outer continent of the netherworld. Li Si suddenly laughed. Lotus God? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Yes, the Lotus God has split into three groups. One of them is to subdue the southern outer continent of the netherworld. Once subdued, the netherworld portion of the Great Evil World will merge with the southern outer continent of the netherworld. Great Evil World will have the upper hand. Li Si said solemnly. Have the upper hand? This is going to be interesting. Yan Chuan's eyes shone brightly. Great Emperor Jiangchen and the Lotus God, I wonder if they can create some kind of spark. Li Si laughed. That would be great, Yin Hentian. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yin Hentian stepped forward. Pay full attention to Great Emperor Jiangchen's awakening. I need to know everything. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Demon King Kong, continue to monitor Pan Xing and keep in contact with Yin Hentian. Yan Chuan looked at Demon King Kong. Yes, Your Majesty. Netherworld, Western Outer Continent. Boom. Imperial Sky wielded the heavenly peach sword and fought against Pan Jiao and the others. Rumble. The battle continued without end. Ah, the five of you, this is my home ground. How dare you act so presumptuously in the great benevolence world? Great Venerable Yu Tian shouted. The loud explosions attracted more and more experts from the great benevolence world. Pan Jiao and the others had extremely ugly expressions. Big brother. Everyone looked at Pan Jiao. Traitor. Pan Jiao looked at Great Venerable Yu Tian in the distance and could only curse. In the past he was always a yes man in front of the true Lord. Who would have thought that he would have such wild ambitions? Pan Jiao said coldly. Great Venerable Yu Tian said coldly, submissive? Back in the day Jiangchen dominated the world. I admired him, that's why I followed him. But now he's plotting against me. He's using Jiangchen's techniques to refine my body? Although I admire him, I am not pedantic. If you want my life, then you have to pay the price. The five of them glared at him. This is the great benevolence world, you won't be able to get away with it. On account of our past friendship, you should leave. I won't make things difficult for you. You don't have the right to participate in my battle with Jiangchen. Great Venerable Yu Tian said solemnly. Bastard. Everyone shouted. However, Pan Jiao stopped everyone. He took a deep look at Great Venerable Yu Tian. Let's go. Pan Jiao said in a deep voice. Big brother. Let's go. Pan Jiao shouted. Feeling helpless, they could only follow Pan Jiao and leave. Boom. Everyone flew out of the great benevolence world. Once out of the great benevolence world, Pan Yi's expression suddenly changed. Not good. Pan Yi suddenly exclaimed. Pan Yi took out a black life token which shattered. Something happened in the clan. Pan Yi's expression changed. The Lotus God attacked three continents at the same time. The southeast continent, the southwest continent, and the south outer continent of the netherworld. The ferocious attack attracted the attention of the world. However, at this moment what attracted Yan Chuan's attention the most wasn't the attack from the great evil world. but from the Great Zhou celestial heavens of the Yang realm's west continent. In the Great Zhou celestial heavens, Wu Jiong stood at the entrance of the Taiji Palace, leading the officials to look at the peak of a mountain in the distance. At the peak of the mountain, a man in white stood there quietly. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and he hugged a bronze sword in his arms. His black hair was draped behind his back and he looked extremely handsome. With his eyes closed he seemed to be comprehending heaven and earth. The man emitted a sword intent, an unstoppable sword intent. The sword intent soared into the sky and just the concept alone pierced the sky. Above his head the clouds scattered and the sun shone. He just stood there with his eyes closed, but no one dared to underestimate him. Some sword cultivators stared at the man in white. Just by looking at the concept around him, they felt as if their swordsmanship had broken through. Wu Jiong looked at the man in white in the distance and raised his eyebrows. "How long has it been?" Wu Jiong asked in a deep voice. 2 hours. Although this person didn't say a word, the sword intent around him soared into the sky. Most of the sword cultivators in the city looked at him with a sense of shock. A minister said respectfully, "Great Emperor, this person is exuding a majestic great Tao, an unstoppable sword intent." Another official said, "Sword intent." Wu Jiong's face darkened. At this moment Shangguan Wanwer's eyes lit up. "Great Emperor, I know who this person is. Oh. Not long ago I saw the portrait of the sword cultivator who killed Emperor Xuanwu. Moreover, according to the information we obtained from infiltrating the Great Thousand World, this person is a peerless powerhouse in the Great Thousand World. His name is Jian Ao, and he is the world's #1 sword cultivator." Shangguan Wan'er said in a deep voice. "The world's #1 sword cultivator?" Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Of course the Great Thousand World Lord and Zhongshan are not included. After all, no one knows how strong Zhongshan is. However, the sword pavilion which was founded by Jian Ao reigns supreme. In terms of swordsmanship, no one in the Great Thousand World can defeat him. Shangguan Wan'er said in a deep voice. "Jian Ao? What is he doing here?" Wu Jiong said solemnly. At this moment the door of a hall not far away opened with a bang. Clang. When the door of the hall opened, everyone looked over. It was Tongtian, who was dressed in a black robe and carrying the celestial sword on his back, slowly walking out of the hall. The Great Zhou realm's #1 sword cultivator, Tongtian. The prime of Tongtian's body was also filled with a monstrous sword intent. At this moment Tongtian did not restrain it. Instead he gently released it. In an instant the swords of almost all the sword cultivators in Luoyang City began to vibrate. Hum. Millions of swords hummed as if they were welcoming the Emperor of Swords. Tongtian walked to the entrance of Taiji Palace and looked at Jian Ao in the distance. Jian Ao also opened his eyes at the right time. 2 15-colored lights shot out from his eyes. The lights were dazzling and terrifying. Countless cultivators who were staring at Jian Ao felt their hearts tremble. It was as if this pair of eyes had pierced into their hearts, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Great Thousand World Sword Pavilion Jian Ao. Jian Ao called out to Tongtian. At this moment, it seemed like there was no one else in Jian Ao's eyes except for Tongtian. Tongtian's face sank. "Tongtian. When I was in the Great Thousand World, I had long heard of sect leader Tongtian's great name. In the past, the Great Thousand World sages defied the heavens, and sect leader Tongtian's swordsmanship was #1 under the heavens. Unfortunately, during sect leader Tongtian's glorious years, this humble one had yet to be born. By the time this humble one had traveled the world, news of sect leader Tongtian had already faded. In that case, your sword Tao has reached the peak of the Great Thousand World?" Tongtian stared at Jian Ao. From Tongtian's attitude, one could see how much importance he attached to Jian Ao. After all, that sword intent could not be faked. "Yes." Jian Ao admitted straightforwardly. "Sword Pavilion's Jian Ao requests a battle with Tongtian." Jian Ao said solemnly. Requesting a battle. He was challenging the prime of Tongtian. Luoyang City was in an uproar. Chapter 1500. Xianyang. When Yan Chuan received the news, he led the officials to the entrance of the Skyward Palace and looked to the west. At this moment, the Tongtian sect leader had already accepted Jian Ao's request for battle. The 2 sword experts had already begun their battle. Boom. Boom! The deafening sound of the collision could be heard even in the outer eastern continent. Looking from afar, the area where the Azure Dragon Emperor had attacked the silver-eyed Yan Chuan's territory had become the battlefield of the two great swordsmen. The sky was filled with sword chi, one green and one purple. The two violent sword chi storms were like two blazing suns. The sword chi was the sunlight, flooding the entire territory and even shooting toward the entire outer west continent. Jian'eo. Yan Chuan's eyes darkened. What a powerful sword Dao. Great Emperor, who is this Jian'eo? How is his sword Dao so powerful? My sword Dao is far from his. Mournful Hua exclaimed. Jian'eo, the #1 sword expert in the Great Thousand World. His life was devoted to the sword. In the past, as a mortal, he became the #1 person in the Great Thousand World. However, he realized that his sword Dao was a little off. In order to correct his sword Dao, he committed suicide. 30,000 years later, he was reborn. Without destruction there is no construction. He cultivated the purest sword Dao. He cultivated the clear sword heart. His goal was to defeat all the heroes in the world with his sword Dao. Along the way he killed gods and Buddhas. Ghosts and gods avoided him. His sword Dao was the best in the world. Yan Chuan explained. Such a powerful person? Everyone was shocked. Jian'eo was once able to kill celestials when he was still a mortal. The sealed world of the Great Thousand World is called the Minor Thousand World. When he ascended, nearly 1,000 celestials rushed in, but he slaughtered them all. His blood dyed the sky red as he killed his way into the heavens with a single sword strike. The world was shocked. Giguzi explained. What a powerful person. Then wouldn't he be invincible in the Great Thousand World? An official asked. Jian'eo has only been defeated twice in his life. Once he was defeated by Zhong Shan. Yan Chuan said. Oh. Everyone's eyes narrowed. He had only been defeated twice in his life? Only twice. So little. Jian'eo was so ferocious. What about Zhong Shan? In the distance the great battle continued. More and more people were paying attention to this battle in the mortal realm. Outer South Continent. The Lotus God sat in the 10,000 Lotus Sea. This person, did he get stronger again? Lotus God asked in a low voice. The Nether King, who was standing at the side, said, My lord, I have sent people to infiltrate the Great Thousand World. This person is called Jian'eo and he is an extremely strong person in the Great Thousand World. He has fought countless battles throughout his life, and he has always been challenging people above his level. The more he fights, the fiercer he gets. Yes. Lotus Goddess nodded. Outside the North Continent, at the entrance of the Immortal Hall, Zhong Shan led the officials and looked at the West Outer Continent. The prime of Tongtian? Zhong Shan asked in a deep voice. In the past, when our dynasty in Jian'eo had not risen, the world had already heard of how powerful Tongtian was. Hongjun had 3 disciples, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. Although Tongtian was ranked 3rd, his sword Dao was so strong that even Taishang and Yuanshi were ashamed to use swords. His sword Dao was comparable to Hongjun's. An official explained. Hongjun. The Hongjun of the Great Thousand Realms is indeed not dead. Zhong Shan said. Everyone fell silent. The Northeast Continent. The Eastern Sect. Dongfang Bubi, dressed in white, slowly walked out of the Eastern Hall with a group of disciples behind him. Sect Master. The disciples said respectfully. Dongfang Bubi did not say anything. Instead he looked toward the distant west. His eyes were deep and no one could tell whether he was happy or sad. West Outer Continent. The battlefield between Tongtian and Jian'eo. Jian'eo's black hair fluttered as he swung the bronze sword in his hand. The prime of Tongtian's robes fluttered. With a ferocious expression he swung the immortal slaying sword. Ding! The tips of the 2 swords suddenly collided. From the tip of the sword, a spherical ripple radiated in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, countless sword chi burst out at a speed 10 times faster than before. Boom! The 2 swords collided with each other. So powerful. The Great Thousand Realms actually produced such a strong swordsman like you? The prime of Tongtian said in a deep voice. Jian'eo did not say a word. Immortal slaying the world, world rebirth. The prime of Tongtian shouted. Buzz. The immortal slaying sword burst out millions of sword lights. The Milky Way of Swords, heart. Jian'eo said in a deep voice. Boom. The bronze sword instantly burst out millions of green light and charged toward the immortal slaying sword. Boom! Under the huge impact, Jian Ao still looked calm. However, the prime of Tongtian seemed to be unable to hold on. Roar! The prime of Tongtian shouted and his body suddenly expanded. Are you going to break through? Jian Ao asked solemnly. Not long ago, I watched Kong Huangtian's battle and seemed to have comprehended something. The prime of Tongtian did not hide it. Then I'll help you again. Sword force great Milky Way surging. Jian Ao shouted again. Boom! All of a sudden, countless streams of sword qi were straightened out and rushed toward sect leader Tongtian. Boom! The surging river was unstoppable. The pressure on the prime of Tongtian suddenly increased by more than a few times. The prime of Tongtian's eyes widened, and the great path behind him soared into the sky. The purplish great path suddenly dissipated and gradually turned into a black great path. Boom! There was a loud bang and the prime of Tongtian's body rumbled. Jian Ao kept his sword at the right time. Tongtian's surging aura burst out from his body. The huge aura shattered the surrounding sword qi. In the entire territory, only a huge black hole was left, covering the two of them. Gradually, the black hole disappeared and the two of them were exposed before everyone. The prime of Tongtian closed his eyes, and the aura around him surged wildly. Jian Ao stood quietly in the distant void. A sword mountain suddenly appeared under his feet, and Jian Ao landed on the peak of the sword mountain. 16th heaven? The prime of Tongtian broke through? In the distance, Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. 16th heaven? In the past, the great thousand world did not dare to imagine it. The prime of Tongtian actually reached it. The sword qi around the prime of Tongtian was restrained, and the strength of his sword Dao could not be seen clearly. However, there was no need to doubt his strength. After a while, the prime of Tongtian suddenly opened his eyes, and a fierce fighting spirit rushed out. All along I was just a little short. Thank you. The prime of Tongtian said solemnly. Jian Ao nodded. I have also comprehended a lot from your immortal slaying sword qi. Now that you have reached the 16th heaven, let's do it again. This time I will go all out. The prime of Tongtian narrowed his eyes. You are a strong opponent. I have only experienced this sword qi from my teacher. Come. Jian Ao swung his sword again. Whoosh. When the sword was swung, countless sword marks appeared in all directions, as if billions of sword energy were slashing toward the prime of Tongtian. The prime of Tongtian's face darkened, and he swung his immortal slaying sword again. Boom! The fierce impact shattered the void again, and billions of sword-shaped trenches appeared on the ground. It was abnormally fierce. Rumble! The two powerhouses continued to fight. Hum! Hum! In the world of the living, the swords of countless cultivators suddenly trembled, as if they were cheering for the supreme sword qi, and also as if they were worshipping it. The dense sword qi instantly engulfed the two of them again. Even Yen Chuan Zhongshan and the Lotus God who were far away could not see the scene in the distance. The battle went on for 6 hours. Break! The prime of Tongtian roared. Boom! The dense sword qi area exploded with a loud bang. The huge explosion caused the entire territory below to collapse and sink into the sea in the blink of an eye. It's over. Mo Yushi's expression changed. In the distance, the sea below raged. The two of them who were fighting in the sky had stopped. The black hole disappeared and the sword qi dissipated. Jian Ao and the prime of Tongtian held their swords and looked at each other. Everything returned to silence. Who won? Miao shouted. In the distance after a long while. A stream of blood flowed out from the scalp above the prime of Tongtian's forehead. It streaked across his face. The prime of Tongtian is bleeding? Mo Yushi said in surprise. In the distance, the prime of Tongtian gently wiped his forehead and blood flowed out. The prime of Tongtian smiled bitterly and looked at Jian Ao. You won. Your sword Dao is better than mine. The 16th heaven. The prime of Tongtian had already reached the 16th heaven, but he was still defeated. When the prime of Tongtian announced his defeat, the countless cultivators in the western outer continent instantly went into an uproar. When the news spread throughout the world, the ambitious and ruthless people of the world also went into an uproar. The 16th heaven prime of Tongtian? The prime of Tongtian actually lost? How can this be? Jian Ao looked at the prime of Tongtian and finally nodded. You did not disgrace your name. Although I won by a hair's breadth, I gained a lot from fighting you. The Prime of Tongtian smiled bitterly. The sword Dao was the thing that the Prime of Tongtian was most proud of. Aside from his teacher who had already died, there was also the fallen Kong Huangtian. The Prime of Tongtian felt that no one could match him in the sword Dao. However, he lost so thoroughly today. He lost so thoroughly. Others might not understand, but the Prime of Tongtian knew very well that he, Jian'eo, was only the 15th heaven. The 15th heaven? The Prime of Tongtian's sword Dao, a 16th heaven sword Dao, lost to a 15th heaven sword Dao. Jian'eo's sword Dao was strong and Tongtian lost thoroughly. Jian'eo nodded slightly to the Prime of Tongtian before turning to look at the world. Suddenly, Jian'eo turned his gaze to the eastern outer continent. He looked at Xianyang and Yan Chuan, who was at the sky-facing palace's entrance. Sword intent burst out from his eyes. A strong fighting intent rushed towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's expression did not change as he faced Jian'eo head-on. Their gazes collided across the world. After that, Jian'eo retracted his gaze and looked at the Prime of Tongtian. I have gained a lot from the battle with you. I will go into seclusion to comprehend. Goodbye. Jian'eo said. The Prime of Tongtian nodded. Swish. Jian'eo shot towards the outer north continent. Countless people stared at Jian'eo until he could no longer be seen. The Prime of Tongtian watched as Jian'eo left. He grabbed the Immortal extermination sword in his hand. A small crack appeared on the sword's edge. He shook his head. The Prime of Tongtian walked towards Luoyang. In front of the Taiji Palace in Luoyang City, Wu Jiong looked at the Prime of Tongtian with a complicated expression. The 16th heaven? The Prime of Tongtian reached the 16th heaven? Such a shocking matter was not the end. Not only did the Prime of Tongtian fail to defeat Jian'eo, but he was defeated by Jian'eo instead? Jian'eo became famous after this battle. After this battle, no one in the world would not know Jian'eo's name. Chapter 1501. After the battle between Tongtian and Jian'eo, everyone in the world was talking about Jian'eo. When the three worlds descended, the heroes only knew about Lotus God and Zhongshan. Now they finally understood that there were other peerless experts in the three worlds. The battle between the experts of the four worlds had officially begun. Xianyang City. In Yan Chuan's study, a golden-robed man was standing in the middle of two rows of ministers. Yendi, please help us. The golden-robed man asked sincerely. Oh, is this your idea? Yan Chuan looked at the golden-robed man indifferently. Yes. Our master, Golden Emperor, is in seclusion and can't manage the affairs of the Southeast continent. Lotus God sent a large number of experts to the Southeast continent, so we didn't dare to resist. However, they are getting more and more arrogant. They have already plundered 10 territories in the Southeast continent. The golden-robed man said bitterly. Golden Emperor hasn't come out of seclusion? Yes. Our master's seclusion seems to have reached a critical moment. We wanted to break in, but our master's golden-bounded domain stopped us. The golden-robed man said. I remember that Golden Emperor and Shadi are good friends. Why don't you ask Shadi for help? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Although the heroes of the divine realm are friends with our master, only our master knows where they are. We can't contact them at all. The golden-robed man said bitterly. Yan Chuan stared at the golden-robed man. Yendi, I acted on my own this time. However, I don't want the territories that our master fought for to be plundered by Lotus God again. Perhaps our master will punish me when he comes out of seclusion. However, I have no choice but to ask for your help. I can do whatever you want within my authority. Of course, this is just an extra. Our master will repay you in the future. The golden-robed man said. There are so many heroes in the world. Why did you come to me? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The golden-robed man was silent for a while and finally said, because I have collected information that you and Lotus God have a great feud. Secondly, Lotus God went to Xianyang in person but returned without success. Is that so? Yan Chuan stared at the golden-robed man. Also, there are 3 people leading the attack on the Southeast continent. The Eastern High Priest Big Dipper and King Bingfeng. If the Southeast continent falls, the situation in the Great Jin continent will become more and more unstable. The golden-robed man didn't hide anything. King Bingfeng? What's so special about this person? Yan Chuan asked. This person wields the Tao of reincarnation. At first I thought that he only controlled 6 Taos, but that day one of my colleagues fought with him and I found that he controlled 7 Taos. I want to. The golden-robed man frowned. Alright, I will help the Golden Great Emperor. Yan Chuan nodded. Great Emperor. A few of the ministers cried out in surprise. This was facing the Lotus Goddess, facing the entire great evil world. Thank you Yendi, thank you Yendi. The golden-robed man was extremely excited. You go down first. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Yes. The golden-robed man slowly left the study room. Your Majesty, why are you helping them? Next we will have to face the entire great evil world. A minister said worriedly. We will have to face the great evil world sooner or later. The great Jin Heaven realm has never been afraid of anyone. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. But, moreover, I have been paying attention to that King Bingfeng for a long time. He has the Ice Phoenix Venerable and wields the 12 Tao of reincarnation. I need to use this opportunity to obtain him. Yan Chuan said affirmatively. Then His Majesty will definitely leave Xianyang. That is not Great Jin's home ground. Lu Buwei frowned. After all, in Great Jin's home ground, Yan Chuan was stronger. If he went out, it would be bad if something happened. The Huannan continent and the Dongwai continent are adjacent to each other. Moreover, the Lotus Goddess can't leave. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Oh. Everyone's expression changed. Great Emperor, you mean to trigger a war in the Netherworld so that the Lotus Goddess can't take care of each other? Lu Buwei's expression changed. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded affirmatively. Moreover, help? I won't help the Golden Sovereign for no reason. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. The Huannan continent. In a huge palace, everything in the palace was made of ice sculptures. In the center of the palace was a huge phoenix throne, on which sat a majestic man in white. In front of him stood a group of subordinates. Sovereign, the Golden Sovereign's palace is there. Why don't we attack there first? One of the subordinates asked curiously. On the phoenix throne, the majestic man said in a deep voice, Tiangang and the Eastern High Priest haven't gone. Why should we go first? But King Bingfeng shook his head and said, You don't understand. This world is not that simple. Not long ago Jian Ao and Tong Tian fought. You all know that. Is the Golden Sovereign really weak? He has the Great Emperor karmic rank. If I go now, at most both sides will suffer. Tiangang and the Eastern High Priest will reap the benefits. His Majesty sent the 3 of us here to test us. King Bingfeng said in a deep voice. Although the Golden Sovereign is the lord of the Huannan continent, his control over the Huannan continent is not strict. Even without the Golden Sovereign, it will still take the same effort to conquer these places. If you don't defeat a territory lord, this territory will be yours and you still have to control it. King Bingfeng said in a deep voice. Everyone was helpless. In the distance of the palace. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi, on the other hand, arrived at another palace. King Bingfeng, 12 paths of reincarnation again. Mo Yushi said solemnly. How is your refining of Qinghuan going? Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. I have mastered it all. There are now 24 paths of reincarnation. Mo Yushi said. That's good. When do we start? Wait a little longer, wait for news from the underworld. Yan Chuan explained. Underworld, South Outer Continent. Under the Lotus God's command, the West High Priest and the North High Priest each held a scepter and led countless demons of the great evil world to attack. The South Outer Continent of the underworld used to be the territory of the great Emperor Rosefinch. Unfortunately, after the death of the great Emperor Rosefinch, it became much more desolate. The subordinates of the great Emperor Rosefinch each occupied their own territory and fell apart. In front of the 2 high priests, such a state of disunity was naturally vulnerable. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to completely control the territory, the 2 high priests would have already swept through it. Even so, the 2 high priests were unimpeded. In fact, the 2 of them even joined the army. Report. A 3-eyed demon rushed into the main hall. The 2 high priests on the left and right looked at the demon. Reporting to the West High Priest and the North High Priest, the 6th Vanguard Army has been completely annihilated. What? The West High Priest's face sank. The front line reported that the 6th Vanguard Army was completely annihilated overnight. However, when they left, the 5th Vanguard Army's commander saw them and quietly followed them. The three-eyed demon reported, there are still people who dare to kill my people in the south outer continent of the underworld. They should be executed. The West High Priest shouted. No matter who it is, die. The North High Priest's eyes also turned cold. In the south outer continent of the underworld, a group of three-eyed demons stopped at the peak of a mountain. Where are they? One of the three-eyed demons was puzzled. I saw them coming here earlier. Escape. You want to escape after killing my brother? They actually crossed 3 territories? Who is it? Is there any force in the south outer continent that can resist my great evil world? Find them. They killed my 6th brother. I want to exterminate their 9 generations. Yes. A group of demons frantically searched around. After a while. Commander, look, there's someone over there. What a heavy energy. The demons looked into the distance together. Looking from afar, there was a huge abyss that connected to the depths of the earth. Billowing energy emerged from the huge abyss, incomparably eerie. Around this huge abyss, there were countless palaces and giants walked around. The giants were not a side race but the monolith race. After being expelled by Yanchuan, they came here. Monolith Peak, Monolith Hall. Pan Jia, Pan Yi, Pan Ding and the rest of the 10 had extremely ugly expressions. Bastard Yanchuan, if we didn't show mercy back then, his great Jin would have been destroyed long ago. Pan Xen said angrily. Yeah, what was great Jin? What was Yanchuan? Pan Gui said coldly. Pan Geng revealed a bitter smile. No, Pan Geng did the right thing. Pan Jia said solemnly. Big brother? Everyone looked at Pan Jia. Yanchuan's actions are understandable. From his point of view, it's already benevolent that he didn't kill all of us. Otherwise, before the True Lord came out, he would have destroyed our monolith race and cut off one of our wings. Pan Jia said solemnly. Pan Xian said in surprise. Pan Yi also nodded. That's right. From Yutian's attitude we can see that Yanchuan has no need to let you guys go when he has the strength. But Yanchuan can forget about getting any benefits. Pan Xen said unwillingly. No, Pan Xen, you're wrong. Back then the 5 of us entered the netherworld. Back then Yanchuan might not have the strength to kill all of you. In fact, there's a high chance that he could. Do you know how strong Great Jin is now? Pan Jia looked over. Pan Xen frowned. Moreover, attacking the monolith race back then is better than attacking you guys after the True Lord comes out, right? If we fight then Great Jin's losses will be even greater. Pan Jia said. Pan Xian's expression changed. In the end he could only say helplessly, all right. The True Lord is about to awaken. We're here to welcome the True Lord. Pan Geng interrupted. Pan Jia and the others nodded. As long as the True Lord comes out, who can be his match? Pan Yi said confidently. While the leaders of the monolith race were talking. Boom. A loud sound came from outside the hall. Pan Jia's face darkened. Ah, so it's you bunch of rocks. What a tough body. You didn't die even when I hit you like that? A demon's voice came from outside. You dare to be our enemy? You're courting death. Boom. Pangea's face darkened. He led a group of experts out of the hall. West High Priest and North High Priest's camp. Reporting the culprit has been found. However, the 5th Vanguard Army was almost completely annihilated. Only 3 people escaped. Chapter 1502. Underworld, South Outer Continent. At the mouth of an abyss, countless demons appeared and surrounded the rock tribe. Pan Jia and his brothers stood at the entrance of a palace and looked coldly at the demons. 2 powerhouses with scepters in their hands were dressed in gray robes. Their eyes were filled with arrogance and indifference. The West High Priest and the North High Priest. People from the great evil world? Pan Jia asked. Ants, how dare you provoke the great evil world? The West High Priest's eyes were cold. He raised the scepter in his hand. Light of doomsday. The West High Priest shouted. Buzz. A black beam of light emerged from the West High Priest's scepter and flew toward the other side. Humph. Pan Yi snorted and his body swayed. Boom. He broke through the black light and appeared in front of the West High Priest. The West High Priest's expression changed. How could this be? He could only wave his scepter to defend himself. Boom. Pan Yi's punch was extremely powerful. Even though the Western High Priest had already defended himself, it was too late. Pan Yi was sent flying with a loud bang, instantly flying 10 miles away. What? The North High Priest's face darkened. Looking for trouble? You've come to the wrong place. Pan Yi said coldly. Kill them. The West High Priest held his stomach and shouted angrily. You're courting death. Pan Jia snorted. Boom. The powerhouses of the Rock clan swarmed forward and charged at the crowd. Rumble. The battle began. Yang Realm, South Outer Continent. The Lotus Goddess sat and looked at the world. News from all directions gathered quickly. Suddenly, the Lotus Goddess seemed to sense something and looked toward the entrance of the Yellow Springs. The West High Priest rushed over in a panic. The Lotus Goddess's face darkened. She stretched out her hand and formed a lotus seal. She immediately pulled the West High Priest closer. The West High Priest felt his surroundings change and was suddenly in front of the Lotus Goddess. My lord, something has happened in the underworld expedition. The North High Priest is seriously injured. We have stopped in our tracks. Please send reinforcements. The West High Priest said bitterly. Oh. I found out. It's the Rock tribe. They have a level 16 powerhouse. The West High Priest said bitterly. The Boulder clan? The Lotus Goddess frowned. The Lord of the Underworld spoke. My lord, the Rock tribe had been stationed in the eastern continent of the mortal realm. They were banished by Yanchuan not long ago. I didn't expect them to come to the netherworld. 16 heavens? Is he the one who hunted down the people from the great benevolence world? Lotus Goddess asked in a deep voice. My lord, please send reinforcements. The West High Priest pleaded. Underworld, Monolith tribe. Looking at the countless corpses around him, Pangea's face turned gloomy. Something bad is going to happen. Pangea said in a deep voice. Big brother, we won. What happened? Pan Exen was puzzled. We've been tricked. Pangea's face darkened. What? Someone deliberately provoked the hatred between us and the Lotus Goddess. Their goal has been achieved. Although we defeated a group of Abyss Devils, there will be an endless stream of Abyss Devils coming. There will be more and more. Pangea's face was gloomy. Oh. If it was in the past it would be fine. However, this is the time when true Lord rank is recovering. Pangea said with a frown. Then what do we do now? Everyone was anxious. Defend the abyss to the death and wait for the true master to awaken. Pangea said in a low voice. Sir. Everyone answered. The abyss guarded by the Monolith tribe was a large pitch-black hole. Inside the hole was an endless spring. In the depths of the endless secluded spring, there was a black wooden coffin at the bottom. There were countless runes on the coffin. When the coffin's lid opened, there seemed to be a huge black hole inside. The black hole spun, swallowing and spitting out endless secluded spring. Beside it stood an expert from the Monolith tribe. It was Pan Xing. Pan Xing was the first monolith Yanchuan had met. When he'd killed Jin Xiong, his father-in-law, in his previous life, he'd encountered an identical beast. Pan Xing had planned to swindle the beast from Yanchuan, but in the end he'd failed. Later, the Monolith tribe had sent him to the underworld to pay attention to Jiangchen's awakening. Looking at the pitch-black coffin, Pan Xing felt slightly bitter. What a pity. If only I'd had an identical beast back then. Since I can't find one to replace me, then this can only be fate. Pan Xing said bitterly. With a bitter smile, Pan Xing bowed respectfully to the black coffin. True Master, Pan Xing was created by you. Offering my body is only natural and my greatest honor. I only hope that after you use my body to awaken, you'll take pity on the Monolith tribe. The Monolith tribe will be eternally loyal to you. I hope that you'll treat them as real people, not tools or treasures. Pan Xing kowtows and begs you. Pan Xing kowtowed to the black coffin. The black coffin hummed as if urging Pan Xing to move. Pan Xing took a deep breath, walked to the coffin's lid and slowly lay down. In an instant the black hole swallowed Pan Xing. Walala. Pan Xing's face contorted in pain. His entire body seemed to be twisting. His previously bald head rapidly grew hair and his body shrank. Ah! Pan Xing cried out in pain. Clang! The lid of the coffin flew into the air and closed with a loud bang. The pitch-black coffin immediately began to absorb the nether spring energy from all directions. Surging energy whizzed over as it absorbed it. Under the ferocious absorption, the entire territory trembled. Not only the monolith tribe's territory, but the surrounding seas and the entire outer south continent also trembled violently. Countless nether springs under the ground in various large territories seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Jiangchen will awaken and absorb the nether spring energy of an entire continent. Rumble. In the outer south continent of the netherworld, countless cultivators looked around in confusion. At this moment, a large number of great evil world's experts charged toward the netherworld again and toward the monolith tribe. More and more demons and great demons swarmed over. Rumble. Boundless killing intent brewed outside the monolith tribe. Rolling demons seemed to carry the fury of the great evil world as they poured down in torrents. The huge commotion quickly alerted countless experts in the netherworld. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan received the news and walked out of the central hall, looking at the monolith tribe in the distance. Outer West Continent, Great Kindness World. Great Venerable Yutian held the heavenly peach sword in his hand and coldly looked at the outer South Continent. Outer North Continent. Chujiang Hall. Ancestor Mingi seemed to have sensed something and stepped out of the hall, looking towards the south. In the world of the living, Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi stood at the entrance of a hall. Yan Chuan's expression was slightly serious. What's wrong? The outer south continent of the netherworld is shaking. Jiangchen is about to awaken. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1503. In the world of the living, Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi stood in front of a great hall. Yan Chuan's expression was grave. What's wrong? The underworld is shaking in the southern outer continent. Jiangchen is about to awaken. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Jiangchen is about to awaken? Mo Yushi looked worried. Don't worry. We'll have to face him sooner or later. Jiangchen? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Mo Yushi nodded, but she was still worried. The Lotus Goddess doesn't know about Jiangchen's connection to the Boulder clan. She's ordered a large number of experts from the Great Fiend world to attack the Boulder clan. The time has come. Yan Chuan said gravely. Can we begin? Mo Yushi's expression changed. That's right. Now that Jiangchen has awakened, the Lotus Goddess won't be able to divert her attention to the world of the living. It's time to deal with King Bingfeng, said Yan Chuan gravely. All right. Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. In the world of the dead, at the mouth of the abyss in the outer south continent, Pan Jia stood in front of a palace, guarding the mouth of the abyss. Almost all of the Boulder clan's experts had made their move. Waves of demons attacked and countless experts swarmed in. Rumble. Battles broke out everywhere. Pan Yi led a group of brothers to attack the ambitious and ruthless evil demons. That's them. Everyone, the Lotus Goddess has ordered us to kill them, roared the West High Priest. Roar. Countless demons roared and charged forward. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the Boulder clan was drowned in the endless sea of demons. There were too many demons, so many that it was shocking. Although the Boulder clan was talented and had incomparably strong bodies, they couldn't compare to the demons in terms of numbers. This was an entire world of demons. The Boulder clan, on the other hand, only had one clan. One clan versus one world. In the blink of an eye, their successors were running out. For true Lord, roared Pan Yi. For true Lord, roared almost everyone in the Boulder clan. Amidst the fierce battle, countless experts also stared at the mouth of the abyss. Now the entire outer south continent was shaken. Something big must have happened. Here the rock tribe would rather die in battle than give up on the abyss. What was there at the abyss? Suddenly, an evil demon took advantage of the gap in the battle and shot towards the mouth of the abyss. Boom. Pangea's figure flickered and he instantly appeared in front of him, smashing him into pieces with a palm strike. The plate armor was the final hurdle. Although that demon was dead, it piqued the interest of the other demons. More and more demons shot over. Boom. 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 Pangea flew above the mouth of the abyss. Anyone who approached it would die. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer, and the Boulder tribe's casualties grew greater and greater. Roar. Pan Yi roared in grief and indignation. With the strength of the 16 heavenly layers, He was fighting 1 against 10, showing his ferocious and overbearing side. On the other side, the demons were shocked by the tenacity of the Boulder tribe. 16 heavens? Also, that group of 15-layered heaven? What was the origin of the Boulder tribe? Why had he never received such news before? The Rock tribe had suffered many casualties, but they were still able to defend against the enemy outside the mouth of the abyss. Boom. The ground of the outer south continent shook more and more violently. For a moment, it was as if the Qi in the outer south continent had decreased by half. The battle lasted for 3 days, but there was still no result. The demons were ferocious, but the Boulder tribe's physical bodies were invincible. The Boulder tribe had suffered many casualties, but the Boulder sect elders at the mouth of the abyss had suffered few injuries. The demons had suffered even more casualties. After all, their physical bodies couldn't compare to the Boulder tribes. The more they fought, the more frustrated they became. This time, they'd mobilized a large number of strong cultivators from the great evil world. It had been 3 days, but there was still no result. Moreover, the ground was covered in corpses. If not for the limited number of Boulder tribe members, the great evil world's cultivators would have been defeated long ago. They can't be killed? A demon said with an ugly expression. Can't be killed? If both sides suffered, they would only exhaust themselves to death. Instantly, all the demons' expressions turned ugly. Suddenly, a lotus bloomed on the battlefield. As soon as the first lotus blossomed, an endless number of lotus flowers blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A vast aura spread across the battlefield. Countless demons rejoiced and immediately stopped fighting. Welcome, Lotus Goddess! All the demons were overjoyed. However, Panjia and the others' expressions changed. The Boulder tribe's cultivators quickly retreated to the mouth of the abyss. At the center, a huge white lotus bloomed. A white-robed man appeared on the white lotus. He had a purple lotus on his head and a green lotus mark between his brows. Wherever he looked, an unstoppable force pressed down on the Boulder tribe. Other than Panjia and Pan-E, the other Boulder tribe's cultivators couldn't raise their heads. Panjia and Pan-Yi's 16 levels of heaven barely blocked the Lotus Goddess's gaze. Boom! The two braced themselves and stepped forward. They blocked the ferocious aura. Boulder tribe, the Lotus Goddess said softly. When the Lotus Goddess opened her mouth, the sky was filled with multicolored light. Her divine might was unparalleled. Countless demons stood behind her respectfully. She was the master of a realm, showing her dominance over the world. Lotus Goddess, the Boulder tribe has no enmity with your great evil world, but you keep coming to kill our people. What is the meaning of this? Panjia said with difficulty. The ground was still shaking. The Lotus Goddess could feel that endless Qi was gathering fiercely at the entrance of the abyss. The Lotus Goddess narrowed her eyes. The South Outer Continent is my territory. I can do whatever I want. As she spoke, billions of lotuses appeared out of nowhere. The lotuses spread toward the Boulder tribe, drowning them all in the blink of an eye. Bastard, this is my ancestral land. No one is allowed to be presumptuous. Break! Panjia shouted. Boom! Countless lotuses exploded, but there were too many of them. They couldn't all explode. In the blink of an eye, countless lotuses entered the abyss as if they wanted to investigate. Oh no, everyone attack the Lotus Goddess. Panjia's expression changed. At this moment he couldn't care less about being weaker than the Lotus Goddess. He charged at the Lotus Goddess. Countless members of the Boulder tribe charged forward. Boom! Waves of power surged. The Lotus Goddess glared. Bang! Almost all the Boulder tribe's cultivators were sent flying. Sounds of blood being spat out could be heard. Only Panjia and Pan-E flew closer. However, they were trapped by the two lotuses in the blink of an eye. Roar! The Boulder tribe roared in grief. Everyone tried their best to stop the Lotus Goddess, but they couldn't stop her. More and more lotuses entered the abyss. True Lord! No! Countless Boulder tribe members cried out in grief. They were sad for their own uselessness. They were sad that the Lotus Goddess was about to wake up. They were helpless. However, the demons were overjoyed. Ha ha ha! Some of the demons even laughed cruelly. The Lotus Goddess stared at the abyss. Her lotuses entered the abyss. Suddenly, the Lotus Goddess's expression changed. An explosive roar came from the bottom of the abyss. How dare you! Bang! Endless spring water surged into the sky. All the lotuses that entered the abyss exploded. A loud roar came out and an ear-piercing tremor spread throughout the world. The netherworld was filled with this roar. Many lotuses in the air exploded. The demons were the first to bear the brunt of this roar. Their innards were injured by this roar. Many demons spat out mouthfuls of blood. The sound waves soared into the sky, and surging spatial ripples rushed into the 9 heavens. Above the starry sky, countless stars shook violently. The Lotus Goddess's expression darkened. She quickly stabilized the surroundings and protected the demons. Pan Jia and Pan Yi, who were trapped by the lotuses, could suddenly move. "True Lord?" Pan Yi exclaimed. "Welcome back, True Lord." Pan Jia was overjoyed. "Welcome back, True Lord." Almost all the Boulder tribe members cheered wildly. In the world, a group of giants stared at the abyss. They saw a black wooden coffin slowly float out of the abyss surrounded by yin qi. A soul-sucking aura rushed into the minds of countless experts even from a distance. There were countless mysterious runes on the coffin. The Lotus Goddess's expression darkened because she felt a divine flame from the coffin. This divine flame seemed to penetrate the coffin and destroy the force field she created. Crack, 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 crack. Countless cracks appeared on the coffin. Golden light shone from the cracks. "Greetings, True Lord." Almost all the Boulder tribe members knelt down. Even Pan Jia and Pan Yi, the 2 16th heaven cultivators, knelt down respectfully. Boom. The black wooden coffin suddenly exploded. The instant it did, endless golden light shot out in all directions. The world covered by the secluded spring was instantly filled with a sea of golden light. A powerful aura pressed down on the Lotus Goddess. Countless demons were pushed back by the surging impact. The Lotus Goddess's expression darkened. She didn't give in at all. The golden light slowly faded, revealing a man in a luxurious golden robe. The man's long golden hair was draped over his back. On his back, there was a pair of huge golden dragon bone wings, similar to Yan Chuan's dragon bone wings. However, this man's dragon bone wings were even more ferocious and huge. The man had 2 golden fangs in his mouth. His eyes were like 2 black holes that absorbed everything in the world. He wasn't handsome, but he was extremely fierce. He clenched his fist and a fierce aura shot out of his eyes. A ferocious murderous aura rushed towards the Lotus Goddess. Just like that day at Mount Zhong, the murderous aura condensed into thousands of warriors and charged towards the Lotus Goddess with sabers in their hands. Boom. Wherever the murderous aura passed, it was like a surging river. Countless demons were terrified. The Lotus Goddess's expression changed and a powerful murderous aura surged out. Boom. The 2 powerful experts' murderous auras collided in the void, and the surrounding void was instantly shattered into pieces. The huge impact paused for a moment after the first strike. The golden-robed man suddenly roared towards the sky. Roar. The roar shook the sky and it was incomparably majestic. The entire netherworld was filled with this huge roar. Hearing the roar, zombie Yan Chuan, who was far away in the Great Qin City, suddenly changed his expression. This roar made his blood seem to be boiling. Suppress. Zombie Yan Chuan roared and his blood calmed down. Although he suppressed it, the blood in his body was still boiling because of the roar, and Yan Chuan was immediately alerted. How could sound affect him from billions of miles away? Roar. 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 In an instant, almost every corner of the netherworld, including the 6 continents, echoed the roar. Zombies, countless zombies. Aside from a few who could suppress the boiling of their blood, most of the zombies had their blood boiling as they roared at the sky. At the same time, countless zombies suddenly bowed in the direction of the outer southern continent. Corpse ancestor? Great Emperor Jiangchen? Lotus God's expression darkened. With a single roar he could command almost all the zombies in the world. When a general appears, 10,000 corpses pay homage. Chapter 1504. After the roar, Jiangchen felt refreshed. It was as if he'd announced to the world that the mighty great Emperor Jiangchen had returned. In the Great Qin City, zombie Yan Chuan's gaze was cold. From the roar, he understood how terrifying his future opponent would be. In the Great Benevolence Realm, Grand Venerable Yution's gaze was also cold, but a trace of anxiety flashed through his eyes. No one understood Jiangchen better than Grand Venerable Yution. In the outer North Continent, Ancestor Nether River narrowed his eyes as he stared at Great Emperor Jiangchen. Beside him, Ice Goddess asked curiously, "Master, did that roar come from Great Emperor Jiangchen?" "That's right," Ancestor Nether River said in a low voice. "How strong is Jiangchen?" Ice Goddess asked curiously. "Haven't you read some historical records? Don't you know Jiangchen?" Ancestor Nether River said indifferently. "I did. It was during the early part of the Second Epoch. Great Emperor Jiangchen once ruled the world, then faded into obscurity." Ice Goddess said curiously. "Don't you know what ruled the world means?" Ancestor Nether River said indifferently. Majestic heaven and earth," the Nether River Patriarch explained. "It was during that time that Jiangchen became #1 under heaven. #1 in the world." "That's right. At least on the surface. However, after Jiangchen disappeared, Great Emperor Ziwei and the others rose to prominence." Ancestor Nether River explained. "Wasn't 1.5 supposed to be the #1 in the Second Epoch?" Ice Goddess asked, puzzled. 1.5. This person is extremely elusive. He appeared at the beginning of the Second Epoch and suppressed the world, then disappeared. After 1.5 disappeared, Jiangchen appeared and swept through the world. After Jiangchen disappeared, 1.5 reappeared at the end of the Second Epoch. 1.5 never interacted with Jiangchen. Ancestor Nether River said. So, other than the 1.5 whose strength is unknown, Great Emperor Jiangchen is the undisputed #1 in the Second Epoch? Ice Goddess expression changed. "That's right." Ancestor Nether River nodded. "Master, have you seen Jiangchen before?" Ice Goddess asked curiously. "First time." Ancestor Nether River didn't hide anything. From the looks of it, apart from Master, the Second Era is much stronger than the Third Era. In the past, the #1 expert of the Third Era, Kong Huangtian, was only at the 15th heavenly layer. Apart from the Lord, each epoch is worse than the last. The Ice God frowned. "No." Nether River Patriarch shook his head. "The world is developing. Peerless experts are born in every epoch. I was born in the beginning of the Third Epoch. Later I just hid myself. In Hongjun. As for the Fourth Epoch, don't underestimate it. The great Kiliacosm domain Lord Zhongshan was born in the Fourth Epoch. Not long ago, Jian Ao and Yen Chuan of the Great Perfection Epoch had yet to reach the end of their cultivation path. They still have a lot of room for improvement. No one knows the final outcome of the disputes in the world." Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. "Yes. Do you know why Jiangchen, Kong Huangtian, Ziwei and the others chose to hide from the world?" Patriarch Nether River asked solemnly. "Why? The showdown of an epoch is ultimately too small. Jiangchen went into hibernation so that his descendants could rise. If Jiangchen ruled the world alone, it would be difficult for his descendants to carve out a new world. Those with the heart of an expert don't hope to stand at the peak and look down on the world. It's lonely at the top. Those with the heart of an expert hope to have opponents." Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. "Opponents? That's right. They hope to have opponents of the same level or even stronger. After all, glory, splendor, wealth, and rank are too easy for experts. They will eventually grow tired of enjoying it for 10,000 years. Experts need to be even stronger. Only then can they obtain great spiritual satisfaction. On the one hand, they want to welcome the bloodbath of fate. On the other hand, they want to continuously climb to the peak and compete with fate." Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. "Compete with fate? As long as an expert has the heart of an expert, they don't fear fate or death. What they fear is that they have no opponents. So what if it's fate? In the future they will defy the heavens and sever fate." Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Boom. A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly fell from the sky above. It headed straight for Patriarch Nether River. Patriarch Nether River looked up, his eyes widening. Boom. The bolt of heavenly lightning dissipated with a bang. Beside him, the Ice Goddess was flabbergasted. In the future they will defy the heavens and sever fate. Was that heavenly lightning just now a reaction from fate? That's why I say that this is a great era. The four realms are united and heroes of the four realms will rise. Some will fall but others will rise. The great era has arrived and the struggle for supremacy begins. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Yes, sir. Ice Goddess said excitedly. With that, Patriarch Nether River turned his gaze to the outer South Continent. In the outer South Continent, Great Emperor Jiangchen was born. Tens of thousands of zombies prostrated themselves before him. Countless experts of the Boulder clan knelt behind him. In front of Great Emperor Jiangchen was the Lotus Goddess. Behind her, a group of demons frowned. Jiangchen unfurled his enormous skeletal wings, seeming extremely comfortable. He gently turned his head. A transcender? Jiangchen stared at the Lotus Goddess. The Lotus Goddess looked at him coldly, not afraid at all. Jiangchen turned his head to the west and saw the virtuous world. Then he looked up at the sky. For realms. Fate severed the three corpses and now they're coming back together? This really is a great era, ha! Jiangchen laughed heartily. After laughing, he looked at the Lotus Goddess. Panjia, what's going on? Jiangchen asked coolly. Reporting to the true lord, they're from the great evil world. The realm lord of great evil, the Lotus Goddess, wanted to invade the outer South Continent. My Boulder clan was stationed here, so a conflict arose. In the end this... Oh? Is that so? In other words, the outer South Continent is my territory? Great Emperor Jiangchen asked coolly. Panjia didn't dare say no. So the great evil world is invading my territory? Great Emperor Jiangchen asked in a low voice. The Lotus Goddess didn't say a word. She looked coldly at Jiangchen. Jiangchen looked up at the sky. The realm lord of great evil? That's for the best. The outer South Continent is my territory. Get out of my territory and what? Asked the Lotus Goddess, her eyes cold. If you want to take one of my continents, you'll have to be prepared to lose one. The outer South Continent of the great evil world will merge with this place, right? Even if you give up your territory as compensation, it's still my territory. Great Emperor Jiangchen said domineeringly. How dare you? One of the Lotus Goddess' 8-armed subordinates shouted angrily. Jiangchen had just been born, yet he wanted to reach out to the great evil world? Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? Jiangchen's eyes widened. Boom. The subordinate's 8 arms exploded. If the Lotus Goddess hadn't noticed, she would have sent out a lotus to wrap around him. Otherwise, he would have exploded on the spot. Impudent. Jiangchen said coldly. Then he looked at the Lotus Goddess again as if he hadn't injured her subordinates at all. Lotus Goddess, did you hear what I said? He asked coldly. What if I don't want to? She asked coldly. You don't want to? No one can say no in front of me, said Jiangchen coldly. Boom. Jiangchen and the Lotus Goddess simultaneously released a powerful wave of intent. The two waves of intent collided, causing the void to shatter. The surrounding experts were sent flying by the ferocious might. Boom. As the two peerless experts battled, they shot into the sky. Their speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they shot into the starry sky. Then, without slowing down, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Only the subordinates of both sides remained. At the entrance to the Great Qin City, Great Emperor Jiangchen and the Lotus Goddess have disappeared. The factory guards are searching everywhere for news. Lu Gang immediately reported the news from the outer South Continent. Yan Chuan didn't need to report at all. Yan Chuan had seen everything clearly. There's no need to search. They've gone to the infinite. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The surrounding officials' expressions suddenly changed. The battle in the 17th heaven was too intense. The two of them moved the battlefield to the infinite. Said Yan Chuan. The infinite? Isn't there no living creatures in the infinite? They're just fighting. Yan Chuan shook his head. For a moment the surrounding officials were shocked. Fighting in the infinite? They'd already left the 4 realms? They'd already left the world? Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the past, this was something they wouldn't even dare to think about. But now it was happening. The Lotus Goddess versus Jiangchen. In the netherworld, the Lotus Goddess and Jiangchen were fighting. In the world of the living around the southeast continent. Boom. King Bing Feng immediately sent the Golden Emperor's subordinates flying. You want to block my path? King Bing Feng said confidently. Even though the Golden Emperor's subordinates had reached the 12th heaven after being deprived of their astral power, the world was changing too fast. The 12th heaven was no longer enough to face the world's top experts. King Bingfeng fought alone, soaring into the sky. Screech. Suddenly, a long screech sounded behind King Bingfeng. It was a huge black phoenix with 12 paths of reincarnation dancing behind it. At this moment it stared at King Bingfeng arrogantly. Dark Phoenix? King Bingfeng's expression changed. Suddenly King Bingfeng seemed to have sensed something and turned his head. Half of the sky was already covered by emerald green peacock feathers. A huge green peacock phantom was staring at King Bingfeng. In front of the peacock phantom stood a man. It was the green-haired Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan only stepped on a great emperor's altar and stared at King Bingfeng with his peacock ability. A wave of fighting intent rushed straight to King Bingfeng. "It's you, Yan Chuan?" King Bingfeng suddenly glared. "King Bingfeng, the late 15th heaven? I allow you to fight." Yan Chuan shouted. Screech. Not far away, Mo Yushi let out a long screech. "Yushi, block the surrounding thieves. I need to fight King Bingfeng alone." Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. Peacock fighting intent climbing the peak in battle. Yan Chuan inherited Kong Huangtian's will and naturally had his own understanding of how to break through. Yan Chuan needed an opponent, a strong opponent. "Just you." King Bingfeng showed a trace of disdain. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the Jade Emperor sword. With a swing of his sword, a black beam of light charged towards King Bingfeng. Chapter 1505. Yan Chuan's green hair fluttered in the wind. He waved the Jade Emperor sword in his hand and a sword light shot toward King Bingfeng. He didn't use the Blood Sea, the universe in the palm or the hand of Tao. He only used the Jade Emperor sword and the peacock plume. Under the effect of the Great Emperor Karma rank, Yan Chuan's strength reached the 15th firmament. It was extremely ferocious. King Bingfeng was at the peak of the 15th firmament. At King Bingfeng's level, there was naturally no mediocre person. A transparent sword slashed toward the Jade Emperor sword. On one side the peacock plume filled the void while on the other side snow filled the sky. Boom! The two swords collided. Under the tremendous force, Yan Chuan's body was pushed back slightly. After all, the 15th firmament pushed by the Great Emperor altar naturally couldn't compare to King Bingfeng in terms of strength. However, Yan Chuan was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! 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 The two powerhouses clashed quickly in the southeast continent. Fight, fight, fight. Kong Huangtian's will sharpened himself in battle and climbed to the peak in battle. Every obstacle was a stepping stone to progress. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he was. Boom! Relying on Kong Huangtian's will, Yan Chuan attacked with all his strength. Boom! The world around the southeast continent rumbled. The huge sound alarmed countless powerhouses in the world, especially in the southeast continent. The Eastern High Priest and Tiangang looked from afar. King Bingfeng, Yan Chuan? Tiangang's eyes narrowed. Tiangang was silent for a moment and flew toward Yan Chuan. The Eastern High Priest looked into the distance and his face sank. Although it seemed that King Bingfeng still had the upper hand, the Eastern High Priest didn't hesitate to fly over. Because everyone had seen Yan Chuan's information, they knew that Yan Chuan wasn't in his strongest state at this moment. He still had the Blood Sea and the universe in the palm. Yan Chuan didn't plan to use these two cultivation techniques this time because Yan Chuan needed more than just victory. "Yan Chuan, are you courting death? Leave Xianyang and this will be your burial ground," King Bingfeng said confidently. Yan Chuan ignored him. His eyes glowed green, the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The Jade Emperor sword quickly danced in the sky, triggering the endless green light of heaven and earth. In the beginning, Yan Chuan was at a slight disadvantage in the battle with King Bingfeng. Gradually this disadvantage disappeared. Yan Chuan was already able to fight evenly with King Bingfeng. What? King Bingfeng's face sank? At this moment, Tiangang and the Eastern High Priest suddenly Tiangang's Tian. Boom! Tu's Chuan Tian's two people's Chuan's Chuan two, of Chuan Tian's Tian's Tian Chuan Tian Tian. Tian 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 Tian. Their Tian Tian Tian's is Tian Heaven Emperor Tian Tian of. High up in the sky, Yan Chuan and King Bingfeng's battle became more and more skillful. Even King Bingfeng revealed a trace of worry. Ha, Yan Chuan, you're actually not a coward anymore, you actually left Xianyang. In that case, don't blame me. I'll make you pay the price for the humiliation of the past. Tiangang laughed loudly. With a flash, Tiangang was about to rush into the battlefield. Ming. Mo Yushi's figure flashed and blocked in front of Tiangang. 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly revolved around Mo Yushi, wanting to block Tiangang. With just you. Tiangang sneered. In the distance, Yan Chuan suddenly said, Yushi, let him come over. Tiangang was slightly stunned. Even King Bingfeng and the Eastern High Priest were slightly stunned. Although Tiangang was only 14th heavenly layer, he had the same special characteristic as Yan Chuan. Tiangang was a transcendent. The strength he displayed was a genuine peak 15th heavenly layer. Be careful. Mo Yushi nodded and let Tiangang go over. Tiangang looked at Mo Yushi strangely. What was she doing? However, although he was puzzled, Tiangang still did not pester Mo Yushi and rushed straight to Yan Chuan's battlefield. Boom. Tiangang attacked. 2 peak 15th heavenly layer experts attacked. In an instant, a heavy blow sent Yan Chuan flying 10 miles away. Yan Chuan fell into a disadvantage again in an instant. However, Yan Chuan seemed to be tireless. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he lost, the more he fought. Boom. A huge tear appeared on Yan Chuan's robe, but Yan Chuan did not care. As his black hair swung fiercely, his eyes were suffused with a demonic light, and his long sword slashed out quickly. Boom. 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 Yan Chuan's face was ferocious. Even though he was heavily injured again and again, he still did not feel tired. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Yan Chuan, is he crazy? Tiangang exclaimed. Yan Chuan went up against the water again and again at an extremely ferocious speed. He waved his sword fiercely and the sky was full of Yan Chuan's sword light. However, King Bingfeng and Tiangang's strength were not weaker than Yan Chuan, and it was immediately one-sided. Roar. Yan Chuan waved his sword with a trace of anger. Humph, want to use King Bingfeng and Tiangang to sharpen your sword? What wishful thinking. Eastern High Priest sneered. While speaking, Eastern High Priest stepped towards the battlefield. Ming. Mo Yushi quickly blocked him. Yan Chuan was already retreating in defeat. If Eastern High Priest intervened, wouldn't Yan Chuan be in danger? Yushi, don't stop. Yan Chuan's voice came again. Mo Yushi felt a strong sense of worry. In the end, she nodded and opened a path for him. Eastern High Priest looked at Mo Yushi in surprise and said with a trace of a sneer, if so, then don't blame us. Boom. Holding the scepter, Eastern High Priest rushed in. Yan Chuan, who was originally in danger, was immediately suppressed by 3 peerless powerhouses. Peacock Sword Art, Indomitable Will. Yan Chuan shouted ferociously. In a sorry state, Yan Chuan's long hair was scattered, but Yan Chuan did not mind being in a sorry state. His eyes became more and more fierce, and his eyes became more and more unyielding. An expression that broke through heaven and earth went straight for the 3 people. For a moment, Yan Chuan was injured all over. Tiangang, King Bingfeng, and Eastern High Priest were exceptionally happy. After all, not long ago he had lost face in Xianyang. Now he could suppress Yan Chuan with all his strength. What could be better than this? Although they suppressed Yan Chuan, the 3 of them failed to notice that Yan Chuan's way of the sword was rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Boom, boom, boom. The eastern and southern continents shook the heavens, and the entire world was filled with the sounds of battle. In the outer east continent, Dongfang Jingyi was worried. This Yan Chuan is fighting. Why didn't you inform me? Dongfang Jingpai frowned. Gui Guzi, who was standing at the side, shook his head gently and said, the great emperor doesn't want anyone to interfere this time. But that's the strength of 3 peak 15th heavenly layers. Dongfang Jingpai said worriedly. The great emperor knows. Director of Foreign Affairs, you should just wait and see. Gui Guzi smiled. Outer North Continent, Great Thousand Realms. Zhongshan stood in front of the Undying Palace watching Yan Chuan's battle. Jian Ao stood at the side. Zhongshan, is that Ing? Yan Chuan? It seems like he hasn't changed much over the years, Jian Ao said. Indeed, he hasn't changed much. He just woke up not long ago. Zhongshan nodded. However, his way of the sword is rising rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger. What a strong comprehension ability, Jian Ao said in shock. It should be a gift from Kong Huangtian, Zhong Shan said. Kong Huangtian. Jian Ao frowned slightly. However, this won't be a gift soon. Once he absorbs this strong will, it will become Yan Chuan's. Jian Ao, didn't you want to challenge Yan Chuan? Zhong Shan asked. It's not time yet. I need to become stronger. Yan Chuan also needs to become stronger. Jian Ao shook his head. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. In the outer west continent, Tong Tian stared at the battlefield, watching Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was suppressed. At first he could only defend passively. Now he could counterattack. Yan Chuan's counterattacks increased. Even Tiangang King Bingfeng and the Eastern High Priest found themselves in danger. It's still not enough. Hurry! Yan Chuan shouted. The sword in Yan Chuan's hand moved faster and faster. Yan Chuan's counterattacks increased as well. Gradually the three realized that something was wrong. Something's not right. Yan Chuan is getting stronger. He's getting stronger. The Eastern High Priest's face sank. At this moment a green light enveloped Yan Chuan. Countless peacock feathers surrounded Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan seemed to have entered a selfless state. A sword in the hand and a sword in the heart. Boom. With the guidance of Kong Huangtian's will, Yan Chuan's improvement was much faster than others. This wasn't just a memory. It was a kind of will. It was the feeling of improvement every time. Others improved their cultivation by exploring the feeling. However, Yan Chuan was familiar with this feeling. With green light in his eyes, Yan Chuan only had 3 opponents in his eyes. Even though he was injured, Yan Chuan didn't care. Break, break, break. Slash, slash, slash. Yan Chuan shouted unconsciously. Boom. Behind Yan Chuan, the peacock shadow condensed again. Waves of peacock feathers shot out explosively. In an instant, the aura of the 3 opponents was suppressed. Buzz. Yan Chuan waved his sword and 3 huge energy swords rushed towards the 3 experts. Boom. 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 Under the huge collision, the 3 of them stopped. For the first time, Yan Chuan was on par with the 3 of them. 1 against 3 on par? Moreover, Yan Chuan had only used the Great Emperor's altar? This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that within the countless peacock feathers, Yan Chuan's cultivation increased tremendously. Following that, Yan Chuan's body let out a loud sound. Boom. Yan Chuan's aura had undergone an earth-shaking change. He broke through. The Eastern High Priest's face changed. He broke through. His cultivation level is at the 15th level? Tiangang exclaimed. Isn't this breakthrough a little too sudden? So fast? Phew. Not far away, Mo Yushi was overjoyed. In the outer north continent, Zhong Shan and Jian Ao narrowed their eyes. The 15th level? Yan Chuan in his human form had finally reached the 15th level? A sword from the west, all the peacocks under the heavens. Yan Chuan shouted and slashed out with the sword in his hand. Boom. Under the great force, the situation was reversed. The 3 experts were instantly suppressed. No, how could this be? The 3 of them exclaimed. Screech. King Bingfeng let out a long cry, and his figure suddenly turned into a huge white phoenix. Boom. The white phoenix swung its tail, and the 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly flashed out. Previously he wanted to hold back, but now if he held back it would be his death. Tiangang and the Eastern High Priest also quickly used their unique skills. Divine ability deprive. Yan Chuan suddenly shouted, and the peacock phantom behind him seemed to throw out a ray of colorful light, instantly enveloping King Bingfeng. Boom. The 12 paths of reincarnation collapsed instantly. What? My supreme ice phoenix. King Bingfeng screamed in horror. 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly appeared around Yan Chuan. The supreme ice phoenix who controlled the 12 paths of reincarnation was deprived by Yan Chuan. Chapter 1506. In the air, 12 reincarnations revolved around Yan Chuan. His aura surged and divine flames soared into the sky. King Bingfeng's expression changed drastically. Deprive? The 5th most powerful ability in the world. King Bingfeng exclaimed. King Bingfeng exclaimed. Tiangang and the Eastern High Priest were also shocked and became cautious. Give me back my Ice Phoenix Supreme. King Bingfeng roared. Boom. King Bingfeng swung his tail and a sky full of ice and snow rushed towards Yan Chuan. Previously, Yan Chuan only used the Great Emperor altar to fight against 3 people. But now Yan Chuan's cultivation was at the 15th heavenly layer. With the Great Emperor altar, his strength could reach the 16th heavenly layer. How could Yan Chuan be afraid of them? If you want it, then come and get it. Yan Chuan laughed. As he spoke, the Great Emperor altar under his feet suddenly retracted. Yan Chuan didn't plan to use the Great Emperor altar anymore. He just broke through to fight against 3 people. Yan Chuan didn't just want to win. More importantly, he wanted to break through. Putting aside all the convenience, Yan Chuan only used the Jade Emperor sword to fight against 3 people. Yan Chuan didn't want to waste the will left behind by Kong Huangtian. Fight. The will to fight. This was what Yan Chuan wanted the most. Moreover, only by fighting continuously could he comprehend more and become stronger. The Jade Emperor sword collided with King Bingfeng's path of ice and snow. Boom. The void exploded and a loud sound shook the heavens. In the outer east continent, Dongfang Jingpai's eyes widened. Isn't this too fast? His cultivation rose after just one fight? This comprehension. 7 kills, said in disbelief. Kong Huangtian's will? Dongfang Jingpai's eyes lit up. Of course he was more excited. At least the person who kept getting stronger was his good friend. On the other side, Mo Yushi was watching the battle from a distance. But after seeing Yan Chuan remove the Great Emperor altar, she was no longer worried and retreated far away. Transcending the Golden Dragon, number 19. Tiangang suddenly shouted. Boom. Tiangang transformed into a 19-clawed golden dragon and swung his tail towards Yan Chuan. The Eastern High Priest sprinkled white light all over the sky, washing away Yan Chuan. Heaven-breaking sword. Yan Chuan swung the Jade Emperor's sword. Boom. The 3 experts retreated with a loud bang. Yan Chuan's expression was ferocious. It had been a long time since he had fought to his heart's content. He spun the Jade Emperor sword in his hand and charged forward again. Boom. Boom. Again and again Yan Chuan knocked back the 3 experts. Divine flames dyed the sky blue. Yan Chuan was like a god of war. Wherever his long sword pointed, he was unrivaled. Yan Chuan was invincible even though they both had the strength of the 15th layer of heaven. Yan Chuan once again entered that unconscious state. The will left behind by Kong Huangtian was being crazily absorbed by Yan Chuan. Fight, fight, fight. Yan Chuan still needed stronger opponents. 3 people at the 15th layer of heaven were no longer enough for Yan Chuan. Boom. Once again the 3 of them were sent flying. For a moment the 3 of them had ugly expressions. How could this be? Yan Chuan is getting stronger and stronger. As long as he fights he's getting stronger all the time? The Eastern High Priest said with an ugly expression. If my sword of force was still here, Yan Chuan wouldn't be able to be so rampant. Tiangang was unwilling to accept this. The one who was the most unwilling was King Bingfeng. 12 paths of reincarnation, Supreme Ice Phoenix. It was actually snatched away by Yan Chuan. Although they were both suppressed, Tiangang and the Eastern High Priest didn't suffer any great losses. On the other hand, she lost her strongest treasure, Supreme Ice Phoenix. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling King Bingfeng was. Because according to the current situation, it was impossible to take back the Supreme Ice Phoenix. What to do? What to do? Admit defeat? No, the Supreme Ice Phoenix was hers and it could only be hers. Suddenly, King Bingfeng saw Mo Yushi, who had already transformed into a human form not far away. Seeing Mo Yushi, King Bingfeng's eyes lit up. If she captured Mo Yushi, wouldn't she be able to force Yan Chuan to hand over the Supreme Ice Phoenix? Moreover, it seemed that Mo Yushi still had the Supreme Dark Phoenix. Thinking of this, the previously depressed King Bingfeng suddenly became excited. She, Tiangang, and the Eastern High Priest once again attacked Yan Chuan. Kill. The 3 of them attacked at the same time. The stronger the 3 of them were, the more Yan Chuan liked it. The sharpening of sword Dao required the strong to be the rough stone. Boom. Once again a sword knocked the 3 of them back. Ong. Tiangang roared unwillingly. The Eastern High Priest's face was also extremely ugly. Only King Bingfeng, with this huge force, suddenly shot towards Mo Yushi. What? In the distance, Mo Yushi's expression changed. King Bingfeng had already arrived in front of her. Yan Chuan stole my supreme ice phoenix. Emoyushi, give me your supreme dark phoenix. Ming. Bing Feng let out a long cry. The ice and snow great Dao suddenly rushed and immediately knocked Emoyushi over. Reincarnation. Emoyushi's expression changed, and the 12 paths of reincarnation immediately rushed out. But slightly hasty, King Bingfeng's heavy blow had already arrived in front of her. The ice and snow great Dao collided with the 12 paths of reincarnation. Boom. Emoyushi immediately flew out, her blood and chi surging. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, King Bingfeng thought that he had defeated Emoyushi and was about to step forward. Reckless. Suddenly Yan Chuan's angry rebuke came from behind. Boom. A black sword light rushed straight towards King Bingfeng. Ming. Emoyushi also suddenly shouted, turning into 24 paths of reincarnation. 12 of them wrapped around her and 12 of them rushed towards King Bingfeng. What? 24 paths? King Bingfeng's expression changed. Behind him Yan Chuan's sword shot over and it was an angry attack, abnormally fierce. Attacked from the front and back, King Bingfeng suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. Seeing that King Bingfeng was about to be beheaded by Yan Chuan, Tiangang and Eastern High Priest's expressions changed, and they quickly rushed towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan did not make a move. He suddenly turned his head and in his eyes, a fierce murderous intent burst out. Boom. The murderous intent burst out as if forming a sword river, piercing straight into the depths of the two powerhouses' hearts. It was different from the previous fighting intent. Now it was killing intent, the purest killing intent. Yan Chuan had already made up his mind to kill. Tiangang and Eastern High Priest suddenly quivered. In an instant they understood the meaning of Yan Chuan's eyes. This was a warning to the two of them. Suddenly the two of them realized how stupid they were before. Yan Chuan didn't want to fight to the death at all, but let them accompany him to practice the sword. Now that King Bingfeng attacked Emoyushi, touching Yan Chuan's bottom line, Yan Chuan was no longer satisfied with practicing the sword. Whoever dares to come forward, kill. Yes. The meaning of this gaze was whoever dares to come forward, kill. Eastern High Priest quivered and his hand suddenly slowed down, as if frightened by Yan Chuan's gaze. Tiangang's face also stiffened and his figure paused slightly. Boom. Yan Chuan's sword instantly pierced through King Bingfeng's body. Ming. King Bingfeng let out a long cry of pain. Boom. The long sword swept past and King Bingfeng's body suddenly split into two halves, and his internal organs burst out in midair. Help me break through. I didn't want to kill you but you asked for it. Yan Chuan said coldly. On the other side, Tiangang and Eastern High Priest's faces stiffened. Boom. Without hesitation the two of them turned around and shot toward the southern continent. Yan Chuan's breakthrough had already explained everything. If they continued to fight they would only be asking for humiliation. Rumble. The shattered void was slowly recovering. Only King Bingfeng's corpse was left in midair, slowly falling. The Jade Emperor Sword's performance was not only to kill, but also to devour blood essence and even the soul. Being killed by the Jade Emperor Sword, there was no chance of survival. The Jade Emperor Sword trembled slightly, as if it was excited about devouring a 15th level powerhouse. Boom. The corpse fell to the ground and immediately froze the land for thousands of miles. King Bingfeng was dead. Yan Chuan put away the Jade Emperor Sword and flew to Emoyushi's side. How is it? Yan Chuan asked worriedly. I'm fine, it was just an accident. Emoyushi said softly. That's good. Yan Chuan nodded. Reaching out, Yan Chuan took out a white crystal. King Bingfeng. Emoyushi's eyes lit up. Refine it well. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Emoyushi said happily. On the other side, a large number of Golden Great Emperor's subordinates flew over quickly. Thank you for your help, Yan Emperor. The Golden Great Emperor's subordinates were overjoyed. King Bingfeng was killed and Tiangang and Eastern High Priest were scared out of their wits, right? The southeast continent was safe. Don't be happy too early. The great evil world has a strong foundation. King Bingfeng died and a large number of powerhouses are about to come, even Lotus God. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah. What should we do? Yan Di, please help me. Everyone was anxious. Let's go to the Golden Palace and wait for Golden Great Emperor to come out of seclusion. Yan Chuan said. Hey. Everyone immediately shouted. Outside the South Continent, most of the powerhouses had rushed into the underworld. Lotus God was fighting Jiangchen. King Bingfeng's death couldn't attract a large number of powerhouses. Everyone was waiting for the result. Tiangang and Eastern High Priest no longer attacked the Southeast Continent because Yan Chuan's intervention meant that they couldn't move forward. They could only wait for Lotus God to return. Tiangang and Eastern High Priest hurriedly rushed back to Lotus God's 10,000 Lotus Sea. At the 10,000 Lotus Sea, a man in white was waiting anxiously. King Bingfeng, aren't you dead? Tiangang exclaimed. That's right, the man at the 10,000 Lotus Sea looked like King Bingfeng. The man in white said bitterly, I'm a life usurper derivative. My main body has been killed by Yan Chuan. So hateful, so hateful. My divine soul, blood essence and soul essence are all destroyed. A life usurper derivative? Tiangang and Eastern High Priest exclaimed. This life usurper derivative is far inferior to my main body. It's only at the 7th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Zai. King Bingfeng said bitterly. On the other side, under a huge lotus platform stood a black-robed man. It was the Nether King. The Nether King saw King Bingfeng, Tiangang and Eastern High Priest from afar. He stared at King Bingfeng, killing intent bursting out of his eyes. Regaining his composure, the Nether King walked forward with a regretful expression. King Bingfeng, I saw the battle of the Southeast Continent. You almost succeeded. What a pity. The Nether King said regretfully. King Bingfeng looked at the Nether King and didn't say anything. The most important thing now was to wait for Lotus God to return. Suddenly, Lotus God's voice resounded in the great evil world. The power of a world is for me to use. Absorb. Lotus God's loud voice rang out. Boom. Countless providence, merit, luck and fortune suddenly evaporated in the great evil world and then disappeared. Clearly, Lotus God's battle had reached its peak and she was mobilizing the power of a world. Chapter 1507. Netherworld, Outer South Continent. The Boulder Race and the great evil world's demons stood on opposite sides. At this moment no one made a move. They were all waiting for the result of the battle between Jiangchen and the Lotus God. When the Lotus God mobilized the power of the great evil world, all the demons frowned. This was the first time the Lotus God had mobilized so much power. However, no one knew how the battle would go, so they could only wait patiently. Another day passed. Rumble. In the distant starry sky, a large number of stars were blown away by a huge impact. Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan's eyes focused. They're back. Beside him, Desolation Hua said in a low voice. Chujiang Hall. Ancestor Nether River's eyes focused slightly. In the great benevolence world, Grand Venerable Yu Tian narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, among the rippling stars, 2 figures of light rushed straight down. They were so fast that they reached the ground in the blink of an eye. Boom. Jiangchen and the Lotus God returned, and a huge impact swept out in all directions with them as the center. Whoosh. Violent gales blew the entire territory into disarray. The demons and the Boulder Race steadied themselves and looked over. True Master? Master? The 2 subordinates were about to greet him respectfully, but they were instantly suppressed by the atmosphere in front of them. Just like before, Jiangchen and the Lotus God faced each other. Their bodies were restored to their previous state without a trace of injury. Their clothes were also neat and tidy. The 2 looked at each other coldly. After a moment of silence, the Lotus God took a deep breath. Everyone in the great evil world, leave the netherworld. What? The demons immediately cried out in surprise. What was going on? Why did they have to leave? Let's go. The Lotus God turned and left with a few strong practitioners. The demons suddenly trembled and looked at Jiangchen, who was not far away, in fear. They turned and left with the Lotus God. Jiangchen watched the Lotus God and said again, Lotus God, the great evil world's outer south continent is mine. If you have any subordinates, move them all away within half a month. The great evil world's outer south continent? After the battle, the Lotus God not only gave up the outer south continent of the first world, but also a continent of the great evil world. The result was self-evident. True Lord is invincible. Pan Jia shouted excitedly. Almighty true lord. The Boulder tribe cried out in excitement. But Jiangchen didn't say anything. He twisted his body, and the enormous golden wings on his back slowly retracted. He returned to his normal human form. His long golden hair gave off a domineering aura. Jiangchen didn't respond. Instead he looked up at the sky. Rumble. The entire starry sky was shaking rapidly. This is... Countless experts in the surroundings revealed looks of astonishment. Within the great Qin city, zombie Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. This is the great evil world. At the entrance of Chujiang Hall, the Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes as well. Master, why are the heavens and earth rumbling? The ice god asked curiously. The outer south continent of the underworld of the great evil world is about to overlap with the outer south continent of the first world. The Nether River Patriarch's expression darkened. Boom. Sure enough, the underworld's outer south continent suddenly shook, and a huge suction force sucked the countless dead spirits into the sky. The sky was filled with chaos, and it was like the scene when the three worlds collided with the first world. In an instant, the cultivators outside could no longer see anything in the outer south continent with their naked eyes. At that moment, if one was in Wuji, one would realize that there was a tremor at the border between the great evil world and the first world. Another continent from the great evil world slowly merged into the first world. The two realms of the underworld continued to fuse together. Boom, boom, boom. The world changed and the world was shocked. However, everything seemed to be just the beginning. Meanwhile, the starry sky in the mortal realm also began to tremble. Almost at the exact same time, the earth around the northwestern continent in the mortal realm suddenly began to tremor violently. In an instant, countless powerhouses in the mortal realm turned their heads to look. At the entrance of the Golden Palace, Yan Chuan in human form also suddenly felt the changes in the world. He quickly flew to the peak of a mountain and looked towards the northwest continent. The northwest continent is in chaos. What's going on? Emoyushi asked in surprise. The greater thousand worlds, Zhongshan. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Ah. In such a short time, the Lotus God's army attacked the three lands, but Zhongshan took down the northwest continent with lightning speed? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. How is that possible? The factory guards send news back to Xianyang every day. Why didn't we receive any news? Emoyushi said in surprise. Zhongshan is as immovable as a mountain, but once he moves he will be as fast as lightning. Maybe it will only take a day to take down the northwest continent. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. A day? How is that possible? Emoyushi exclaimed. One had to know that was a continent that was 36 territories and he could take it all in a day? Was this a joke? Didn't you see that the Lotus God took a lot of time to open up new territories? A day. No, it's possible because Zhongshan knows more about war than the Lotus God. The Lotus God scattered his forces, while Zhongshan concentrated his forces to take down a continent. Obviously, Zhongshan did a thorough investigation of the northwest continent some time ago, and there are no powerful people in the northwest continent. Zhongshan mobilized the forces of the greater thousand worlds, and after arranging his troops, he swallowed the northwest continent in one fell swoop at the fastest speed. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Emoyushi frowned. Even now, Emoyushi could not accept the speed of the greater thousand worlds. A day, just a day? Don't worry too much. Zhongshan's battle is very different from the Lotus Gods. The Lotus God thinks that he is the only one in the world, so he is steadily expanding his territory. Zhongshan, on the other hand, is different. Zhongshan is winning by surprise. This move can only be used once. The Lotus God only used a portion of his experts to conquer the world. Zhongshan, on the other hand, used the experts of the entire greater thousand world to conquer the northwest continent. Although he only took action for a day, he definitely planned for more than a day. Yan Chuan said. But in the end it's still too fast. Emoyushi sighed. As she sighed, the northwest continent of the Yang realm was still rapidly merging with the greater thousand worlds. Boom. The Great Vile World and the greater thousand worlds were rapidly merging with the first world. The Lotus God returned to the 10,000 Lotuses Sea. Although the Lotus God's robes hadn't been damaged in the battle with Jiangchen, the result of giving up the Great Vile World was self-evident. As for Jiangchen and the Lotus God's injuries, no one knew. After returning to the 10,000 Lotuses Sea, the demon's expressions were unsightly. The Lotus God's mood was naturally even worse. But at that moment someone else came to make things difficult for the Lotus God. It was Tiangang, the High Priest of the East and King Bingfeng's spawn. The three of them reprimanded Yan Chuan in front of the Lotus God. "What? You lost the Southeast continent?" The Lotus God said in a low voice. "Master, please make a decision. It's all Yan Chuan's fault. Yan Chuan took advantage of your absence to ambush me and kill my true body," King Bingfeng's derivative said bitterly. The Lotus God's expression darkened. Obviously, King Bingfeng's derivative wasn't telling the truth. Tiangang didn't dare hide anything. He immediately recounted everything in detail. "Bastard," the Lotus God scolded. The three of them immediately looked ashamed. But the Lotus God didn't scold them again. After all, she just lost a continent. Her mistake was even worse than King Bingfeng's. After all, Jiangshan had obtained a continent in the Great Vile World. Correspondingly, he could roam the Great Vile World unhindered. The Lotus God was in a very bad mood. He looked up and saw that one of the continents in the Great Thousand World was merging with the Northwest continent. She'd lost, but the Greater Thousand Realm Lord Zhongshan had won? Master Yan Chuan is still in the Southeast continent. He's at the entrance of the Golden Palace. King Bingfeng's derivative said again. The Lotus God turned her gaze to the entrance of the Golden Palace. "My lord, please avenge me, my lord." King Bingfeng's derivative said again. "The Golden Palace?" The Lotus God's expression darkened. At this moment Yan Chuan was alone outside. "Master, if you take down Yan Chuan you can obtain a continent. If you kill the Golden Emperor you can also obtain a continent." "Master." King Bingfeng's derivative said bewitchingly. The Lotus God, who was in a bad mood, looked at Yan Chuan in the distance. Her expression changed slightly. She was about to get up, but just as she took a step she sat down again. In her sleeve, the Lotus God's right hand, which no one could see, trembled slightly. There were a lot of claw marks on it. It was obviously injured by Jiangshan. However, the Lotus God naturally didn't want to give up the opportunity now. Buzz. The green lotus seal between her eyebrows suddenly flew out. The Lotus God's consciousness attached. Boom. The Lotus God's projection went out again. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, it instantly appeared in the Southeast continent. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the entrance of the Golden Palace. Boom. Billowing storms and huge waves crashed. Countless experts at the entrance of the Golden Palace were immediately knocked down. The Lotus God's projection looked down coldly at the countless experts below. Under the suppression of a huge aura, countless cultivators couldn't even raise their heads. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi arrived at the entrance of the Golden Palace. At this moment the Golden Palace was covered in a golden shield. Obviously this was a barrier set up by the Golden Emperor. Yan Chuan stood in front of the barrier and looked coldly at the Lotus God in the sky. The Lotus God descended with divine might. In the blink of an eye, countless lotus flowers covered the golden territory. Lotus God? The expressions of the Golden Emperor's subordinates changed drastically. The Lotus God was the realm lord of the great evil world. What should they do? Yan Chuan's gaze was cold. He took a step forward and a great emperor altar suddenly appeared. Standing on the altar, Yan Chuan looked coldly at the sky. However, the Lotus God's aura was too strong. Even with a great emperor altar, the Lotus God suppressed the surrounding void until it trembled. Boom. Another great emperor altar suddenly appeared under Yan Chuan's feet. Two great emperor altars? The Lotus God's projection's face darkened. "Lotus God, we meet again?" Yan Chuan said coldly. Yan Chuan held the great heavenly seal in his hand. Although his tone was casual, he was still extremely careful. "Yan Chuan, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you kept making things difficult for me. You're courting death. Don't blame me," the Lotus God said coldly. Chapter 1508. Yan Chuan, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you kept making things difficult for me. You're courting death, so don't blame me for it. Lotus Deity said coldly. As soon as Lotus Deity finished speaking, her terrifying aura intensified. Under the immense pressure, layers of giant waves appeared in the surrounding void. Many of Golden Thearka's subordinates were knocked down by the impact. The impact of the aura pressured the shield outside the Golden Palace, causing ripples to appear on the shield. Of course, the one bearing the brunt of the aura was Yan Chuan, who was standing on the two great emperor altars. Boom. Yan Chuan's long hair suddenly turned blood red. When he used the Blood Sea superpower, the surroundings turned into a vast ocean. He stood on the Blood Sea with a towering cypress tree behind him. Connected to the stars in the sky, rolling power surged toward Yan Chuan. Facing Lotus deity, even if it was just a projection, Yan Chuan no longer underestimated her. Her power climbed to the highest level. Behind him She looked nervous, but Yan Chuan looked proud. Make things difficult? Today I'll make things difficult for you. What are you going to do about it? Yan Chuan said coldly. I don't care how great your karma is. You're courting death by blocking my path. Lotus deity shouted coldly. As she spoke, Lotus deity's projection struck toward Yan Chuan with a palm strike. With a strike of her palm, a giant lotus seal came down from above and pressed toward Yan Chuan. Under the immense force, it tore the void apart with an unstoppable force. The power of great Emperor Ziwei? Heh. You're just a projection after all. Yan Chuan smiled coldly. He stretched out his right hand and in his palm was the great Emperor Heavenly Seal. Ordained by the heavens, I shall live forever. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom. 3 giant heavenly meridians suddenly appeared around Yan Chuan. The forward heavenly meridian, Xing heavenly meridian, and fighting heavenly meridian each led hundreds of heavenly laws. Boom. Several hundred strands of heavenly Tao power surged toward Yan Chuan's grand heavenly seal. The power of the heavenly Tao, the power of the Blood Sea, the power of the stars, and the power of the great emperor's altar poured in. The great heavenly seal instantly swelled to over 10,000 times its original size, and a golden aura surged around it like a thick fog. With an unstoppable force, it collided with the Lotus God's giant lotus seal. Lotus Goddess was slightly taken aback. Boom. The great stabilizing heavenly seal and the giant lotus seal collided. Strong winds swept out in all directions from the point of collision. Even though the void had been shattered, there was still a violent storm that tore through all directions. Boom. His robes violently fluttered. Yan Chuan's face was ferocious. His long hair fluttered in the wind and the veins on his face bulged. Yan Chuan used all of his strength to bombard the giant seal. The surrounding subordinates of the Golden Great Emperor were blown away in all directions by the storm. Rumble. A loud sound rushed into the 9 heavens. The sea of blood surged and the starry sky flickered. The Lotus deity's face darkened. Yan Chuan's face was ferocious. A ferocious aura rushed out. Roar. Yan Chuan roared. The sea of blood exploded and the starry sky flickered. Boom. Under the tremendous force, the great heavenly seal suddenly exploded. Yan Chuan retreated slightly and so did the Lotus deity in midair. The giant lotus seal exploded, leaving only the great heavenly seal floating steadily in midair. Eventually, it shrunk and fell back into Yan Chuan's palm. They were actually evenly matched after one collision. Neither of them gained any advantage. The surrounding subordinates of the Golden Great Emperor opened their mouths wide. That was the Lotus deity. Even if it was just a projection, it was still the Lotus deity. Yan Chuan was actually able to contend with it. Outside North Continent, Zhongshan had left to fuse with the Northwest Continent, while Jian'eo had been staring at the south. The loud sound alarmed Jian'eo, who had been staring. This is the Ying I have been waiting for. No, the Yan Chuan of this world. Jian'eo's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Outside West Continent, Wu Jiong and Skirich also looked in the direction of the loud sound. Wu Jiong and Skirich's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of surprise. Yan Chuan broke through so quickly. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Skirich, however, laughed heartily. Outside South Continent, almost all the demons revealed a look of surprise. How is that possible? How can Yan Chuan block the Lord? Tiangang said in shock. The Eastern High Priest and King Bingfeng's derivative also revealed a look of shock. As for the Nether King, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the north. Golden Territory. Yan Chuan blocked the Lotus deity's attack with all his strength. The Lotus deity focused and stared at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, I really underestimated your growth speed. The lotus deity's eyes were cold. It could be said that the lotus deity had watched Yan Chuan grow step by step. At that time Yan Chuan was just a mortal. How long had it been? He had grown to the point where he could contend with her? Even if it was just a projection, Yan Chuan shouldn't be able to contend with it. Yan Chuan grabbed the great heavenly seal and clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with determination. That attack just now was already his full strength. The lotus deity was indeed fierce. Stepping forward to block Mo Yushi, Yan Chuan looked at the lotus deity again. Grow. You will see it again. Yan Chuan said coldly. Humph. The lotus deity snorted. She waved her hand. Boom. In the void, hundreds of identical lotus flower seals suddenly appeared. As soon as the seals appeared, a huge pressure that was dozens of times stronger than before pressed down again. Smack. Not far away, a subordinate of the Golden Great Emperor couldn't withstand the pressure and was instantly crushed into meat paste. As the 100 seals pressed down, the boundary outside the Golden Palace stirred wildly as if it would break at any time. Yan Chuan glared and once again activated the great heavenly seal with all his strength, preparing to collide with the seals with a fierce expression. At this moment the boundary outside the Golden Palace finally couldn't withstand the pressure. Boom! The enchantment outside the Golden Palace exploded with a loud bang. The huge pressure rushed straight to the Golden Palace. Under the pressure the Golden Palace didn't shatter. Instead, a vigorous golden light suddenly burst out from the Golden Palace. Endless golden light, carrying countless merits, rushed into the sky like 100 rivers and rushed straight toward the 100 lotus seals. Boom! The loud sound shook the world. Almost all the powerhouses in the Yang realm suddenly felt their hearts beat wildly. Boom! The giant seal of 100 lotuses exploded into pieces. The lotus deity's expression changed. However, he saw the giant lotus seal explode, and the countless merits that were surging like hundreds of rivers converged at one spot. Buzz! In midair, the endless merits gathered and formed a huge golden seal. The seal of virtue? Mo Yushi's expression changed. She instantly recognized it. The strongest Dharma treasure of Ziwei the Great, the seal of virtue? Huang! The gate of the Golden Palace suddenly opened. The Golden Great Emperor walked out in a golden robe. How dare you! The Golden Great Emperor shouted. The seal of virtue fell from the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and pressed down on the lotus deity's projection. Under the huge pressure, 18 colored lights bloomed on the seal of virtue, dazzling heaven and earth. The lotus deity's expression changed. In a hurry, the lotus deity hit the sky with her palm. It was like a 17-colored rainbow that rushed straight toward the seal of virtue. Boom! The seal of virtue was invincible. In the blink of an eye, the lotus deity's rainbow attack was instantly shattered. The seal of virtue sealed the void and instantly closed in. The lotus deity's projection versus the seal of virtue. It was several times more powerful than Yan Chuan's great heavenly seal. It crashed down. Hong! With a loud sound, countless powerhouses around were suddenly sent flying. The seal of virtue was too fierce. Even though the lotus deity was fierce, she was powerless in front of the seal of virtue. Boom! The lotus deity's projection suddenly exploded like a glass man, instantly shattering and shooting in all directions. The lotus deity's projection was completely defeated. In an instant the faces of countless heroes in the world suddenly changed. Previously, Yan Chuan blocked the lotus deity's attack, which was enough to shock countless people. At this moment the Golden Great Emperor's seal of virtue instantly shattered the lotus deity's projection. Outer North Continent. The seal of virtue is shattered? The lotus deity has suffered a great loss this time. A voice suddenly sounded beside Jian Ao. It was Dongshan who had returned. Outer South Continent. Countless demons were in disbelief. How is this possible? The Lord's projection was destroyed? What kind of seal is that? Why is it so fierce? The seal of lotus deity was shattered, but the lotus deity's body in the Million Lotus Sea suddenly woke up. She raised her head and looked at the entrance of the Golden Palace from afar across a large territory. In the distance, after shattering the lotus deity's projection, the Golden Great Emperor reached out and grabbed the shrunken seal of virtue. He stared at the lotus deity from afar across a large territory. The first world is no longer the weakest world in the past. The powerhouses of all eras have awakened. Lotus deity, do you really think you're invincible? The Golden Great Emperor looked into the distance and shouted coldly. In the distance, the Lotus deity's expression was gloomy. She had just fought Jiangchen and was seriously injured. She couldn't go with her body, and now the Golden Great Emperor had destroyed one of her divine seals. Furious. The Lotus deity was furious, but there was nothing she could do at this moment. Looking from afar, she could only give up for now and wait for another day to wash away her previous humiliation. At this moment, the Nether King beside the Lotus deity made his move. The Nether King flicked his sleeve and a vine shot toward King Bingfeng's derivative. Boom! King Bingfeng was instantly wrapped up and entangled by the vine. Nether King, what are you doing? King Bingfeng's derivative cried out in shock. How dare you be so impudent in front of the Lotus deity? Tiangang scolded. The Nether King glared at Tiangang, then turned to look at King Bingfeng, who was entangled by the vine. You can't do anything right, the Nether King said coldly. The Lord just fought with Jiangchen and hasn't reached the peak yet. You've been bewitching the Lord to seek revenge on the Golden Great Emperor. Your stupidity caused today's disaster and caused the Lord to lose one of her divine seals. You should be killed. As soon as the Nether King spoke, the surrounding demons who were glaring angrily lost their anger. Yes, it was all King Bingfeng's fault. If it weren't for him, how could the Lotus deity make such a low-level mistake? No, I don't know, Lord. I'm loyal to the Lord. King Bingfeng's derivative cried out in shock. It's useless to quibble. King Bingfeng, you should have died that day. The Nether King shouted coldly. Boom! The vine instantly submerged King Bingfeng's derivative. A large number of poisonous vines emerged and stabbed toward King Bingfeng's derivative. No! Boom! The poisonous vines entered King Bingfeng's body and frantically extracted his essence and blood. In the blink of an eye, King Bingfeng's derivative turned into a dried corpse. He died on the spot. Tiangang and the Eastern High Priest didn't dare to say another word. The Lotus deity was furious at this moment. She acquiesced to the Nether King and also gave the demons a majestic warning. Chapter 1509. At the entrance of the Golden Palace. Golden Sovereign held the seal of virtue in his hand and looked coldly into the distance. Yan Chuan put away the great sky stabilizing seal. A group of Golden Sovereign's subordinates rushed over excitedly. My lord is invincible. Congratulations, my lord. Everyone congratulated him. At this time, Golden Sovereign nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Yan Chuan. Indy, why are you here? Golden Sovereign looked at Yan Chuan's feet. The two great emperor altars had disappeared, but Golden Sovereign was still a little surprised. After all, there were only 9 great emperor altars in the world. Yan Chuan alone had 2? Golden Sovereign didn't know that Yan Chuan already had 3 great emperor altars at this moment. Before Yan Chuan spoke, one of his subordinates immediately came forward to report. My lord, it was I who took the initiative to invite Yan Di. The subordinate immediately apologized. Golden Sovereign was slightly puzzled. That subordinate immediately explained in detail how Lotus God attacked the world after the 4 realms came into contact, how Tiangang Eastern High Priest and King Bingfeng pressured the border, how he asked Yan Chuan for help, how Yan Chuan agreed, how he faced King Bingfeng, and even how he risked his life to stay and wait for Golden Sovereign to go into seclusion after offending the great evil world. At this point, Golden Great Sovereign had completely understood. He turned his head and looked at Yan Chuan again. This time the Golden Celestial Realm owes Yan Di a favor. In the future, if Yan Di has any requests, I will do my best to help. Golden Sovereign is too polite. Then I won't be polite, I'll remember it. Yan Chuan smiled. The 2 territories were adjacent. Although there had never been a war, the situation was destined to not be friendly for generations. It would be too fake to say that they were of the same breath and branch. Exchange of interests, this was the most practical thing. Good. Yan Di came from hundreds of millions of miles away. Men, prepare a banquet. Golden Sovereign laughed. Yes. A month later. The underworld, the outer south continent and the outer south continent of the great evil world had officially merged into one. With the addition of countless demons, the southern outer continent became slightly crowded. Further south of the southern outer continent was the 5 continents of the great evil world. Jiangxin's territory was renamed the corpse progenitor's territory. At the center, an endless number of palaces were quickly erected. Great Emperor Jiangxin had established the Jiangxin celestial realm. His aura was magnificent and his voice shook heaven and earth. The central hall, Corpse Ancestor Hall. This was Great Emperor Jiangxin's main palace. However, it was different from the other great emperor's palaces. At the very least, the layout was different. The main palaces of other great emperors were majestic and austere. Emperor Jiangxin's palace, on the other hand, was extremely comfortable. Chairs were placed all around. Sit. Jiangxin smiled at Pan Jia, Pan Yi, and the others. In front of the true lord, we do not dare to be impudent. Pan Jia immediately said respectfully. I want you to sit, said Jiangxin with a slight smile. Yes. The 10 of them slowly sat down in a daze. At this moment, Jiangxin was walking around the edge of the hall, choosing fine wine. That's right, the east and west walls of Corpse Ancestor Hall were lined with countless wine partitions, each containing a bottle of fine wine. On the northern wall, a golden dragon floated, roaring savagely. Jiangxin picked a bottle of fine wine from one of the walls, then walked over to his chair. His chair wasn't the dragon throne. Instead, it was extremely smooth like the sofas Yanchuan had seen back on Earth. It was extremely comfortable to sit on. Jiangxin sat down on a glass table in front of him. He took out a wine cup and poured himself a cup. Then he took a sip. What fine wine! After so many eras, it's become even sweeter. Jiangxin smiled. Would you like some as well? Jiangxin offered a bottle. No, we wouldn't dare. Pan Jia immediately said. Everyone shook their heads. In that case, forget it. Jiangxin said regretfully. None of his subordinates dared say anything. Only Pan Jia said, True Lord, congratulations on defeating the Lotus Goddess. Jiangxin smiled, then said, Tell me about all the major events that have happened in the past few years. Sir. Pan Jia immediately replied. Next, the group carefully recounted all the major events that had happened in the world. Some things were difficult to describe in a short amount of time, so they'd prepared a few jade slips. Jiangxin skimmed through them and instantly understood everything. A few days passed. By now, Jiangxin had a rough idea of what had happened in the world. As he drank fine wine, he tapped his fingers lightly on the sofa. His subordinates waited quietly. Yanchuan, Imperial Sky, refining my body, that's fine too. We'll be neighbors. Jiangxin smiled. True Lord, should we make a move now? Pan Jia immediately asked. Pan Jia was confident that, given Jiangxin's strength, he could easily capture anyone. There's no rush, said Jiangxin. The heroes of the realm have awoken and this is the realm I want the most. Pan Jiao, Pan Yi, Pan Bing, you three go and subdue the various territory lords. Stabilize the outer southlands. Sir. The 3 answered. Pan Ding, Pan Wu, Pan Ji, you 3 gather all information about the virtuous realm as well as that brat Imperial Sky. Yes, sir. Pan Geng, the 4 of you continue to pay attention to Yanchuan. Jiangxin ordered. Sir. I still have to go see someone. When I return, I hope to see new information. Jiangxin smiled. Sir. Everyone answered. In a territory of the virtuous realm, there was a palace of immortals. Inside, Grand Venerable Yu Tian and Dark Gui Guzi stood together. Jiangxin, Grand Venerable Yu Tian's expression was extremely ugly. Jiangxin defeated Lotus God in his first battle. His strength is monstrous. Dark Gui Guzi said. Grand Venerable Yu Tian clenched his fists, his expression ugly. But it doesn't matter. Grand Venerable Yu Tian, you have the Heavenly Peach Sword which counters Jiangxin. You'll definitely win. Dark Gui Guzi laughed. Oh no. I've followed Jiangxin for so many years, but I've never seen him fight with his full strength. I don't know how strong he is and I can't see through him. I thought he was on par with Lotus God, but he still defeated her. Grand Venerable Yu Tian grew increasingly anxious. Oh, then what should we do? Dark Gui Guzi frowned. Sooner or later, Jiangxin will come to find me. He will. Imperial Tian said anxiously. Then let's strike first. Imperial Tian shook his head. His former confidence seemed to have disappeared and he was extremely worried. It's not enough. I'm already 16 heavens. It's not enough. 16 heavens? You're already an extremely strong practitioner in this world. Dark Gui Guzi advised. It's not enough unless... Grand Venerable Yution narrowed his eyes. Unless what? Oh, don't tell me you want to. Dark Gui Guzi's eyes widened. That's right, Yan Chuan. If I can swallow him, I'll be stronger. I'll be stronger. Grand Venerable Yution's eyes flashed with a green light. But Great Accomplishment Realm, Virtuous Realm, and Jiangshan Realm are neighbors. The three realms are in a tripartite balance and Jiangshan is the strongest. Shouldn't you cooperate with Yan Chuan? Dark Gui Guzi said solemnly. Cooperation? If I eat him, it's cooperation. Grand Venerable Yution said solemnly. As he spoke, Grand Venerable Yution's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if this was the best outcome. Dark Gui Guzi's expression flickered, but he didn't stop him. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Upper Study. A group of important officials stood in front of Yan Chuan. Grand Venerable Yution has a strong desire to attack Great Emperor. Perhaps he'll do it soon. Gui Guzi said solemnly. Imperial Tian? He'll find me. Heavenly Peach Sword. Let Dark Gui Guzi find some zombies to test the Heavenly Peach Sword's various abilities. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Gui Guzi replied. Great Emperor Jiangshan left Corpse Ancestral Hall and went to the world of the living. Lu Gang said. Everyone looked at Lu Gang. Jiangshan had just taken over the Netherworld's south outer continent. Was he going to reach into the world of the living? Where did he go? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. According to the factory guard's report, someone saw Jiangshan in the northeast continent. Jiangshan stopped at the entrance of the eastern territory. Lu Gang said. Dongfang Bubi? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Yes. It's very likely that Jiangshan went to see Dongfang Bubi. Lu Gang nodded. Pay attention to all news from the eastern sect. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Yang Realm, Middle Heaven Continent, Central Territory. Due to the battle between Great Emperor Ziwei and Kong Huangtian, Central Territory had been torn apart. Perhaps because of the intervention of an expert, Central Territory, which had originally been torn apart, was once again mended. Moreover, it gathered dragon chi and dragon veins once again roamed the world. On this day, at the very center of Central Territory, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Boom. Suddenly heaven and earth exploded. As the sound of the explosion reverberated, the void trembled. Then endless divine light shot into the nine heavens. In the void it seemed both real and illusory. Suddenly, countless experts appeared out of thin air. Boom. Tall mountains suddenly appeared out of thin air. Large numbers of experts roamed the surroundings. Under the heavens, scouts from various factions quickly spread the news. In Xianyang, Yan Chuan quickly led his officials to the entrance of Skyward Palace and gazed at Central Territory. He looked at the experts who'd appeared out of thin air. The Heavenly Realm. Mo Yushi's expression changed. Shadi Meng Sanxing and the others? They're finally here? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Boom. A loud rumble came from inside Xianyang. Yan Chuan looked over and saw Empress Zizi approaching. Husband, my cultivation inexplicably broke through again. It seems that another layer of my bloodline shackles has been unlocked? Zizi said with a trace of surprise. Yan Chuan looked at Zizi, then at the experts of the Heavenly Realm in Central Territory. At this moment, countless experts of the Heavenly Realm were respectfully bowing to a giant mountain. The mountain was emerald green, but in the blink of an eye, it turned pitch black, then red. The color of the mountain changed for a while, then suddenly condensed into a seven-colored divine mountain. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue and purple. As soon as the seven-colored divine mountain appeared, dazzling seven-colored rays of light shot into the sky, illuminating the Yang realm. Boom! The sky was filled with auspicious signs, and the Yang realm was filled with infinite brilliance. The Heavenly Realm has appeared. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 15:10. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory. The Rainbow Divine Mountain illuminated the world. Auspicious signs filled the sky. It attracted the world's attention. Around the Northeast Continent. Eastern Territory. Inside a pavilion. Dongfang Bubi was dressed in white. His expression was cold and his long hair was tied up with a white rope. He sat proudly on one side of the stone table. On the other side sat the golden-haired Jiangchen, who seemed incomparably noble. There was a wine bottle and a teapot on the table. In front of Dongfang Bubi was a cup of tea that emitted golden mist. Within the tea a faint golden lotus could be seen. Myriad golden lotus tea? Unfortunately I prefer wine. Jiangchen raised his wine cup. Jiangchen, since you've recovered, why did you come to see me? Dongfang Bubi asked in a low voice. Jiangchen smiled. We haven't seen each other in many years. What's wrong with meeting an old friend? Old friend? We're not old friends. Dongfang Bubi took a sip of tea. At that moment the middle sky continent's celestial phenomena swept over them. The two of them looked at the continent at almost the same time. This is the God realm. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes as he sipped his wine. Rumor has it that this is a faction born at the end of the First Era. You know it too. Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. That's for the best. With all the eras restored, the world will be more interesting. Jiangchen nodded. When the four realms merge, the world will fall into chaos. Destiny will appear soon. Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. Jiangchen's expression hardened. He downed his cup of wine. So what if it appears? With so many heroes united, he might not be able to destroy the world. Shaking his head, Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. No, perhaps destiny has already appeared. Already? Dongfang Bubi said no more. He fell silent. Jiangchen fell silent as well. That person is one of your people, isn't he? Jiangchen asked. Dongfang Bubi smiled. You're finally willing to tell me why you're here. Heh. Jiangchen chuckled. Yang Realm, North Outer Continent, Cloud-Soaring Court, Hall of the Immortality. Zhongshan led his ministers and gazed at the northwest continent. Not long ago Zhongshan had dispatched his troops. In a short period of time he'd conquered an entire continent, shocking the world. They practically took down all of the cities in the same day, stirring up heaven and earth. Their might was unmatched. Yan, how is the northwest continent? Asked Zhongshan. An official stepped forward. Sector Lord, the Northwest Rim continent has been conquered by brute force. The Great Thousand World has accumulated countless talents and we can use them to our advantage. In less than a year, we will be able to stabilize the Northwest Rim continent. Minister Yi Yen said. That would be for the best. Zhongshan nodded. Realm Lord, although we need to calm the people down in the Northwest continent, it is already our territory. There are two continents in the boundless world and the first world that have overlapped. Do we need to send more troops? Yi Yen asked again. Yes. Zhongshan nodded. There are 6 continents bordering our Great Thousand World. Realm Lord, which continent should we target next? Yi Yen asked. What do you think? Zhongshan asked. The Outer East continent is in the Great Jin Celestial Realm, so it's not suitable for now. After all, there are still some people in the Great Thousand World who used to be Great Jin's subordinates. I don't recommend sending troops. In the Northeast continent there is Dongfang Bubi. This person is too strange. I just received news that Jiangchen has also gone to the Eastern Training Ground. Dongfang Bubi is not strong enough to attack, but he is strong enough to defend. I don't recommend sending troops. In the Netherworld's North Outer Continent, there's the Nether River Patriarch. Although this person has appeared once in the Great Thousand World, he's mysterious and unpredictable and no one knows his background. Moreover, according to the countless information we've received, this Nether River Patriarch is also a peerless powerhouse. I don't recommend sending troops. In the Southwest Continent, the Lotus God is attacking. I don't recommend sending troops. In the West Continent, the Great Zhou Celestial Realm is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. We can send troops. In the Middle Heaven Continent, we can send troops. Yi Yen analyzed respectfully. Zhongshan looked towards the south and shook his head. Middle Heaven Continent, we will not send troops. Divine World? According to what we know, they are experts from the First Era. We will wait and see. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes. In the West Continent, we will not send troops. Zhongshan said again. Yi Yen was slightly stunned. The Great Zhou Celestial Realm is not a threat. However, Wu Jiong and Tongtian have an invincible master. We will put them aside for now. Zhongshan said. Pongjun? Yi Yen asked. Zhongshan nodded. Then, inform Xiao Wang Lin Xiao and Zhao Suoxiang to reorganize their armies and attack the southwest continent. Zhong Shan said. Southwest continent? Now that the great evil world is also sending troops there, are they fighting with the Lotus God? Yan was slightly stunned. Give the order. Zhong Shan said. Yes. Outside the south continent great evil world 10,000 Lotus Sea. After a period of recuperation the Lotus God's injuries were much better. At this moment she looked at the world again. The nether world was under the control of generals and ministers. The Lotus God did not plan to attack the nether world again. There was only the Yang world. In the southeast continent, the Lotus God had just suffered a loss at the hands of the Golden Emperor. The Lotus God did not plan to send troops there before figuring out the situation. Of course, none of the demons dared to provoke the Lotus God. Master, we can send more troops to the east continent and west continent. Tiangang said. East continent, west continent. The Lotus God frowned slightly. Master, I feel that the east continent should not be considered. The Nether King suddenly said. What? Nether King, are you still thinking about your father? Tiangang said coldly. The demons around also looked at the Nether King. After all, the Nether King's real name was Yen Dongan. Everyone knew that. Why was he stopping the Nether King from sending troops to the east continent? The Nether King stared at Tiangang coldly. Idiot. Huh. Everyone looked over. Do you think it's so easy to send troops to the east continent? Do you think it's easy for you to lead troops to attack? The Nether King said coldly. Led troops himself? Tiangang's face stiffened. After all, he had been beaten up by Yan Chuan. He was not in the mood to be beaten up again. Moreover, this was Yan Chuan's home ground. The Golden Sovereign owes Yan Chuan a favor. If Yan Chuan summons him, the Golden Sovereign will be happy to help. Secondly, Yan Chuan and Zhong Shan are close friends. When the time comes it will be easy to summon Zhong Shan. Secondly, Yan Chuan is the descendant of the Nether River Patriarch. I don't know the details, but can you guarantee that the Nether River Patriarch won't come to help? The Nether King explained. Huh. Tiangang's face stiffened. In that case the Great Jin Empire was indeed a tough nut to crack. They might win the war but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Tiangang, East High Priest and West High Priest, the three of you will lead the demons to attack the Great Zhou Celestial World. The Lotus God said solemnly. Yes. The three of them answered. North High Priest, you will lead the demons to reinforce the South High Priest and attack the Southwest continent. The Lotus God said solemnly. Yes. The North High Priest answered. 10 days later. Reporting. A demon rushed over. Huh. The Lotus God looked over. Reporting to my lord, the Great Thousand World has attacked the southwest continent. The demon said respectfully. Zhong Shan, he wants to fight with me? The Lotus God snorted coldly. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Upper Study. Great Emperor, the factory guards have sent news. Lu Gang said respectfully. How is it? The structure of the Great Thousand Worlds is the same as the First World. The four worlds collided and many territories overlapped. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the overlapped territories is several times denser and the Heavenly Tao has merged. Wherever the two worlds merge, the Heavenly Tao's power is several times stronger than the outside world. There is also a kind of primordial Qi that is occasionally emitted. Lu Gang said. Overlapped territories? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, the cultivators in the overlapped territories cultivate faster. It is as if they comprehend the heaven and earth faster than the outside world. Lu Gang said. I understand. Yan Chuan nodded. After he finished speaking, Yan Chuan fell silent for a while. After a while, Yan Chuan looked at Gui Guzi. Sir, what's the news from there? Great Venerable Yu Tian is refining the heavenly peach sword with all his might. He is preparing to use it against you, Great Emperor. Gui Guzi said solemnly. Refining? It's good too. Let him refine it. Yifeng. Yan Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yes, Great Emperor. I want to attack the Great Kindness World, take over its territory and merge with Great Jin. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, I will draw up a battle plan as soon as possible. Yifeng replied. I want to lead the troops personally. Yan Chuan said solemnly. What? The expressions of the officials changed. Great Emperor, now that I have come into being, I will definitely harm you. Great Emperor, please prioritize the world and guard the Great Qin City. The officials shouted. No, I want to conquer the Great Kindness World. More importantly, I want to deal with Great Venerable Yu Tian. As long as I devour him, I will truly have the power to resist you. Yan Chuan refused. But Great Emperor, this will be very dangerous. I have made up my mind. There is no need to persuade me. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Sir, ask him to send over the layout of all the territories in the Great Kindness World. I want to take over the territories in the Great Kindness World as soon as possible. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Netherworld, South Outer Continent, Corpse Ancestor Hall. Jiang Chen returned with Pan Jia and the others standing in front of him. True Master, according to the news from various places, Yu Tian is guarding the South Outer Continent of the Great Kindness World. He is currently in seclusion in the Imperial Heaven Palace, refining the Heavenly Peach Sword. Pan Ding said respectfully. Heavenly Peach Sword? Heh. Jiang Chen revealed a mocking smile. Please punish us, Master. We failed to protect him well and allowed Yu Tian to cheat us of the Heavenly Peach Sword. Pan Ding immediately pleaded guilty. Jiang Chen waved his hand. No matter, it doesn't matter. The Heavenly Peach Sword? Yu Tian is still as cute as ever. Huh. The experts of the Boulder tribe all looked confused. What about the Great Jin? Jiang Chen asked again. I'm not sure how Yan Chuan is doing, but the Great Jin has once again started the examination of the world. They are recruiting talents and gathering troops. I don't know where they are going to attack. Pan Geng said respectfully. Yan Chuan is going to attack too? The world is in chaos. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Chapter 1511. Nether Realm, Inner North Continent. Undying Sect. Undying Hall. The hall was wide open and a group of experts with long sabers on their backs stood on both sides. All of them looked ferocious and battle-ready. In the north of the hall was a huge throne. On the throne, the Emperor's cold eyes seemed to see through the vicissitudes of life. He looked at a great Jun official below. Undying Sect Master, this is the invitation that the Emperor asked me to send. The official respectfully handed over an invitation. Although he did not know much about the grudge between the Emperor and Yan Chuan, the Emperor's appearance was exactly the same as that of Great Jin's Empress, Lu. It was clear that this person had an extraordinary relationship with the Emperor. Hence he did not dare to be rash. The Emperor reached out and the invitation landed in his hand. He opened it and read it. Invade Great Kindness World? He wants to ally with me? The Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Why should I ally with him? The Emperor said indifferently. The Emperor said that he has written everything that needs to be written. Everything is up to you. Great Jin is about to invade Great Kindness World. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The official said. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Emperor snorted. Nether Realm, Outer North Continent, Chujiang Hall. Nether River Patriarch looked at the Great Jin official with surprise in his eyes. Beside him, Ice Goddess also looked confused. This is the Emperor's invitation. Please take a look, Nether River Patriarch. The Great Jin official said respectfully. Although the Great Jin Celestial Realm and Nether River Patriarch did not interact much, everyone knew that Yan Chuan's Blood Sea divine power was inherited from Nether River Patriarch. In other words, Nether River Patriarch was Yan Chuan's ancestor in this life. Nether River Patriarch looked surprised when he saw the invitation. Haha, interesting. Yan Chuan actually invited me to join him in invading Great Kindness World? Nether River Patriarch laughed in surprise. The Emperor said that it's up to Nether River Patriarch to decide whether you want to go or not. Everyone is just taking what they need. No one owes anyone anything. The official said. No one owes anyone anything? The Nether River Patriarch shook his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Underworld, South Outer Continent, Corpse Ancestor Hall. Allah, the movement of Dezhen's troops might be coming from the Great Kindness World. Pan Ding said solemnly. Of course I understand. Apart from the benevolent realm, Yan Chuan's forces really have nowhere else to go, said Jiang Chen confidently. Reporting. Great Jin's envoy requests an audience. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Come in. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked outside. It was a Great Jin official walking into the main hall. Envoy from Great Jin greets Great Emperor Jiangchen, the official said solemnly. Great Jin's emissary? Asked Jiangchen, puzzled. I am here to deliver an invitation to Great Emperor Jiangchen on the orders of the Great Emperor. Please take a look, the official said. When the Great Jin official finished speaking, the surrounding Boulder tribe members all looked bewildered. Did I hear wrongly? Invitation card? The Boulders were all dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Didn't Yan Chuan cultivate the Jiangchen body? He should have an irreconcilable conflict with Allah. Why was he here to deliver an invitation card? A trace of confusion flashed through Jiangchen's eyes, but he immediately accepted the card. When he saw it, a strange expression appeared on his face. The other Boulders also looked puzzled. Jiangchen handed the invitation card to them. They passed it around, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Allah, am I seeing things? Yan Chuan is actually inviting Allah to attack the Great Kindness World together? How is that possible? Pan Ding cried out in shock. This was too inconceivable. It was like a mouse sending an invitation to a cat, inviting the cat to deal with other mice. The Boulders couldn't wrap their heads around it. Jiangchen was the one with the greatest tolerance. Yan Chuan? He wants to invite all of the Netherworld's leaders to attack the Great Kindness World? Asked Jiangchen in a low voice. That's right. The Great Emperor once said that the conflict between the Great Jin realm and the Jiangchen realm won't affect the conflict between us and the Great Kindness World, said the official. Interesting. Very interesting indeed, laughed Jiangchen. The Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan looked west, followed by Gui Guzi, Li Si and the others. Great Emperor, the invitations have been sent out. As you expected, they've all agreed, said Li Si in a low voice. Yan Chuan smiled coldly as he looked west. Although the Great Kindness World has many 16-layered heavens, none of them can rule the world. What a pity, said Yan Chuan in a low voice. Most importantly, Jiangchen and the Nether River Patriarch have both agreed. The Great Kindness World's counterattack is now useless, said Li Si with a smile. Yan Chuan nodded. Great Emperor, why did you invite Jiangchen and the Nether River Patriarch? Asked Meng Tian, frowning. Protect Great Jin, said Yan Chuan. Oh, Li Si said, Great Jin is attacking the Great Kindness World with lightning speed. They'll definitely pour in endless power, leaving the rear slightly empty. The Netherworld's heroes will enter together and restrict each other. Meng Tian nodded. The heroes of the Netherworld seem to have formed an alliance to destroy the Great Kindness World. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou World. Wu Jiong and Skirich stood in the square of Taiji Palace. The Great Evil World is attacking and the front lines are tight. Senior brother, we need you, said Wu Jiong in a low voice. The Lotus Goddess is sending troops? Skirich frowned slightly. The Great Zhou World doesn't have enough resources. Only you and I can resist those demons. Although the others are strong, they're still lacking against the demon leaders, said Wu Jiong in a low voice. Skirich looked at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong, I don't want to criticize you, but what's the point of holding on for the Great Zhou World? The world is in conflict and you need to know your place. Wu Jiong frowned. Although you're strong and your cultivation is increasing quickly, you're still lacking compared to Yan Chuan in the way of the Emperor. The world is in chaos and heroes are rising. The pressure will be too great if you continue to hold on, Skirich advised. Wu Jiong bit his lip and shook his head. You can't let go of this power? Asked Skirich. Wu Jiong smiled bitterly and fell silent. After a while, Wu Jiong spoke again. What the Great Zhou dynasty is today is not only my hard work, but also teacher's hard work. Teacher sent you here to ask you to help the Great Zhou dynasty. Senior brother, please continue to help me on behalf of teacher. Skirich stared at Wu Jiong for a while and finally said helplessly, all right, since it's teacher's decision, I'll help you. I'll go to the front lines and defeat all the demon leaders for you. Thank you, senior brother, said Wu Jiong solemnly. Yang Realm, Anan Continent. As the Great Thousand World and Great Evil World sent out their troops, Anan Continent was defenseless. The armies of the two worlds charged ferociously at Anan Continent. After the Longevity Emperor's baptism, there were no more powerful heroes in Anan Continent. Not long after the war, the armies of the Great Evil World and Great Thousand World officially faced each other. Boom. Neither side gave in. The war between the Great Thousand World and Great Evil World officially began. Chapter 15:12. World of the Living West Continent. The demons of Great Evil World were attacking West Continent. The soldiers of West Continent were retreating in defeat. Although they resisted, they could only escape when faced with Tiangang East High Priest and West High Priest. On a territory. Boom. Wherever Tiangang went, a city was destroyed. Behind him, the sky was filled with demons with black wings. They were yelling as they rushed into the city. The soldiers of Great Zhou tried to resist, but they were no match for the demons. Ah! Help! Father! The city was filled with screams, but the demons were too fierce. Tiangang looked at everything coldly as if he did not care about the lives of the people in the city. Boom! Suddenly, a purple sword ray shot from the northwest. Boom! The sword ray got bigger and bigger as it got closer. Gradually, it turned into a vast sword river and rushed towards the demons. Boom! Suddenly, a large number of demons were slashed in half by the sword ray. How dare you! Tiangang's face changed as he swung his sword to counter the attack. Boom! Under the ferocious collision, Tiangang's long sword shattered with a loud bang. The huge impact instantly sent Tiangang flying backwards. Boom! 10 miles away, Tiangang stabilized his body. All the demons were shocked as they looked over. Whoosh! It was the sky above the city. Tongtian's black robe fluttered in the wind. He held the immortal slaying sword and looked at Tiangang and the demons calmly. It's Tongtian. Great. The prime of Tongtian is here to save us. Greetings, Tongtian. The city was filled with cheers. Tongtian was unmoved as he looked at Tiangang opposite him. Tongtian. Tiangang's face darkened. Tiangang understood how powerful Tongtian was from the sword just now. He was at the 16th level of sword cultivation. Tongtian, chaos is inevitable. The Great Evil World Lord Lotus God admires you very much. I wonder if Tongtian is willing to join my Great Evil World. My lord is willing to give you a continent. What do you think? Tiangang said immediately. Tongtian sneered. Tiangang actually persuaded him to surrender. The world is in chaos. The great heavenly domain won't be able to hold on for long. With your abilities, why are you trapped in the shallows? Tiangang asked again. Frem. Skirich said coolly. Tiangang's expression changed. As long as I'm here, you can forget about invading the western outer continent. Tongtian said coldly. Tongtian, you are just someone who was defeated by Genao. Master thinks highly of you, that's why he asked me to recruit you. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. Tiangang berated. I lost to Genao, not you. Why are you so agitated? With your ability, however many come, I'll kill all. Skirich said solemnly. Humph. Tiangang snorted coldly. Don't blame me for being stubborn. Skirich said coldly. Turning the immortal extermination sword in his hand, he suddenly stabbed out. A purple sword light that tore through the void once again shot towards Tiangang. Boom. In the distance, East High Priest and West High Priest also heard the loud noise and turned their heads to look. Did Skirich attack? The two High Priests' faces darkened as they rushed over. In the western outer continent, at the entrance of Luoyang City's Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong looked at the battle in the southeast direction and frowned. Husband, when Hongjun changed my fate and asked me to take over your Li Tang Empire and establish Great Zhou, not only did you not blame me, you even gave me the ancestral Taiji diagram. Husband, I will definitely do what I promised you. I will protect Great Zhou. No one can destroy it no matter how big the price is. Wu Jiong clenched her fists, her eyes slightly red. Southern outer continent, Thousand Lotus Sea. The Lotus God did not pay much attention to the battle in the western outer continent. At this moment, her gaze was focused on the Anan continent. The Great Evil World and the Great Thousand World each occupied half of the Anan continent. The two armies were fighting. This was a war between two worlds. Lotus God could not afford to be careless. Lotus God looked at the distant battlefield and then at the entrance of the Immortal Palace in the northern outer continent. At the entrance of the Immortal Palace, Zhongshan was also looking at the battlefield. Then Zhongshan turned to look in Lotus God's direction. The two transcendents, two realm lords, looked at each other from a distance. Their eyes were cold and solemn. Zhongshan, you have already taken the Anan continent and now you want to fight with me for it. You are too greedy. Lotus God said coldly. Although her voice was not loud as a transcendent, she could instantly transmit her voice to the entrance of the Immortal Palace. Zhongshan stared at Lotus God and smiled. In this world there is no rule about who can get it. Let's rely on our own abilities. Rely on our own abilities? If there are 6 continents adjacent to you, why did you choose the one that my great evil world values? Are you trying to start a war between the 2 worlds? Lotus God said coldly. It doesn't matter. Zhongshan said with a smile. It doesn't matter? Lotus God narrowed her eyes. Why? Lotus God asked in a low voice. In the current situation in the Yang realm, she and Zhongshan were the 2 realm lords. They should be the strongest. If they wanted to conquer the world, shouldn't they first take over the smaller factions and then fight at the top? Otherwise, if they fought at the beginning, wouldn't the smaller factions take advantage of them? Lotus God was puzzled and stared at Zhongshan. Zhongshan chuckled and shook his head. Can't you see? What? Among the 6 factions adjacent to the Great Thousand World, you are the easiest to bully. Zhongshan said lightly. She was the easiest to bully among the 6 factions adjacent to her? His words angered Lotus God. How dare you? Lotus God shouted angrily. Zhongshan smiled and shook his head confidently. You and I are both level 15 transcendents. Am I easy to bully? You and I are the same. Lotus God said angrily. It's not the same. No matter what, I can tell you that I want the Anan continent. Withdraw your troops. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Lotus God was furious. You don't believe me? I can prove it to you. Zhongshan smiled. Then come. Lotus God's fighting spirit soared. Let's go. Zhongshan said. Zhongshan stepped into the sky. The Lotus Goddess didn't hesitate to follow him. Boom. The 2 transcendents broke through the starry sky and went straight into Wuji. The battle between the 2 transcendents began. Netherworld, Great Benevolence World. Yan Chuan brought Mo Yushi and the 12 supreme beasts to the peak of a mountain. Behind them, a large number of great Jin soldiers were hiding in the forest not far away. In front of them was a bustling city. Lightning flashed around the city and a large number of phoenixes flew past. Husband, is this the inner south continent of Great Benevolence World? Mo Yushi asked solemnly. That's right, Yan Chuan said. The ruler of the inner south continent is the Lightning Emperor who has the Lightning Phoenix. The Great Accomplishment Empire has mobilized almost all of its forces, including all of the powerful experts who robbed the stars of their star power. With the information we have on Dark Ghost Valley, we'll be able to wipe him out in one fell swoop. If we succeed in dealing with the Thunder Monarch, we will take the inner south continent. But what about the outer east continent of Great Benevolence World? Mo Yushi asked. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Mournful Transformation and Dongfang Jingpai have all gone to the outer east continent. Yan Chuan said. But the master of the outer east continent isn't that easy to deal with, is he? Mo Yushi said worriedly. The master of the outer east continent is the Poison Dragon King. Don't worry, he'll be here soon. Yan Chuan said confidently. It's all thanks to Dark Ghost Guzi that we can gather such detailed information. Mo Yushi said. At this time, 9th Rat walked up. Emperor, news has come from all directions. Jiangchen and the Boulders have arrived at the outer south continent of Great Benevolence World. The Nether River Patriarch has led his subordinates to the outer north continent of Great Benevolence World. Emperor has arrived at the inner north continent. 9th Rat said. They're all here? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. 9th Rat nodded. Yan Chuan stood on the mountain peak and looked around. Are they going to devour the entire netherworld of Great Benevolence World? Mo Yushi looked at Yan Chuan. That's right. It's easier to invite a god than to send him away. We have to take down Lightning Emperor as soon as possible. Soon we might have to face Jiangchen and the others. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi nodded, a trace of seriousness flashing through her eyes. This time, it involved a huge matter that would shake the entire netherworld of Great Benevolence World. Not far away, in the largest palace in the center of the city that was flickering with lightning, Thunder Phoenix Hall. Inside the Thunder Phoenix Hall, Dark Ghost Goozy sat at one side, carefully sipping a cup of tea. Beside him sat a purple-haired man. He had phoenix eyes, a tall and sturdy figure, and was incomparably dignified. There were traces of lightning revolving around his hair. Are you representing Great Venerable Yution? Are you here to talk about the Heavenly Peach Sword with me? The purple-haired man said in a low voice. Lightning Emperor, don't be impatient. Let's talk when Poison Dragon King comes. Dark Ghost Goozy laughed. In the past, when Imperial Yution obtained the Heavenly Peach Sword from the First World, I went to see him. The Heavenly Peach Sword can withstand all lightning in the world, and it suits my attribute. I was willing to exchange precious treasures and several territories for it, but he wasn't willing. Lightning Emperor said in a low voice. It suits your attribute, but it counters zombies and Great Venerable Yution. Tell me, if it were you, would you be willing to exchange? Dark Ghost Goozy laughed. Lightning Emperor's expression darkened. Since you aren't willing to exchange, what are you here for? Lightning Emperor said in a low voice. As for the specific reason, let's wait for Poison Dragon King to come. How about it? Moreover, this is your home ground, what are you worried about? Dark Ghost Goozy laughed. Lightning Emperor naturally wasn't worried, but he didn't understand why Great Venerable Yution wanted Dark Ghost Goozy. Roar. Suddenly, a long roar came from outside the hall. The two looked over and saw a huge five-colored dragon flying over from afar. Its aura was grand and its roar shook the surroundings. The guards around the Thunder Phoenix Hall instantly rushed out. Don't stop him, let him come over. Lightning Emperor shouted. Yes. The guards all retreated. In the hall, Dark Ghost Goozy's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath. Boom. The huge five-colored dragon landed at the entrance of the hall and transformed into a human-shaped man with colorful hair. Lightning Emperor, why did you call me here? Poison Dragon King walked into the hall with large strides. He seemed to have a very good relationship with Lightning Emperor. On the other side, at the peak of a mountain, Chuan saw Poison Dragon King coming over from afar. Dark Ghost Goozy has already tricked Lightning Emperor and lured Poison Dragon King over. Prepare to attack. Chuan's eyes darkened. Yes. The 12 Supremes replied. Chapter 15-13. In the Thunder Phoenix Hall. Kwang. The door of the hall slammed shut. Lightning Emperor, why did you call me here? Poison Dragon King entered the hall and sat down boldly. Lightning Emperor looked at Dark Gui Goozy. Poison Dragon King also looked over curiously. It's you. Dark Gui Goozy smiled. Alright, I've said it before. When the four worlds merge into one, Great Kindness World will definitely merge into the first world. Are the two of you going to face Chuan of Dezhen? It's rumored that Dark Gui Goozy has enmity with Chuan and Gui Goozy. Are you here to bring us together to destroy Dezhen? Poison Dragon King's expression changed. What do the two of you think? Dark Gui Goozy smiled. We definitely have to make a move. Grand Venerable Yution is in the West Outer Continent. Is he willing to make a trip with us? Lightning Emperor said indifferently. That will depend on the two of you. Dark Gui Goozy smiled. Attitude? What attitude can we have? We each occupy a border, and after merging we will definitely compete with Chuan. Poison Dragon King said solemnly. What about Lightning Emperor? Dark Gui Goozy asked. In the first world, only Great Emperor Jiangshan of the Netherworld is considered powerful. The others are nothing. If Chuan came, I would definitely be able to destroy him. Unfortunately, he's on his home ground. Lightning Emperor shook his head. While speaking, Poison Dragon King's and Lightning Emperor's expressions sank as they looked towards the door. Boom. A huge force came from the door and the huge door of the Thunder Phoenix Hall exploded. Fragments shot towards everyone. How dare you? Lightning Emperor's expression changed and he blocked the countless fragments. Lightning Emperor and Poison Dragon King quickly rushed out of the hall. In the surroundings, countless strong practitioners flew, and countless weapons were pointed at the 14 figures in the sky. Lightning Emperor's and Poison Dragon King's expressions suddenly changed. Chuan? Poison Dragon King cried out in shock. Why was Chuan here? Chuan, what are you doing here? Lightning Emperor narrowed his eyes. In midair, Yen Chuan Emoyushi and the 12 Supremes coldly stared at the entrance of the Thunder Phoenix Palace. Emoyushi took out a picture scroll. Then he began to identify the two people in the distance. That's right, it's them. Lightning Emperor, Poison Dragon King. Emoyushi said solemnly. That's good. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Shaochen did not bother speaking nonsense with the Poison Dragon King and the Thunder Emperor. Suddenly, a martial emperor sacrificial altar appeared under his feet. Buzz. A huge force was emitted. Yen Chuan's hands shone brightly as countless spell symbols emerged from his palms and the back of his hands. Boom. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Poison Dragon King. A huge energy palm shot out. How dare you? How dare you? The Thunder Emperor and the Poison Dragon King both angrily rebuked. Suddenly, the two of them attacked Yen Chuan with their palms. Boom. The energy palms destroyed each other. Countless fragments exploded in midair. However, the entire Thunder Phoenix Palace instantly exploded. Bastard. How dare you? The Poison Dragon King instantly turned into a huge poison dragon and soared into the sky. The Thunder Emperor also quickly turned into a huge purple phoenix. Screech. The huge phoenix soared into the sky and absorbed the heavenly merit. Rolling lightning shot out from the huge purple phoenix, instantly making the huge purple phoenix look like the lightning of heaven and earth, erupting with billions of lightning bolts. Boom. The 12 paths of reincarnation revolved around the Thunder Emperor, emitting a ferocious aura. The previous exchange of palms allowed the lightning to know Yen Chuan's ferociousness. At this moment, it naturally did not dare to underestimate him and instantly used its full strength. Screech. Emoyushi turned into a dark phoenix, and the 36 paths of reincarnation revolved around her. Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. The 12 Supremes attacked at the same time, and a ferocious aura instantly erupted. The surging waves immediately caused the Poison Dragon King, who was in midair, to change his expression. Previously he was full of confidence. However, after facing Yen Chuan's palm, he knew how ferocious Yen Chuan was. Now, the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation and Emoyushi's 36 paths of reincarnation immediately caused the Poison Dragon King to shudder. The Poison Dragon King was at 15th heaven, and this was not his home ground. He instantly knew that he was in trouble and had been schemed against. Screech. The dragon swung its tail and a 7-colored poison light pounced toward Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan stretched out his right palm and silver light shot out in all directions. Boom. The poison light was instantly repelled. The huge force even hit the Poison Dragon King's tail. Boom. The dragon tail suddenly twisted as if it could not withstand the heavy blow. Screech. The Poison Dragon King's expression changed and he turned around to leave. Yen Chuan used this attack to display his ferocious side. The Poison Dragon King needed to return to his home ground as soon as possible. Boom. Surging poison fog filled the air. The Poison Dragon King quickly flew back to his territory amid the poison fog. Since you are here, there is no need to leave. My dragon carriage is still missing a dragon. Stay behind. Yen Chuan shouted. Boom. Then Shaochen stretched out both palms and 2 huge manifested palms shot out. The Dao hand was a treasure of the first epoch. It was extremely mighty, ferocious, and unrivaled. Coupled with Yen Chuan's current strength, it erupted with unprecedented force. Boom. Shaochen grabbed the dragon tail with his right palm and struck the Poison Dragon King's head with his left palm. Boom. The Poison Dragon King's head tilted to the side, unable to fly. What? No. That's impossible. The Poison Dragon King, who could not escape, exclaimed. Then Shaochen swung his right palm. Boom. The Poison Dragon King immediately struck the ground like a whip. Mountains and rivers immediately shattered. Everywhere the poison fog went, countless life forms died instantly. The left manifested palm grabbed the Poison Dragon King's neck again. Then Shaochen pulled with both hands. Arg! The Poison Dragon King let out a pained cry. His body tore apart from the pull. There were even tears in some places. Buzz. The Poison Dragon King went limp in the blink of an eye, defeated by Yen Chuan. However, Yen Chuan did not let his guard down. He quickly laid down many restrictions to restrain the Poison Dragon King. In the blink of an eye, the master of a continent was easily subdued. All around, the experts who couldn't get close had already widened their eyes in disbelief. At the same time, battles broke out in the cities of the great benevolent realms inner southern continent and outer eastern continent. By Qi Jin Deyu Wang Jian Meng Tian Desolate Hua, and the other war gods of the great benevolent realm fought against countless experts. Nothing was more shocking than this. When the Poison Dragon King was subdued, the Thunder Emperor broke out of the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation. Boom. When the Thunder Emperor broke out of the 12 capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation, he happened to see Yan Chuan subduing the Poison Dragon King. Yan Chuan? Yan Chuan! The Thunder Emperor exclaimed, his scalp going numb. The Thunder Emperor was stronger than the Poison Dragon King, but there was a limit to his strength. The Thunder Emperor was a peak 15th heaven. However, in his home ground his strength could reach 16th heaven. Even so, the Thunder Emperor was not confident that he could subdue the Poison Dragon King so easily. How could Yan Chuan be so strong? Yan Chuan tossed the Poison Dragon King, and a great benevolent realm expert came forward to catch it. Boom. Yan Chuan instantly arrived before the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor, we will give you a choice. Hand over the Thunder Phoenix and submit to us. Otherwise die. Yan Chuan glared, revealing a ferocious aura. A strong might and pressure charged at the Thunder Emperor. The Lightning Emperor's 12 paths of reincarnation was much weaker than Mo Yushi's 36 paths of reincarnation. There was the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation that could trap the Thunder Emperor and Yan Chuan. The Thunder Emperor's heart suddenly quivered. Imperial Sky? He lied to me? The Thunder Emperor suddenly said hatefully. Submit or die? Yan Chuan shouted again. Boom. A palm smashed towards the Thunder Emperor again. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Why? The Thunder Emperor struggled and spat out a huge lightning ball at the manifested palm. The huge palm crushed the lightning ball and continued to smash towards the Thunder Emperor. Boom. Under Yan Chuan's ferocious attack, the Thunder Emperor was immediately suppressed. However, the Thunder Emperor was unwilling to accept this. Just earlier, the Thunder Emperor was still thinking about going to the Great Qin City and suppressing Yan Chuan. Now Yan Chuan suppressed him on his home ground. The difference was too great. It was so great that the Thunder Emperor was unwilling to accept it. No. How stubborn. Boom. Yan Chuan did not show any pity. The Thunder Emperor's struggle was a waste of his time. He deserved to be taught a lesson. Boom. 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 Explosions rang out in the great benevolent world's southern continent, shaking the underworld. However, this was not the only battlefield. In the northern continent, the Emperor also arrived outside a city. Ha! The Emperor roared. As he glared, he swung his saber at a city. Boom! The vast city was instantly cleaved in half from the center, leaving behind a bottomless black ditch. Impudent! Do you know that this is Heavenly King Zu's teaching ground? A bird-headed man shouted. Thing. The Emperor's expression was cold as he swung his saber across the sky. A white light flashed and the bird-headed man was instantly cleaved in half. A large number of birdmen flew around, all of them horrified. The third sect master was killed. The third sect master was killed. A birdman exclaimed in horror. Immediately, 2 more white-robed men flew out from a nearby mountain. The 2 gave off a vast white light. Everywhere the white light passed, white waves appeared in the air. Sect Master, Second Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Second Sect Master. The countless birdmen in the surroundings greeted respectfully. Submit to me or die. The Emperor looked at one of the white-clad men. Impudent, one of the men shouted angrily. Thing. The Emperor's eyes flashed with viciousness as he slashed with his saber. A heavenly sword that separated heaven and earth instantly appeared in the void. What? Boom. The man who had shouted earlier was instantly cleaved in half. The second sect master was killed? The surrounding birdmen exclaimed in horror. The Emperor looked at the last person again. The last person's eyes were filled with hatred and fear. Submit to me or die. The Emperor said coldly again. Me? Who are you? The white-clad man asked in a deep voice. Humph. The Emperor snorted coldly. Without wasting any time he slashed with his saber again. Thing. The saber lit up heaven and earth, and a huge saber energy slashed toward the white-clad man with unstoppable force. The white-clad man was terrified. He was only asking a question. Didn't they have time to say anything? The white-clad man immediately raised his sword to meet the saber. Boom. The long sword instantly shattered. No! The last white-clad man exclaimed. Boom. The white-clad man was cleaved in half. He could not believe this scene. The sect master is dead? Heavenly King Zhu is dead? Countless people were dumbfounded. After the emperor killed the leader, he looked around coldly. Everyone in the inner North Continent, listen up. From now on, the inner North Continent is the territory of the Undying Sect. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Boom. With the emperor as the center, a violent saber energy shot out in all directions in the inner North Continent. Chapter 15-14. The Great Benevolent Realm. In the inner South Continent, Yan Chuan Mo Yushi and the 12 primes made their moves. Although the Thunder Emperor was ferocious, he was suppressed in all aspects. After fighting for a short while, he could no longer hold on. Boom. Yan Chuan's manifested palms suddenly grabbed the Thunder Emperor's phoenix neck. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor no longer showed his earlier tyrannical air. Panic filled his face. That's impossible. How could the weakest realm, how could it? The Thunder Emperor said in a fluster. Yan Chuan had crushed the Thunder Emperor's earlier confidence. Kill Yan Chuan? Right now it was more likely that Yan Chuan would kill the Thunder Emperor. Submit or die? Yan Chuan's gaze turned cold as he increased the force of his Dao hand. It seemed like he could break the Thunder Emperor's neck in the next instant. Two choices? With Mo Yushi here, the Thunder Emperor believed that if Yan Chuan killed him, he would not have a chance to reincarnate even if he wanted to. Crack, crack, crack. Yan Chuan increased the force of his palm. Submit, submit. The Thunder Emperor cried out with a sorrowful expression. Boom. Yan Chuan quickly placed a large number of restrictions into the Thunder Emperor's body. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor did not dare to resist, allowing himself to be restrained. Whoosh. Only then did Yan Chuan let go of the Thunder Emperor's neck. After regaining his freedom and having a large portion of his cultivation sealed, the Thunder Emperor could only bow respectfully to Yan Chuan. Greetings, Master. Call me Emperor then. Yan Chuan said seriously. Yes, greetings, Emperor. The Thunder Emperor said bitterly. Yan Chuan stared at the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor could only wave his hand helplessly. Slowly, countless arcs of electricity in his body gathered in his palm, and a purple sphere appeared in his palm. The power of cycles circled the sphere. Supreme Thunder Phoenix. The Thunder Emperor held it out. Mo Yushi immediately received it. Boom. The 36 paths of cycles appeared, immediately wrapping around the Supreme Thunder Phoenix. Using the power of cycles to refine the power of cycles, Shaoqin quickly refined the Supreme Thunder Phoenix into his body. Boom. Not long after, another cycle of reincarnation appeared around Mo Yushi. Boom. The 48 paths of reincarnation revolved around him, causing the void to tremble and waves of energy to rise in all directions. As the Thunder Emperor looked at his surroundings, he felt somewhat depressed. However, he felt even more astonished. 48 streaks, that was 48 streaks. In the past, before the 4 realms merged into one, the Thunder Monarch already possessed the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now that the 4 realms had merged into one, with the Thunder Phoenix's venerable, he had once again grasped the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 12 paths of reincarnation. This filled the Thunder Monarch with endless confidence. But now, looking at the 48 paths of reincarnation, Lei Dian's face was filled with bitterness. He had been too naive back then. Great Jin used his contributions to establish his position and quickly cooperated with Yifeng to take control of the inner South Continent. He also convinced the Poison Dragon King to cooperate with Great Jin in subduing the major cities. This is your chance to make a name for yourself. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The Thunder Emperor said helplessly. Yifeng. Yan Chuan shouted. Not far away, Yifeng slowly flew over from the crowd. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Yifeng said with a smile. Yes. The Thunder Emperor will cooperate with you and quickly subdue the cities of the 2 continents. Those who are willing to be subdued will be treated well. Those who are not, kill. Yan Chuan said with a cold look in his eyes. Yes. We need to be fast. As soon as possible. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yan Chuan turned his head and looked in the direction of the outer west continent. Please stay here. Careful. Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. I'll go and help you. Mo Yushi said worriedly. No, you stay here to guard this place in case anything happens. Yan Chuan shook his head. Seeing Yan Chuan insist, Mo Yushi could only helplessly nod. Boom. Yan Chuan quickly shot towards the outer west continent. When the Thunder Emperor saw Yan Chuan leave, he relaxed slightly and let out a long breath. He wanted to resist again, but when he looked around he smiled bitterly. He could not resist at all. Boom. A loud sound came from all directions. The Thunder Emperor was a peak 15th heaven cultivator. Naturally, he could see into the distance. However, the first thing he saw was the inner north continent. He happened to see the ruler of the inner north continent, Heavenly King Zhu, split in half with one saber strike. Oh, Heavenly King Zhu! The Thunder Emperor exclaimed. This was because the inner north continent's Heavenly King Zhu was as strong as the Thunder Emperor. Such a strong person got chopped down with one saber strike? One saber strike? As the Thunder Emperor looked into the distance, his scalp suddenly went numb. He celebrated his treatment and also felt fear for his ignorance. Not long ago, the Thunder Emperor thought that Jiangchen was the only expert in the First World's netherworld and that the others were nothing to worry about. However, it now looked like how laughable the Thunder Emperor was back then. The Thunder Emperor understood that Yan Chuan did not use his full strength. Under such circumstances he was captured alive. What right did he have to compete with Yan Chuan? He looked at the woman in the First World's North Continent. She should be the ruler of the Undying Sect, right? She killed Heavenly King Zhu, who was on par with him, with one saber strike? The Thunder Emperor's scalp went numb. Boom. A loud sound came from the outer North Continent again, attracting the Thunder Emperor's attention. The Thunder Emperor looked over. The Northern Master God? The Thunder Emperor looked at the ruler of the outer North Continent. The ruler of the outer North Continent was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was 30 meters tall and extremely majestic. He held a trident in his hand. When his body shook, divine flames soared into the sky. In front of him was a thin and handsome man. The man looked extremely weak and could not withstand a single blow. Compared to the Northern Master God, he was on a completely different level. The Northern Master God also seemed to be mocking the thin and handsome man. The thin and handsome man did not waste any time. He stretched out his right palm and threw it at the Northern Master God. Smack. The loud slap shattered the void. The Northern Master God's face was deformed and he was sent flying. The Thunder Emperor's face stiffened. That was the Northern Master God, who was not weaker than him. Yet he was sent flying by the thin and handsome man's slap. The Northern Master God flew for 10,000 miles before he could stabilize himself. He looked at the thin and handsome man in horror. Kill! With a loud roar, the trident in his hand suddenly pierced toward the thin and handsome man. Whoosh! The thin and handsome man grabbed the trident and snatched it. The Northern Master God's face changed. Boom! The trident landed heavily on his face. The thin and handsome man seemed to be having fun as he sent the Northern Master God flying. 8 of his front teeth fell out in midair, and his face was extremely deformed. As he flew, he looked at the deformed face. The Thunder Emperor shuddered. It was extremely painful to look at. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor suddenly felt grateful to Yan Chuan. After all, when Yan Chuan hit him, he was still very gentle. In the distance, the thin and handsome man suddenly exerted force and broke the trident. That is. The Thunder Emperor did not know what to say. The Thunder Emperor had personally experienced the power of the trident. However, it was so weak in front of the thin and handsome man. The thin and handsome man arrived in front of the Northern Master God and stepped on his face. Boom! With the Northern Master God being trampled beneath his feet, he could not move at all. The Thunder Emperor's face stiffened. What kind of monsters were the underworld of the First World? Who told me that the First World was the weakest world? Weakest your sister. Nether River Patriarch? She looked at the thin and handsome man and said in a low voice. He is the Nether River Patriarch? Didn't they say that he only occupies 10 territories? He doesn't even have one continent. How can he be so powerful? The Thunder Emperor asked in confusion. She rolled her eyes. What do you know? Ninth Rat looked at him in disdain. The supremes of the national beasts also rolled their eyes. Was strength judged by territories? When the Thunder Emperor saw their expressions, he realized how stupid of a question he'd asked. He turned to look at the outer South Continent. In the outer South Continent, Jiangchen arrived at a city. He hovered in midair, not saying a word. His powerful aura pressed down on the city. Rumble. The powerful aura pressed down on the city's common people, causing them to kneel and kowtow. Countless living beings and dead spirits knelt and kowtowed. In fact, countless trees bent under the pressure. The immense pressure was unparalleled. At the entrance of a great hall stood an armored man wielding a halberd. Everyone else knelt. Only the man gripped his halberd and stared at the pressure. The ruler of the outer South Continent, the unparalleled war god? The Thunder Emperor looked over. The unparalleled war god faced Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen's aura was too ferocious. Wave after wave of pressure washed over him. The unparalleled war god's expression was extremely unsightly. Clang. The halberd stabbed into the ground, supporting him from kneeling. Crack, 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared in the ground. One after another, trenches appeared 10,000 kilometers away. Jiangchen's gaze was cold and filled with boundless ferocity. The unparalleled war god struggled bitterly. His knees trembled and he refused to kneel. Boom! The great emperor's altar appeared beneath Jiangchen's feet. An even more ferocious pressure descended on the unparalleled war god. Boom! Heavenly might covered the sky, boundless and domineering. Crack! The unparalleled war god's knees bent, and he knelt before great Emperor Jiangchen. The Thunder Emperor felt his scalp go numb. That was the unparalleled war god. Even he hadn't been able to defeat him. He'd thought great Emperor Jiangchen was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. The first world? Was this the first world or the savage world? The Thunder Emperor shuddered. That's enough, Thunder Emperor. Hurry up. There are still many things to do. Yifeng said in a low voice. Yes, the Thunder Emperor immediately said obediently. The Thunder Emperor had no choice but to act presumptuously. Before the four realms had merged, he'd been filled with confidence. Peak 15th Heaven. In the past million years, the great benevolence world had undergone earth-shattering changes. Many people's cultivation had increased, and even he had reached unimaginable heights in the past. He'd been full of confidence, but now he suddenly realized how laughable his confidence had been. The experts of the great benevolence world had been constantly climbing the peak. Did the other three realms remain stagnant? The first world and the great benevolence world had fought in the netherworld. It could be said that the great benevolence world had been completely defeated. This was the savage world. Faced with Yifeng's urging, the Thunder Emperor quickly cooperated. Great benevolence world, West Outer Continent. This was also the place where the first world had merged. Yan Chuan quickly arrived at the West Outer Continent alone and rushed straight for a huge palace. The Heaven Fighting Palace. Countless zombies walked around outside the Heaven Fighting Palace. Boom. Yan Chuan arrived in an instant. Waves of energy surged in all directions. He struck out with his palm, heading straight for the Heaven Fighting Palace. Boom. Outside the Heaven Fighting Palace, the barrier automatically protected it. It collided with Yan Chuan's palm, causing ripples to spread out. Quang. The doors of the Heaven Fighting Palace suddenly opened. Dressed in a green robe, Great Venerable Yu Tian slowly walked out of the palace. He had been in seclusion for a while and was at a critical juncture. He hadn't expected to be disturbed by a sudden attack. Who was courting death? Yan Chuan. Great Venerable Yu Tian stared at Yan Chuan, who was in midair. Chapter 15:15. The Benevolent Realm, the Netherworld. As the leaders of the First World conquered their respective territories, they also observed the battles of the other leaders. Jiangchen suppressed the peerless war god with his aura. His gaze, however, fell on the Nether River Patriarch of the Outer North Continent. When the Nether River Old Master fought against the Northern Master God, he was completely suppressing him. In fact, there was even a tinge of toying with him during the fight. However, there was no doubt about his powerful combat strength. Even so, the Nether River Patriarch didn't use his full strength. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Nether River Patriarch of the Third Era? Rumor has it that Kong Huangtian was the #1 expert of the Third Era, reaching the 17th layer of heaven after ascension? But now it seems you're the true #1 expert of the Third Era. Jiang Chen stared at the distant Nether River Patriarch. When he saw how powerful the Nether River Patriarch was, Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Instead he felt excited. An expert. As expected, a new expert had emerged. His feigned death all those years ago hadn't been in vain. Jiang Chen turned to look at the Emperor. The Emperor's blade was invincible. No matter who his opponent was, he finished them off with one strike. Just one strike. 15th layer of heaven? Slaughtering those of the same level as if they were pigs or dogs. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. The Emperor's cultivation wasn't enough for Jiang Chen's attention, but his blade made his eyes light up. It was unstoppable, an invincible blade technique. Wherever the blade went, it was unstoppable. It was as if there was nothing in the world he couldn't cut through with a single strike. Excellent blade technique, Jiang Chen praised. On the other side he saw Yan Chuan fighting against the Lightning Emperor. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Chuan in the distance, his expression changing slightly. Jiang Chen observed the 4 battles as did the other experts. The Emperor glanced at the Nether River Patriarch, then ignored him. He glanced at Jiang Chen, then finally looked at Yan Chuan. As he looked at Yan Chuan, the Emperor's eyes were cold and complicated. Master. The Emperor's 12th disciple flew over. Pass down my orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed, said the Emperor in a low voice. Understood, shouted the 12th disciple. The Nether River Patriarch toyed with the northern god, then stepped on his head. Pa! The Nether River Patriarch spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Someone like you dares to call yourself an overgod? The Nether River Patriarch laughed mockingly. The Northern Master God was indescribably horrified and sorrowful at the same time. How did he provoke this malefic star? Patriarch Nether River looked up at the southern battlefields and saw Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and Mingyi stared at each other. The Nether River Patriarch smiled evilly. Off in the distance, Jiang Chen's expression froze. Then, while suppressing their opponents, the eyes of all the leaders followed Yan Chuan to the front of the Immortal Palace in the western outer continent. Yan Chuan confronting Great Venerable Yu Tian? The First World, the Mortal Realm. Around the southwest region, the soldiers of the Great Wide World and the Great Evil World were waiting. The battle between Lotus Deity and Zhongshan had reached Peerless. Everyone was waiting for the result of the battle between the 2 supreme transcendents. One day later. Boom. Above the starry sky, the stars suddenly shook, and a black figure descended from the sky. Instantly they fell into the Anan continent. Boom. The surrounding seas instantly surged with towering tsunamis that surged violently towards the surrounding territories. A huge crater was smashed into the sea, and it even poured into the depths of the ground. Magma rushed out. Magma and seawater collided and steam rose into the sky. Boom. Another golden light landed on the surface of the sea. It was Zhongshan. He was dressed in a golden robe and stepped on an illusory golden dragon. He looked coldly at the sea below. Ha! A loud shout came from the sea and the magma was instantly sealed. The raging sea was instantly as calm as a mirror. It was Lotus Deity. Her hair was disheveled and she stood on the surface of the sea in an extremely sorry state. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as she looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with unwillingness. In the sky, Zhongshan stood with his hands behind his back. Now you know that I'm right. Why? Lotus Deity roared with a ferocious expression. Zhongshan looked at her coldly. You and I are both at the 15th heaven. We are both supreme transcendents of the 15th heaven. We can mobilize the power of a world and reach the strength of the 17th heaven. Why are you stronger than me? Lotus Deity roared with extreme unwillingness. The strong practitioners of the Great Wide World and the Great Evil World immediately understood the outcome. Zhongshan won. I said, I'm different from you. Zhongshan said solemnly. How are we different? I don't understand. Lotus Deity said anxiously. Transcendence is another form of immortal ascension. You transcended by borrowing the treasure of a strong practitioner of the first epoch. You are different from me. Zhongshan said solemnly. Impossible. If you want to transcend, you need the treasure of a strong practitioner of the first epoch to succeed. Lotus deity shouted. Zhongshan said solemnly, "It's not necessary but possible. You borrowed the treasure of the great air supremacy to transcend, but your growth will never surpass the great air supremacy. The great air supremacy of the first epoch was already so strong, so why didn't you transcend? Why did you choose immortal ascension? The path of transcendence is not a shortcut. Instead, it is a difficult path." "A difficult path?" Lotus deity said solemnly. "You and Tiangang both borrowed the treasures of the great air supremacy and the great force supremacy to transcend. Therefore, after you transcend, it will be difficult for you to grow stronger." Zhongshan said solemnly. "What about you? Are you useless?" Lotus deity said in disbelief. "Me? Of course I didn't use any treasure. Although I had Yan Chuan's help when I transcended with my own strength. My path is the correct path of transcendence. My path is already different from yours. If you want to break through, you are still far away. However, I am only a step away. I just need an opportunity." Zhongshan said confidently. "You can still break through? You are about to break through?" Lotus deity's face was ferocious, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Zhongshan stopped talking and stared coldly at Lotus deity. Lotus deity's face was ferocious, and endless unwillingness accumulated in her heart. She originally thought that she was invincible and that even Zhongshan might not be her match. However, when the four realms merged into one, she ran into a wall with Jiangchen. Now she was defeated by Zhongshan. Endless unwillingness accumulated a monstrous resentment. "You've already transcended, you're immortal. No one can kill you, but it's not impossible to suppress you. Tell your people to get the hell out of the Anan continent. Otherwise, I'll suppress you for eternity." Zhongshan glared at him and said ferociously. Lotus deity's expression was extremely ugly. "Everyone in the Anan continent and great evil world, retreat. Roar." Lotus deity roared in grief and indignation. They had lost. They had lost so completely. The demons of the Anan continent, the southern high priest, and the northern high priest all had bitter expressions. They had just taken 16 territories and they were going to give it up just like that? Although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Lotus deity's anger accumulated even more. Zhongshan glanced at Lotus deity and ignored her. He flew back to the immortal palace of the outer north continent. Lotus deity led a group of demons and retreated unwillingly. The demons returned. Lotus deity was still angry. Rumble. The outer west continent rumbled. It was sect leader Tongtian, who fought a group of demons with the immortal slaying sword. The high priest of the east, the high priest of the west, and the heavenly dipper were all suppressed by the prime of Tongtian. Countless demons rushed forward. Once immortal slaying sword was used, who could fight against it? With a sword in hand, he was invincible. Heavenspan alone blocked the great evil world's magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. He was ferocious and invincible. Lotus deity looked at Tongtian in the distance. Her face was gloomy, and the anger she had accumulated before became even more furious. Netherworld's outer south continent meeting a wall. Around the southeast continent, meeting a wall against the Golden Emperor. Around the Anan continent, meeting a wall against Zhongshan. Now the little sect leader Tongtian also made her army meet a wall. Humph. Lotus deity flung her sleeves in anger and flew toward the outer west continent. Boom. Lotus deity rushed toward Tongtian's main battlefield. On the battlefield, Tongtian fought a group of heroes with unparalleled ferocity. The heavenly dipper had been killed several times, but because he had transcended, he could quickly recover each time. But even so, he was still bitterly disappointed by the slaughter. Sect leader Tongtian was too powerful. "Get out of the outer west continent." Tongtian shouted coldly. Boom. A powerful aura rushed toward the demons. Behind him, the people of Great Zhou cheered. They cheered for Tongtian, who blocked all the demons. In the distance, Wu Jiong's eyes flashed with joy. But at this moment, boom, a violent aura rushed toward Tongtian's battlefield. Bam. A large number of demons were instantly sent flying by this powerful aura. The battle between the heavenly dipper, the high priest of the east, and the high priest of the west suddenly stopped. Tongtian's expression changed as he looked over. Half of the sky was already covered by black lotuses. The lotus deity descended with monstrous anger and boundless ferocity, rushing toward Tongtian. Bam. Sect leader Tong Tian was forced to step back. Lotus deity? In the distant Luoyang city, Wu Jiong's expression changed. On the Tongtian battlefield it was even more shocking. The Lotus deity came personally? The Lotus deity stared at Tongtian. Tongtian, submit to me or die. Boom. A fierce aura rushed toward Tongtian. This was not a projection but the Lotus deity's true body. She had just fought with Zhongshan and was furious. She glared at Tongtian with boundless ferocity. Submit. Ha, I will not submit to anyone other than teacher. Tongtian said in a deep voice. Lotus deity said coldly. If you want to fight, let's fight. Tongtian shouted coldly. Tongtian was proud and unyielding. Other than his teacher he was never controlled by anyone else. Even when he assisted Wu Jiong, it was under Hongjuan's request to repay his kindness. Now the Lotus deity wanted him to submit? That was obviously impossible. Courting death. The Lotus deity snorted and attacked Tongtian. Boom. The void collapsed as the Lotus deity attacked heavily. Great Kindness World, West Outer Continent of the Netherworld. Yan Chuan arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Heaven Palace alone. Great Venerable Yu Tian was first shocked by Yan Chuan's arrival, then attracted by the shock of the world. Poison Dragon King, Lightning Emperor, Master God of the North, Heavenly King Zhu, Peerless War God? Great Venerable Yu Tian's expression changed. Great Venerable Yu Tian was 16 heavens. Although he didn't care about these 5 people, the entire netherworld of the Great Kindness World being wiped out still shocked him. Most importantly, Great Venerable Yu Tian saw Jiangchen from South Outer Continent. Jiangchen was also here? Great Venerable Yu Tian suddenly quivered. He was originally planning how to swallow Yan Chuan, but before he could do so, Jiangchen was already at the door. No, he had to become stronger first and have more capital to fight Jiangchen. Turning his head to look at Yan Chuan in midair, Great Venerable Yu Tian's eyes turned cold. You came at the right time. Yan Chuan, if you didn't come I would have gone to find you. Sword of Heavenly Peach. Great Venerable Yu Tian shouted. Boom. He quickly took out the Sword of Heavenly Peach, preparing to defeat Yan Chuan and swallow Yan Chuan to make himself perfect before fighting Jiangchen. Seeing Great Venerable Yu Tian's reaction, Yan Chuan sneered. Chapter 15-16. The Heavenly Peach Sword appeared. Roar. Roar. 5 lightning dragons roared as they charged towards Yan Chuan, bringing with them countless bolts of lightning. Boom. Under the endless lightning, it was like a vast sea of lightning that surged over. Wherever the aftershock passed, a large number of zombies in all directions screamed. Ah! Roar. Amidst the screams, countless zombies were struck by lightning and burned to death. The Heavenly Peach Sword was the nemesis of zombies and its power was boundless. Yan Chuan's face darkened. He stretched out his right hand and silver light surrounded it. The Hand of Tao appeared and a huge silver screen appeared in the void, blocking the endless lightning dragons. Boom. The lightning and the palm collided, and the void around the Imperial Heaven Palace exploded. Imperial Heaven was 16 heavens after all, and his power was incomparably fierce. Yan Chuan was 15 heavens and stepped on the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar, reaching the power of 16 heavens, but it was still a little weak. Roar. Yan Chuan's head spat out blood, and a vast sea of blood suddenly appeared. The cypress tree soared into the sky and in an instant, it connected the stars in the sky. The stars in the Great Kindness World suddenly lit up, and the rolling star power was quickly extracted by Yan Chuan. Behind him hundreds of heavenly Tao revolved, and a terrifying power gathered in Yan Chuan's body. The Hand of Tao was activated by an even greater power. Boom. His right palm pushed out and instantly, thousands of lightning bolts were crushed into powder and scattered everywhere. The huge power rushed straight towards Imperial Heaven. Boom. Under Imperial Heaven's feet, the mountains all around exploded. Under the huge power, even Great Venerable Yu Tian's body retreated. As Yan Chuan's power increased, the Sea of Blood's ability to suppress those of a higher level gradually weakened. It didn't weaken, but it gradually couldn't keep up with Yan Chuan's power. Even so, with all the power gathered, Yan Chuan's power was pushed to the peak of 16 heavens. Imperial Heaven retreated and stabilized himself, looking at Yen Chuan in shock. The Heavenly Peach Sword is useless? You're not the zombie Yen Chuan? Imperial Heaven exclaimed. Yen Chuan in human form? Yu Tian's face darkened as if he knew that he had been tricked. After all, the First World had sent so many experts including Jiangchen, but Yen Chuan had come in human form. Wasn't that the same as provoking a war between him and Jiangchen? The zombie Yen Chuan didn't come, and the human Yen Chuan wanted to take advantage of the situation? I don't care which body you are. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Great Venerable Yu Tian said coldly. The Heavenly Peach Sword in his hand slashed out again. Boom. Tens of gigantic purple lightning dragons roared and tore apart the void, rushing towards Yen Chuan once again. Universe in the palm. Boom. The endless lightning was instantly sucked into Yen Chuan's palm. It circled around his palm. Stellar transposition. Yen Chuan gave a loud shout and the lightning dragons rushed out again. However, this time they were rushing towards Great Venerable Yu Tian. What? Yu Tian's expression changed and he swung the Heavenly Peach Sword in his hand again. Endless lightning bolts from both sides collided with each other. Boom. The void was torn apart. The two forces cancelled each other out. However, Great Venerable Yu Tian's expression was extremely ugly. Was the Heavenly Peach Sword completely ineffective against Yen Chuan? Boom. Suddenly a strong gust of wind blew. The hair on Yu Tian's back stood on end and he turned his head to look. A golden-robed figure suddenly appeared to the south of Yu Tian. Jiangchen. Jiangchen had suddenly arrived? Yu Tian couldn't help but take 3 steps back. The human Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiangchen. Jiangchen had a mocking expression as he looked at Yu Tian, then at Yen Chuan. The 3 great experts looked at each other, each with different thoughts. Yu Tian, long time no see. Why do you have such an expression when you see me? Jiangchen said indifferently. Yu Tian's face twitched violently. In the past, Jiangchen's might had caused him too much fear. Even though he was much stronger now, he still trembled in fear. Yu Tian quickly calmed himself. Jiangchen. Yu Tian did his best to make himself look fierce. Jiangchen's body? I once told you not to cultivate this technique, but you didn't listen. You can't go against the will of heaven. Jiangchen shook his head. Heaven's will? What bullshit heaven's will? Jiangchen, you don't believe in heaven's will either, do you? I've refined Jiangchen's body. Don't even think about it. I've already obtained the Heavenly Peach Sword which counters you. Yu Tian said hatefully. Is that so? Jiangchen smiled slightly. Heavenly Peach Sword, 10,000 thunderbolts annihilate zombie. Yu Tian shouted. Boom. The Heavenly Peach Sword instantly shot out a vast purple sword energy. It transformed into the shape of a dragon, surging with 10,000 bolts of lightning and pounced on Jiangchen. Jiangchen's lips curled into a cold smile, and he suddenly stretched out his right hand. Boom. The dragon head crashed into Jiangchen's palm. The dragon head was violent, but it couldn't resist Jiangchen's palm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless bolts of lightning exploded. Jiangchen gradually suppressed the dragon and squeezed it into a small sphere. Finally, it transformed into millions of rays of light that illuminated the entire netherworld. It dissipated. Impossible. Why? Isn't the Heavenly Peach Sword supposed to counter you? Why are you unharmed? Yu Tian cried out in shock. Who told you it was supposed to counter me? Jiangchen laughed. No, To One. Yu Tian suddenly froze. That's right, it seemed this was all wishful thinking on his part. Not far away, Yen Chuan was also speechless. After all this time, Yu Tian still hadn't figured out what was going on? No, that's not right. If the Heavenly Peach Sword didn't counter you, why did you go through so much trouble to obtain it? Why did you allow the boulders to seal it in Boulder Peak? Yu Tian cried out. Because I liked the sword, so I kept it as a treasure. Jiangchen said coolly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and swung it at the Heavenly Peach Sword. Boom. The Heavenly Peach Sword seemed about to break free from Yu Tian's control. Yu Tian's expression was extremely unsightly. No, it shouldn't be like this. The Heavenly Peach Sword counters all zombies. You're a zombie too, so of course it counters you. Yu Tian said angrily. Counters? Didn't you cultivate the Jiangchen body? The body of a Jiangchen was flawless. Even the Heavenly Peach Sword can't. Jiangchen said coolly. Boom. The heavenly peach sword finally flew out of Yu Tian's hand and into Jiang Chen's. Yu Tian's fear of Jiang Chen increased even further. He glared hatefully at Yan Chuan. Why is it a human? Yu Tian said unwillingly. If only Jiang Chen Yan Chuan were here. If he could devour Jiang Chen Yan Chuan, his Jiang Chen body would be perfect. Then he'd be able to fight Jiang Chen. Why Yan Chuan in his human form? Yan Chuan looked at Yu Tian and shook his head. Even if you ate my Jiang Chen body, you wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Chen. Impossible. Yu Tian cried. Jiang Chen looked over. Yan Chuan in his human form said in a low voice, "You don't even have the courage to fight Jiang Chen. So what if you're strong? Without the will to fight, you're nothing but a paper tiger." Yu Tian snorted coldly. Jiang Chen on the other hand smiled. "What, do you have the courage to fight?" Yan Chuan smiled faintly. "Great Emperor Jiang Chen, I invited you here to conspire against the greater benevolence underworld. Naturally, I'm prepared to fight." "Oh? Just with your current strength?" Jiang Chen looked at him curiously. "Let's wait and see." Yan Chuan smiled. Not far away, Yu Tian looked at Yan Chuan's calm expression and thought back to his own panic. He instantly understood Yan Chuan's intentions and tried his best to suppress his excitement. "Jiang Chen, you want to steal my body? I'll make you pay the price." Yu Tian roared. "Have you grown a bit more ambitious?" Jiang Chen praised. "However, you're still not strong enough. Since you've come, you can't leave empty-handed. Come back with me." Yu Tian merit points." Yu Tian roared. High up in the sky, countless amounts of merit points poured into Yu Tian's body. Rumble. Yu Tian unfurled a pair of emerald green dragon wings and bared his fangs. He looked ferocious. "Jiang Chen," Yu Tian said coldly, "this is the inferior 10-directional fist you said was unsightly. Now I've perfected it. Have a taste of it." Boom. Yu Tian spread his wings and blurred into 10 Yu Tians. They charged at Jiang Chen from 10 different directions. 10 enormous fists flew toward Jiang Chen with heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Jiang Chen had no time to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. "If I say it's inferior, then it's inferior. 10-directional fist? Laughable. You think you can win by dividing your strength into 10 and attacking from 10 different directions? Fists are domineering attacks. You don't need too many, but they must be strong. One punch is all it takes to decide victory or defeat." As he spoke, Jiang Chen punched. A golden energy fist instantly reached one of the Yu Tians. Boom. 9 of the 10 Imperial Sky Shadow clones vanished, leaving only the one that Jiang Chen had hit. Under the tremendous force, Yu Tian was sent flying backward. Boom. Yu Tian smashed through a large number of boulders and stabilized himself. Yu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Jiang Chen in shock. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "How many times have I taught you? Why are you still so obsessed with these flashy techniques? In battle, all you need to do is find your target and deal the most powerful blow. That's enough. Any fancy movements are superfluous." Yu Tian's face contorted with shock and hatred. Jiang Chen? He couldn't even take a single blow from Jiang Chen? Was he defeated just like that? Yu Tian's heart was filled with sorrow. Not far away, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Jiang Chen's punch was too powerful. Even he couldn't match it. Whoosh. Suddenly, another figure shot over. It was the black-robed ancestor Nether River. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of them. Whoosh. The emperor also stepped forward and appeared in front of them in an instant. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted from Yu Tian to ancestor Nether River. "Ha, good punch." Ancestor Nether River laughed. The emperor looked at Yan Chuan with a hint of coldness and inexplicable meaning. "Ancestor Nether River? Emperor?" Jiang Chen asked. On the other side. At Grand Venerable Yu Tian's place. Crack, 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 crack. The ground around Grand Venerable Yu Tian suddenly liquefied. As it liquefied, a black-robed figure appeared. It was Dark Gui Guzi. "Grand Venerable Yu Tian, quick, follow me into the world of the living. We can't stay here for long." Dark Gui Guzi shouted. Grand Venerable Yu Tian's eyes lit up when he saw Dark Gui Guzi. "All right." Grand Venerable Yu Tian instantly grabbed Dark Gui Guzi's hand. Boundless qi of heaven and earth suddenly appeared in the surroundings. With the power of a feng shui master, Dark Gui Guzi instantly disappeared on the spot with Grand Venerable Yutian and entered the world of the living. Jiangchen looked over but didn't stop them. Boom. Grand Venerable Yutian and Dark Gui Guzi's figures swayed and arrived in the world of the living of the Great Kindness World, above a vast desert. Dark Gui Guzi, thank you very much this time. Grand Venerable Yutian said gratefully. However, just as he finished speaking, Grand Venerable Yutian's expression suddenly changed. Not far away there was a zombie standing in mid-air. It had 3 pairs of dragon bone wings, fangs in its mouth and a ferocious face. Zombie Yan Chuan? Grand Venerable Yutian's expression changed. Yutian, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Zombie Yan Chuan said indifferently. Yutian wanted to swallow Zombie Yan Chuan, but how could Zombie Yan Chuan not want to swallow Yutian? Now the netherworld of the Great Kindness World was in chaos. Zombie Yan Chuan was guarding the world of the living of the Great Kindness World, waiting for this moment. Chapter 15-17. Yutian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zombie Yan Chuan said indifferently. Zombie Yan Chuan flapped his 3 pairs of dragon skeletal wings and soared into the sky. His terrifying aura caused a sandstorm in the desert. His ferocious aura rushed towards Yutian. Yutian's expression changed. He turned to look at Dark Gui Guzi. Dark Gui Guzi, you lied to me? Yutian suddenly shouted angrily. Lied? Great Venerable Yutian, what are you talking about? Didn't you always want to fight Yan Chuan? I'm providing you with the best battlefield. No one will disturb you, so it's fair and just. How is that a lie? Dark Gui Guzi laughed. Don't try to deny it. I misjudged you. What a vicious plan. Driving the wolf to devour the tiger, forcing me with a general and a minister, then working with Yan Chuan to ambush me. Yutian said coldly. Ambush? I respect you for cultivating the body of a general and a minister. Come, stop talking nonsense. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yutian's expression darkened. Bang. He flapped his dragon skeletal wings and soared into the sky. He looked coldly at Zombie Yan Chuan. Zombie Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He was ready to fight Yutian. Suddenly the zombie was stunned. He seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the sky. Yutian looked up at the sky in confusion. However, there was nothing in the sky other than yellow sand. Dark Gui Guzi stood to the side, also looking confused. Emperor, what's wrong? Dark Gui Guzi asked. Yan Chuan frowned and shook his head. I don't know, but I have an ominous feeling. Ominous feeling? Dark Gui Guzi asked. Ominous feeling. You feel like you're dead. Yutian laughed. Boom. Yutian charged towards Zombie Yan Chuan. So long as he devoured Yan Chuan, he'd be able to challenge Jiangchen. He had to win. Yan Chuan quickly collected his thoughts and looked coldly at Great Venerable Yutian. Great Benevolence World, Underworld. At the entrance of the Immortal Palace, Yan Chuan, Jiangchen, the Nether River Patriarch and the Emperor were all gathered in one place. They looked at each other coldly. However, most of them turned their attention to Yan Chuan. Thanks to the Blood Sea, Yan Chuan's strength had skyrocketed, but he was still far from Jiangchen's level. Patriarch Nether River, said Jiangchen in a low voice, do you intend to interfere in my feud with Yan Chuan? The Nether River Patriarch smiled faintly as he looked at Yan Chuan with his blood-red hair. Blood Sea Mystic Art. This was the Blood Sea Mystic Art that he had inherited. Third form? Blood Sea? Not bad, there's some improvement. The Nether River Patriarch praised. The Nether River Patriarch turned to Jiangchen. Interfere? No, I just want to see how well Yan Chuan has mastered the Blood Sea Mystic Art. You guys go ahead, I won't interfere. Won't interfere? Jiangchen looked at the Nether River Patriarch strangely. Although he believed the Nether River Patriarch's words, he still felt uneasy. Jiangchen was strong. In the past he dominated the world, but that depended on his opponent. He couldn't see through the Nether River Patriarch, so he didn't say anything. Emperor. Jiangchen looked at the Emperor. I have a grudge with Yan Chuan. You guys go ahead. I'll just watch from the sidelines, said the Emperor indifferently. A grudge with Yan Chuan? Jiangchen knew the Emperor well and was puzzled by the complicated relationship between him and Yan Chuan. Grudge? He didn't know if it was a grudge or a friendship. The Emperor's tone was firm, but he looked at Yan Chuan with a complicated gaze. This wasn't something Jiangchen could consider. Two great experts watching from the sidelines? Jiangchen looked at Yan Chuan. Jiangchen naturally didn't have stage fright. Instead he looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Great Emperor Yan Chuan? You've seen it for yourself. The Nether River Patriarch won't help you. Jiangchen smiled. Great Emperor Jiangchen, aside from the missing half of the Second Era, you're the most powerful person in the world. Unfortunately we're no longer in the Second Era. Yan Chuan smiled. As he spoke, Yan Chuan waved his hand. In the distance, another beam of golden light shot toward them. Everyone looked over. It was the golden-robed Emperor Huang. Boom. He steadied himself, causing a storm to sweep up around him. Emperor Huang? Jiangchen was confused. Great Emperor Jiangchen, please don't take offense. I owe Yan Chuan a favor. I had no choice but to face you. Emperor Huang said politely. Although he was polite, he was obviously on Yan Chuan's side. If they really fought, Emperor Huang would definitely help Yan Chuan with all his strength. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Yan Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan, wondering why Yan Chuan suddenly had such an expression. Indy, what's wrong? Emperor Huang asked, puzzled. I don't know. I suddenly have an ominous premonition. I don't know what happened. Yan Chuan didn't hide the truth. An ominous premonition? An ominous premonition. It was from the first world. Yan Chuan's best friend Skirich had encountered a huge problem. West Outer Continent. Boom. Lotus Goddess suddenly thrust her palm into Skirich's chest. Skirich's face revealed a ruthless glint as he stabbed his sword into Lotus Goddess' chest. The surrounding territory was a mess. The sky darkened, sand and stones flew, and countless creatures were annihilated. Lotus Goddess versus Skirich. It was incomparably tragic. Skirich's hair was disheveled and his face was ferocious. It was a move that hurt both sides. Boom. Under the tremendous force, Skirich flew backward, blood spurting from his chest. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It was extremely tragic. A sword wound was left on Lotus Goddess' chest. But Lotus Goddess still stood steadily in the air. Skirich, how dare you? Lotus Goddess said with hatred. Not long ago she had been defeated by Zhongshan. Now she was dealing with Skirich and she was injured. Lotus Goddess, I don't worship anyone other than Master. Since you want my life, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh. Skirich clutched his chest and said hatefully. I have an immortal body. How can you compare to me? Die. Lotus Goddess charged forward again. Boom. The battle between the two powerhouses was like a collision between heaven and earth. Huge black holes swept wildly in all directions. Taiji Palace's entrance. Wu Jiong's expression was extremely ugly. He held a jade talisman in his hand and looked into the distance, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Emperor. Shengguan said anxiously. But Wu Jiong was unmoved and stared into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Skirich and Lotus Goddess was extremely tragic. Lotus Goddess suppressed Skirich one-sidedly, but Skirich would rather die than live in dishonor. He would rather die than surrender. Every time he would injure the Lotus deity when both sides were injured. Blood splattered everywhere. Die. Lotus Goddess shouted and a lotus flower exploded at Skirich's neck. All her power was channeled to Skirich's neck. Skirich seemed to know that he was about to die. His face was ferocious and he spat out a purple sword light. Boom. The sword light pierced Lotus Goddess' right eye. Boom. Tongtian's head exploded and the Lotus Goddess's right eye exploded as well. Lotus Goddess screamed in pain. She covered her eye and retreated a distance. On the other side, Skirich's head was gone. Only his body was left. It was extremely tragic. Even so, the headless body slashed with a sword. Boom. The sword pierced Lotus Goddess' chest. Die. Lotus Goddess shouted. Boom. Terrifying power poured into the banishing immortal sword, and countless cracks appeared on it. The headless body flew backward with a loud bang. Its entire body exploded and its skin and flesh were rotten, revealing the white bones of the headless body. He's not dead. Lotus Goddess said in surprise. It was almost as if Skirich had been destroyed, but this headless skeleton stained with flesh and blood had once again stood up. It was as if a surging will poured into the cracked banishing immortal sword. Whoosh! With a violent swing, the banishing immortal sword shot northwest. Lotus Goddess was shocked by Skirich's ruthlessness. Lotus Goddess was sure that she had destroyed Skirich's fate and soul, but he could still support the skeleton for so long with his tyrannical will. Whoosh! Skirich's headless skeleton rushed toward Lotus Goddess. Again. Lotus Goddess said in surprise. She reached out with her palm and grabbed the skeleton. But just when Lotus Goddess thought that she had completely suppressed Skirich. What? Boom. The sky-reaching skeleton exploded with a loud bang. The huge explosion was deafening to the ears of everyone in the mortal realm. Lotus Goddess was in an extremely sorry state where the skeleton exploded. Many parts of her body were deformed and her hair was disheveled. She was badly mutilated. Roar, bastard Skirich, you can't rest in peace even in death. Lotus Goddess said hatefully. Lotus Goddess was immortal. Her right eye was blinded and her body was in a sorry state, but she was quickly recovering. Not long after, Lotus Goddess gradually recovered. Tiangang and the others flew over. Lord, Tiangang said anxiously. Kill, destroy the great Zhou celestial realm for me, kill. Lotus Goddess roared angrily. Skirich fell. The cracked banishing immortal sword shot toward Taiji Palace. Whoosh! The banishing immortal sword landed in Wu Jiong's palm. Wu Jiong, I've already done all I can. I've already perished. Master asked me to do my best and I've already done my best. This is my last will of the 16 levels of heaven and I'll leave it to you. In my entire life I've only respected the heavens and the earth and only respected Master. I've already repaid Master's kindness. Now that Master has perished, I still have doubts in my heart. Skirich's voice sounded. Wu Jiong stared blankly at the shattered banishing immortal sword in her hand. Sigh, I miss the days when eldest senior brother and second senior brother were still around. Hee, for the sake of Master's dream, eldest senior brother went, and so did second senior brother. Now I'm going to. This is good too. At least I won't be so tired. Skirich's voice sounded. A ball of light flowed into Wu Jiong's body from the banishing immortal sword. Skirich's will. Crack, 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 crack. The banishing immortal sword shattered more and more, turning into powder and dissipating in the air. It was as if it was following its master. Whoosh! Suddenly heavy rain fell from the sky. It was as if it was sending Skirich off. Send Skirich off. Shangwanwan said mournfully. Send Skirich off. All the civil and military officials bowed respectfully to the powder of the banishing immortal sword. Wu Jiong bit her lips and her eyes were slightly moist. However, in the blink of an eye, her will became firm again. A fierce light flashed in her eyes and she suppressed her emotions. Boom! In the distance, demons rolled over. Lotus Goddess led countless experts toward Luoyang. Pa! Wu Jiong crushed the jade talisman in her hand. Boom! Beside Wu Jiong, a crack suddenly appeared and billowing heavenly devils surged out. Chapter 15-18. In the distance, billowing demons swept over. The Lotus Goddess led countless experts toward Luoyang. Pa! Wu Jiong crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Boom! A crack suddenly appeared beside Wu Jiong and billowing demons surged out. The billowing demons instantly filled the entire Luoyang city. Rumble! The crack grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, countless demons in the Taiji Palace's square bowed toward the crack. A huge throne slowly appeared in front of everyone. On the throne sat a 1,000-foot-tall giant in a luxurious robe. The giant held the armrests with both hands and he was calm and composed. He exuded an aura of supremacy. Behind him was a golden connate 8 trigrams diagram. In front of him stood some people with human heads and snake bodies as well as Meng Rongrong. Rumble! A violent aura spread out, and all the demons in Luoyang City immediately bowed. Snake Spirit and Fushi? Wu Jiong looked at them and said in a deep voice. In front of the giant Fushi, Snake Spirit smiled strangely and said, My king has already divined the great Zhou's calamity, so he naturally came personally. He has been waiting in the heavenly demon world for a few days, But I didn't expect Emperor Wu Jiong to only use the jade talisman now. You've already divined it? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yes, I didn't expect that you would watch Tong Tian fall. Speaking of which, I admire Tong Tian. Unfortunately, he was too sentimental and was bullied by you in the end. If you want to break through to the 16th heavenly layer, you're really unscrupulous. Snake Spirit said in a deep voice. Snake Spirit did not have a good impression of Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong looked coldly at Snake Spirit before finally looking at the giant Fushi. Fushi, do you still honor your promise? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. The giant looked at Wu Jiong and said indifferently, I'll honor my words. Good. The Lotus Goddess is attacking. Fushi, please help me resolve this crisis. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. As you wish. Fushi said indifferently. Boom. In the distance, the Lotus Goddess's army arrived outside Luoyang City in the blink of an eye. Boom. Billowing storms swept toward Luoyang City. The Lotus Goddess stood at the front. When she saw the 1,000-foot-tall giant in Luoyang, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. Who are you? Lotus Goddess shouted. The Lotus Goddess could sense a great threat from Fushi's expression. Just by looking at the innate 8 trigrams behind Fushi, the Lotus God felt pressured. So powerful. Go back to where you came from. Fushi said indifferently. What if I don't go back? Lotus Goddess snorted. The Lotus Goddess felt as if nothing was going her way after the unification of the 4 realms. First it was Jiangshan, then Golden Emperor, then Zhongshan, then Skirich, and now a peerless expert. Where did so many powerhouses come from? Wu Jiong sneered at Lotus God. With Fushi here, Wu Jiong believed that the Lotus God's crisis would be resolved. In a corner of Luoyang City, a black-robed figure stood there. It was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with tears. Wu Jiong, you bitch. Goku roared in his heart. Sun Wukong quickly rushed into Skybound's original palace. After packing up, Sun Wukong led a group of people and quickly left. At this time, everyone's attention was on the Lotus Goddess and Fushi. No one cared that Goku and the others had left. Along the way, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Benefactor, you are too kind. You did your best to assist Wu Jiong, but she schemed against you. Wukong is useless. Although I have a lot of hatred and want to vent it on the Lotus deity and that slut, I am powerless to avenge you. Benefactor, the Lotus Goddess killed you, so I must avenge you. Although I'm useless, there must be someone who can. Even if I have to suffer 3 tribulations and 9 disasters, I will find someone who can avenge you. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with tears as he flew quickly. Master, where are we going? One of Sun Wukong's disciples shouted. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said, leave the Great Zhou dynasty and go to Xianyang. The Great Celestial Realm? Yan Chuan and Gigazi are good friends with Benefactor. I'll go beg him to avenge you. Sun Wukong sobbed as he flew quickly. Boom. The group quickly left. Great Benevolence World, Yang Realm. Zombie Yan Chuan's Black Dragon Great Dao emerged and merged with the Great Dao. He instantly transformed into a black dragon. True Dragon Great Dao? Looks like those who cultivate the bodies of generals and ministers are not willing to be inferior to others. I am the same. Great Venerable Yu Tian roared. Boom. A jade green dragon Great Dao soared into the sky. Great Venerable Yu Tian merged with the green dragon Great Dao and transformed into a green dragon in the blink of an eye. Roar. The 2 true dragons roared at the sky. Their roars soared into the sky and shook the world of the living in the Great Kindness World. In an instant, countless strong practitioners in the world of the living in the Great Kindness World paid attention. Although they were paying attention, no one interfered. Boom. The 2 dragons collided and countless bolts of lightning shot out from the void. The lightning tore through the void and scattered all over the sky. The bodies of generals and ministers were incomparably sturdy, and the powerful collision shook heaven and earth. Boom. 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 The 2 true dragons, one black and one green, didn't give way to each other and fiercely collided with each other. Roar. Roar. As they roared, they didn't give way to each other. Zombie Yan Chuan was at the 15th heaven, but he had swallowed the bodies of 2 generals and ministers and had the sacrificial altar of the great emperor. His abilities had reached the 16th heaven, and he was on par with the green dragon. Neither of them gave way. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, Yan Chuan in human form and Emperor Huang Jindi stared at Jiangshan. They didn't necessarily want to fight to the death. Instead, Yan Chuan's main goal was to delay Jiangchen. He didn't want Emperor Jiangchen to interfere with the battle in the mortal realm. However, Jiangchen didn't seem to have any intention of interfering with Yan Chuan and Imperial's battle. Jiangchen's bearing, however, was difficult to fathom. At this moment, Yan Chuan no longer cared about his human form. He looked up at the sky. The Nether River Patriarch also looked up. Although they were in the netherworld, they could see what was happening in the world of the living. Yan Chuan in human form narrowed his eyes, but didn't clamor to attack. Jiangchen's body? As expected, it's extraordinary, praised the Nether River Patriarch. Jiangchen, on the other hand, stared at the sky with a satisfied smile. The emperor's gaze couldn't penetrate the two realms. He could only look at Yan Chuan in human form with a complicated expression. Great kindness world, the world of the living. Boom. The two dragons roared. In the midst of their battle, they shattered a huge territory, their voices shaking the world. World suppressing. The black dragon suddenly roared. Boom. A giant bronze coffin fell from the sky and smashed into the green dragon's body with a huge force. Boom. Green dragon writhed wildly. The world-suppressing coffin's power was too strong. It pressed down on his body. Green dragon struggled but couldn't retreat. Roar. The black dragon roared and bit the green dragon's neck. Green dragon struggled but couldn't break free. Prek, prek, prek. Black dragon kept pressing down. Finally, his fangs sank into green dragon's skin. In the netherworld. This coffin. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Antimatter. The Nether River Patriarch's expression changed. It's not just antimatter. There's something else special, said Jiangchen in a low voice. In the mortal realm. Prek, prek, boom. Black dragon tore off a chunk of green dragon's flesh. The invincible green dragon finally showed a weakness. Roar. Green dragon roared in pain. It shook violently, causing the world-suppressing coffin to tremble as if it were about to break free. World-suppressing. Black dragon roared again and slammed his tail against the coffin. Boom. Green dragon was suppressed again. Roar. Black dragon roared and tore at green dragon's body. Boom. 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 Before long, green dragon's body was covered in wounds. Why is this happening? Green dragon cried out in grief and indignation. There's no why. I won. Black dragon said in a low voice. Roar. Black dragon opened his mouth. Green dragon was sucked into black dragon's mouth by a powerful suction force. Boom. After swallowing green dragon, black dragon's body emitted billowing black smoke. Boom. The black smoke surrounded black dragon and the world-suppressing coffin. Victory. Yan Chuan's eyes lit up with joy, but he didn't dare be careless. Jiangchen's body was what Jiangchen wanted the most, wasn't it? He had to be on guard against Jiangchen. His body was at its peak, ready for battle at any moment. Ha ha ha. Jiangchen suddenly burst into laughter. He didn't want to go to the mortal realm. Instead, he turned his head and headed for Nanwai. Yan Chuan paused. Jiangchen left? Why? The emperor looked at Jiangchen, then at Yan Chuan. His figure flickered and he headed for the North Continent. On the other side, the Nether River Patriarch smiled and left. Yan Chuan, it seems Jiangchen's plan isn't as simple as it seems. Golden Emperor said in a low voice. Well, no matter what, I have to thank you, Golden Emperor. For even now. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Ah, good. I like your straightforwardness. Golden Emperor laughed. Great benevolence world, the mortal realm. Boom. With a loud bang, the black smoke suddenly scattered. Zombie Yan Chuan was exposed. Zombie Yan Chuan stood on the great emperor's altar. 4 pairs of dragon skeletal wings sprouted from his back. Black, red, purple and green. Combine. Boom. The 4 pairs of dragon skeletal wings fused into one. In an instant, the dragon skeletal wings grew to 3 times their original size and emitted millions of rays of golden light. It was as if they had turned into a pair of golden dragon skeletal wings. Boom. Yan Chuan's body rumbled. 16th heaven? Yan Chuan's face lit up with joy. At the same time, rolling power surged into the dragon skeletal wings. Boom. The dragon skeletal wings turned pitch black again. They were even more ferocious and domineering than before, emitting a fierce aura. 16th heaven. Zombie Yan Chuan took a look at his own body. On his body there were 19 colored rays of light and it looked perfect. Crack, 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 crack. He clenched his fists and golden energy overflowed from his body. Is this the perfect Jiangshan body? It's several times stronger than before. Yan Chuan exclaimed. On the other side, dark Gui Guzi was nowhere to be seen. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of figures flew over from all directions in the mortal realm, stirring up gusts of violent winds. Zombie Yan Chuan was instantly surrounded by 9 peerless experts from the great benevolence world. Chapter 15-19. Great Kindness World, World of the Living. Zombie Yan Chuan swallowed Great Venerable Yu Tian and rushed to the 16th heaven. His strong corporeal body flowed with 19 colored light. Boom. In World of the Living, 9 strong practitioners suddenly appeared and surrounded Yan Chuan. The 9 of them were aggressive, and each of them had prominent horns on their heads. Great Kindness World? After 1,000,000 years, I didn't expect so many 16th heavens to be born, Yan Chuan said solemnly. You are Yan Chuan from the first world? No, he should be Ying from the boundless world. The 9 great strong practitioners stared at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was naturally fearless, especially now that his abilities had skyrocketed. Yan Chuan, what are you doing in my great kindness world? You actually ate Yu Tian. The 9 great strong practitioners were extremely puzzled. The 4 worlds have become one, the continents have merged, and the great kindness world, the netherworld, will belong to the first world from now on. Yan Chuan didn't hide anything. What? Everyone's expression changed. With a flick of his sleeve, Yan Chuan was about to fly away. Stop right there. A Buddha in a kasaya shouted. Yan Chuan ignored him. Boom. That Buddha instantly appeared in front of Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. I just slaughtered you, Tian. If you want to die, continue to stop me. This is my great kindness world. How can you come and go as you wish? That Buddha's eyes turned cold. Humph. Yan Chuan didn't talk nonsense and suddenly struck with his palm. Boom. With a single palm strike, the entire surrounding void was dyed black. That Buddha's expression changed. Buddha light illuminates all 100,000 feet golden body. Buddha shouted. Boom. Endless golden light burst out. Buddha's golden light subdued demons and devils. It was the nemesis of all dark and gloomy powers. Facing Yan Chuan's dark yin qi, it was instantly purified. However, there was too much dark yin qi, so much so that it instantly drowned out the golden light. A towering golden statue stood in front of the Buddha. However, Yan Chuan's giant palms slapped down like the end of the world. Boom. An enormous sound that shook the heavens resounded. The enormous golden body of the Buddha was shattered with a bang by the palm, and it was even instantly swept away by the surging black qi and dissipated into nothingness. Boom. The Buddhist ancestor was instantly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at the zombie Yan Chuan in horror. The faces of the other 8 experts also darkened. Yan Chuan coldly looked at the crowd. Remember my words, don't court death. Don't court death? Everyone's face stiffened, and they all looked at Yan Chuan with unsightly expressions. Yan Chuan used his valiant strength to forcefully threaten everyone. Everyone saw how tyrannical Yan Chuan was, but no one stepped forward to argue with him. Yan Chuan flew quickly and left the crowd. Soon he arrived at the Yellow Springs Road in the western outer continent of the Great Kindness World. Boom. The zombie Yan Chuan entered the Yellow Springs Road and entered the Great Kindness World's netherworld. Netherworld. The various experts had already left. They sent people to conquer their respective territories. After the zombie Yan Chuan left, the experts of the Great Kindness World were ashamed and angry. What happened in the netherworld? What happened? Imperial Sky was also devoured by Yan Chuan? Our Great Kindness World must not be tainted by others. The group of experts were ferocious, and they quickly formed an alliance with each other. Previously they did not form an alliance and fought on their own. Therefore, when Yan Chuan bullied the Buddha, no one stepped forward. However, it was different now. They had formed an alliance. If it was just a moment ago, everyone could have besieged Yan Chuan with all their might. While the group of experts was investigating the matters of the netherworld, The netherworld also submitted to the various factions of the first world in the shortest time possible. After the Thunder Emperor and the Poison Dragon King submitted to great kindness, they quickly announced to the world that their subordinates would submit to Yan Chuan. Surging virtue, fate, influence, and fate gathered towards the great Qin city. Power of fate, power of virtue, power of influence, power of fate, listen to my command. Connect the continents of the two worlds, combine. Yan Chuan shouted. With the surging power of fate, power of virtue, power of influence, and power of fate, the two worlds quickly merged. Rumble. The Great Kindness World rumbled. South Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World, combine. Jiangchen shouted. North Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World, combine. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Inner North Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World, combine. The Emperor shouted. Boom. The four experts shouted at the same time. At almost the same time, they mobilized the power of the two worlds and quickly merged. From Wuji, one could see that almost half of the sphere of the Great Kindness World was suddenly fusing with the sphere of the First World. Boom. The worlds collided and merged. The First World and the entire Netherworld underwent earth-shattering changes. Countless dead spirits suddenly lost their center of gravity and fell into the sky. Under the powerful suction force, the entire Netherworld was in a mess. Rumble. The Netherworld was in chaos and nothing could be seen clearly. Amidst the chaos, the various officials of the Outer East Continent and Inner South Continent had long since summoned their citizens into the cities to prevent any unexpected changes. Now that the chaos had struck, the various cities activated their formations and waited for the impact. Rumble. The worlds merged and the heavenly Daos appeared. The First World's heavenly Daos and the Great Kindness World's heavenly Daos. The heavenly Daos of the two worlds wildly merged. First World's Netherworld, Great Qin City. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan stood at the entrance of the central palace, looking up at the sky with his officials. Silver-eyed Gui Guzi stood beside him. The two of them stared at the countless Great Kindness Worlds heavenly Daos that were surging over. The two of them were quickly analyzing and arranging the heavenly Daos. The human Yan Chuan, the zombie Yan Chuan Mo Yushi, and the others quickly traversed through the Netherworld and headed towards the Great Qin City. Rumble. The world was in chaos. The fusion of the entire Netherworld was even more chaotic than the fusion of continents in the past, and it lasted for countless years. This was a grand occasion for the Netherworld's Great Qin Heaven Realm and the entire First World's Netherworld. Countless people were waiting for the final result. Time continued to pass as the Netherworld merged. First World Young Realm. 2 months later. Xianyang City. The Yellow Springs Road was temporarily sealed and no one could enter the Netherworld. However, this was nothing to the citizens. At this moment, the citizens were most curious about a piece of flat land outside Xianyang City. In a Xianyang restaurant. Do you see that? 100 people are kneeling in the south of Xianyang City. Nonsense, I just went to take a look this morning. The leader is a big monkey. This group of people is really strange. They are all wearing mourning clothes. 100 people wearing mourning clothes kneeling there. I wonder who they are. I know someone about this. Oh. The Monkey King kneeling at the front with red eyes is the former subordinate of the Grand Master of Heaven, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? The former Great Qi Sage King of our territory? Grand Master of Heaven? In the past, when Xianyang was in danger, Grand Master of Heaven came to help. For a time, Xianyang City was abuzz with discussion. 100 people were kneeling in the south of the city, all of them wearing mourning clothes. Not only were the citizens curious, but the officials were also alarmed. Originally, it was nothing but the leader was Sun Wukong, so they had to be careful and report it to the higher-ups. Soon, Gui Guzi led some officials to the south of the city. Gui Guzi's face was gloomy as he clenched his fists. He walked to Sun Wukong. Great Qi Sage King, I already know about the Grand Master of Heaven. Gui Guzi said with a gloomy face. Sun Wukong knelt there with red eyes. Sir, you and my benefactor are best friends. Please avenge my benefactor by killing and sealing the Lotus God. Sealing the Lotus God? The officials around him had complicated expressions. The strength of the Lotus God was not as simple as a title. Seal him? That was too difficult. Great Qi Sage King, you should get up and come to Xianyang with me. We will wait for the Great Emperor to return before we make a decision. Gui Guzi stepped forward to help Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong shook his head and said with red eyes, I know you are in a difficult position. After all, the great heaven is under the control of the Yen Emperor. I will kneel here and beg the Yen Emperor. Even if I have to give up everything, I will ask the Yen Emperor to avenge my benefactor. But the great emperor is dealing with an extremely important matter in the underworld. Let's wait for the great emperor to return. Gui Guzi advised. Gui Guzi admired Sun Wukong very much. At least in terms of the Grand Master of Heaven, he was loyal and loyal. No, thank you for your kindness, sir. I will kneel here and wait for the Yen Emperor to return. Sun Wukong bit his lips as tears welled up in his eyes. Sun Wukong did not get up, and the disciples behind him also knelt. Sigh. Gui Guzi looked at the group of people in front of him and let out a long sigh. Great Qin City, Netherworld. The three Yen Chuan gathered in front of the central palace. Looking at the world in front of them, the original chaos gradually cleared up. The first world, the great benevolence world, and the underworld were finally united. In the void, the heaven and earth primal qi increased by countless times, and the space seemed to become more solid. Good. Zombie Yen Chuan said with satisfaction. Outer South Continent, Jiangchen Celestial Realm. Outer North Continent, Ten Palace District. Inner North Continent, Undying Sect. Outer East Continent, Outer South Continent, Great Heaven. Although there were not as many overlaps as the Jiangchen Celestial Realm, the Great Heaven's territory did not lose to anyone. Just as the three Yen Chuan were satisfied with the world in front of them, Great Emperor, there's news from the Yang Realm. Lu Gang walked to the three Yen Chuan with an ugly expression. What's wrong? Zombie Yen Chuan asked curiously. Sect leader Tonggun has fallen. Lu Gang said in a low voice. What? Zombie Yen Chuan raised an eyebrow, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yen Chuan in human form did not hesitate and rushed straight to the Yellow Springs Road. He rushed straight to the Yang Realm. Tell me clearly. What happened to sect leader Tong Tian? Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with nervousness. Sect leader Tong Tian died at the hands of the Lotus Goddess. Impossible. Why would he make an enemy of the Lotus Goddess? Yen Chuan said with an ugly expression. It's true. This is what happened at that time. Also, Sun Wukong is kneeling outside Xianying City, begging the great emperor to avenge sect leader Tong Tian. Lu Gang immediately handed over a jade slip. Yen Chuan immediately took it and quickly read the contents. As he read, his expression became uglier and uglier. Wujiang, you bitch. Smack. Yen Chuan angrily smashed the jade slip in his hand on the ground. Chapter 1520. Rumble. While the Great Benevolence World and the First World were fusing, the First World and the Upper Class World were quickly fusing. The heroes rose together and tore the world apart. After the fusion, the world returned to peace. Xianying, Outer East Continent. Sun Wukong had been kneeling outside Xianying City with 100 disciples and Tong Tian followers. At the entrance of Skyward Palace, Yen Chuan stood with his hands behind his back. Gigazi stood beside him and looked at Sun Wukong kneeling outside Xianying City. Emperor, I've already investigated the matter. Tong Tian should have died because of Master's kindness, but Wu Jiong used it and was eventually killed by the Lotus God. Gigazi said in a deep voice. Yen Chuan clenched his fists. Wu Jiong. Yen Chuan shouted softly. Boom. A sound wave rushed toward the west. The sound shook the world. Yen Chuan's voice was almost everywhere. For a moment, countless experts in the world of the living looked toward the east in confusion. Woyang City, Outer West Continent. Boom. Taiji Palace was suddenly hit by a sound wave, and the main hall instantly rumbled. Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne, and all the officials in the imperial court were surprised. Wu Jiong's face was gloomy. He slowly stepped down from the dragon throne and walked out of Taiji Palace with the officials. He stood in the square of Taiji Palace and looked toward the east. Yen Chuan and Wu Jiong looked at each other. Yen Chuan. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Bitch. Yen Chuan shouted angrily in the distance. Wu Jiong's eyes widened, revealing a fierce gaze. In the square of Taiji Palace, the officials were shocked. The world was in an uproar. because many people had already recognized that it was Yan Chuan's voice. Was the Emperor Yan of Great Zhen insulting the Emperor of Great Zhou? Did they hear wrongly? How dare you? Wu Jiong shouted. Yan Chuan did not care. The two dynasties were separated by absolute territory and should not have interfered with each other. However, Yan Chuan seemed to be deliberately provoking the two dynasties. From today onward, you Wu Jiong are the enemy of Great Zhen. Yan Chuan snorted coldly. His angry voice spread throughout the world. Dongfang Bubi, Golden Great Monarch Zhong Shan, and Lotus God all looked surprised. After all, it was very rare for an emperor to resolutely take a stand. Sometimes, any hatred could be resolved by benefits. But now, Yan Chuan was actually going to fight to the death with Wu Jiong in front of the world? The Great Zhou domain was in an uproar. The officials of Great Zhou were instantly enraged. For a moment they didn't know what to say, so they all looked at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong's eyes were cold, but he didn't say a word. This was because Yan Chuan, who was at the entrance of the skyward hall, no longer paid attention to Wu Jiong. His gaze had already turned to the lotus god of the southern outer continent's 10,000 lotus sea. Yan Chuan's eyes were cold and murderous. At the side, Gigazi explained, Great Monarch, that day Wu Jiong crushed the jade talisman and summoned the heavenly demon world's Fuxi. The lotus deity's army arrived at Luoyang City, and Fuxi attacked, severely injuring the lotus deity. Severely injuring lotus god? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, during the battle he entered Wuji again. When he returned, lotus god was in an extremely sorry state. There was even an 8 trigrams mark on his face and he couldn't recover for a long time. In the end he brought his subordinates back to the south outer continent, Giguzi said. Fuxi. If that bitch Wu Jiong had invited him out earlier, Tong Tian wouldn't have died. Yan Chuan clenched his fists and said with a murderous look in his eyes. Yes, unfortunately Wu Jiong is too gloomy. Great Monarch Sun Wukong and the others are still kneeling outside Xianyang. Giguzi said. Lu Buwei, bring them here. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Lu Buwei immediately flew out with some officials. Outside the city, Sun Wukong and a group of people were wearing mourning clothes. They had waited for many days but didn't see Yan Chuan. They were already in despair, but when they suddenly heard Yan Chuan angrily shouting at Wu Jiong, they suddenly heard a voice from heaven. Everyone was immediately excited. Sun Wukong was in tears. Soon Lu Buwei arrived in front of Sun Wukong. Everyone, the great monarch has returned. Please come to the square of the Chaodun Palace to meet the great monarch. Lu Buwei said politely. Thank you, Lord Lu. Sun Wukong wiped his tears and said. Soon the group arrived at the entrance of the Chaotian Palace. As soon as he entered the Chaotian Palace, Sun Wukong knelt down without hesitation. In the past, Sun Wukong only bowed to his master and heaven and earth. However, in the end he realized that he had been schemed against by everyone. Only the Grand Master of Heaven admired his pride. When the heroes of the great wide world sacrificed him, it was the Grand Master of Heaven who turned the tide and saved him. It was the Grand Master of Heaven who brought him to this world. Here, because he was grateful to the Grand Master of Heaven, Sun Wukong only bowed to him. He did not bow to anyone else. Even in the Great Zhou realm he did not bow to Wu Jiong. However, today Sun Wukong once again put down his dignity. He would only take revenge for this. Yen Di, Sun Wukong kowtows to you to avenge my benefactor, the Grand Master of Heaven. Sun Wukong immediately kowtowed. Looking at Sun Wukong, Yan Chuan sighed slightly. You did not let the Grand Master of Heaven down in the end. I will never forget my benefactor's kindness of rebirth. As long as I can take revenge and seal the Lotus God, I am willing to kowtow to everyone who is willing to avenge my benefactor, Sun Wukong said through gritted teeth. In the past my benefactor and the Yendi were best friends. I was incompetent and could not avenge my benefactor. I only hope that the Yendi can do his best for the sake of your friendship with my benefactor. I know that this is a little difficult for you. After all, the Lotus God's strength is monstrous, and it is difficult to find a match for him. However, I still want to surpass him once. Sun Wukong pleaded. Yendi, please take action. The 100 people behind him kowtowed at the same time. The officials did not say anything. Yan Chuan put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. The sky was gloomy and surrounded by dark clouds. A handful of light shone down, making people feel slightly depressed. Bai Yi, my teacher is called Hongjun. He is now discussing something with Bai Huang and has brought us 3 brothers to the Bai family to pay our respects. You are Bai Huang's grandson and I am Hongjun's disciple. Why don't we compete? Ha, this is great. Bai Yi, last time you blocked a sword for me. This time I blocked a saber for you. We are even. This group of evil thieves has been wreaking havoc in the world for many years. Let's see who has killed more. Gui Guzi is a learned man and you are not bad either. However, we can't travel the world together in the future. Teacher has a big plan to do. The 3 of us will do our best to cooperate with teacher. Bai Yi, in order to cooperate with teacher, my body may be separated from my divine soul. If one day my body becomes your enemy, kill. Bai Yi, you may not see me in the future, but remember, you and I are brothers. Yan Chuan, your enemy is my enemy. So what if it is Emperor Qinglong? At worst, I will lose my aquamarine palace. I will fight with you. The past of Tong Tian flashed through Yan Chuan's mind. Gradually, Yan Chuan clenched his fists tighter and his eyes became moist. Emperor Yan Wukong kowtows. Wukong kowtowed again. Rise, the hatred of Tong Tian is my hatred. Yan Chuan said through gritted teeth. But Wukong suddenly looked up. Lu Buwei, send an order to the world. Great Jin is to prepare for war. We will attack the great evil world. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. What? Great Emperor? Everyone shouted. Attack the great evil world? Well, Emperor, the Lotus God is powerful. Although he was severely injured by Zhongshan and Fuxi, his strength is at the 17th heaven. Is Great Jin going to attack the great evil world now? Lu Buwei said in surprise. Yes. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and nodded. The officials were in an uproar. The scene of the Lotus God's projection coming to Xianyang not long ago still lingered in their minds. Such a domineering expert was going to fight now? Fight! Yan Chuan shouted, instantly interrupting the clamor of the officials. Yes, Emperor. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Meng Wenruo, you will write the declaration of war and prepare to attack the great evil world. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Emperor. Send by Qi Wangjian Meng Tianjin Deyu and Shangyang to the world of the living. Yifeng will be the commander of the war against the great evil world. Immediately formulate a plan to attack the great evil world. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Emperor. The people behind him shouted. The Lotus God was powerful, so powerful that he was the master of a world. However, in Great Jin, the officials were not frightened by the Lotus God's name. It was fine if Yan Chuan did not give the order, but once he did, the officials were united. They were united against the outside world. Great Jin's national machinery quickly moved, attacking the great evil world. Over the past few days, it had always been the great evil world invading the first world. This was the first time Great Jin was preparing to invade the great evil world. The officials obeyed. Sun Wukong, who was in front of Yan Chuan, could no longer stop his tears. Sun Wukong was not a person who cried easily. In fact, this was the first time Sun Wukong had cried in this world for 1,000,000 years. However, he could not stop crying. No one around him would laugh at him. These were tears of gratitude. Many thanks, Yan Emperor. Many thanks, Yan Emperor. Sun Wukong immediately said. Thump, thump, thump. Sun Wukong desperately kowtowed to the ground to express his boundless gratitude. That was the Lotus God. Aside from peerless experts like Fuxi, Jiangchen and Zhongshan who dared to provoke him. Yet Yan Chuan decided to risk his life for the sake of their old friendship? No need to cow. If you have a deep grudge, go find Yifeng. Go to the battlefield and kill the enemy together. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Thank you, Yan Emperor. Sun Wukong immediately replied. Although he could not deal with the Lotus God, killing the Lotus God's subordinates was a way for him to vent his hatred. Yan Chuan gave the order. Soon the news spread throughout the world. Meng Wenruo's declaration of war was published. Almost the entire world knew that the Great Jin realm had declared war on the great evil world. The world was in an uproar. Although everyone knew that the Great Jin realm was powerful, it was not powerful enough to shake the Lotus God, right? In the 10,000 Lotus Sea of the outer South continent, the Lotus God was cultivating in seclusion. Tian Gang and a group of demons gathered together to read a declaration of war. The Great Jin realm? Yan Chuan? How dare he? Tian Gang said in surprise. What is Yan Chuan doing? Is he avenging sect master Tong Tian? Eastern High Priest said in surprise. Is he courting death? He wants to deal with the great evil world with just the great Jin realm? Southern High Priest asked in confusion. Almost everyone thought that Yan Chuan was crazy. Even if the Lotus God was severely injured, Yan Chuan could not compare to her. Moreover, Transcendence recovered extremely quickly. Chapter 1521. Great Jin's forces were gathered at the border, waiting for Yan Chuan's order to attack Great Evil World. Before the army arrived, the crusade had already spread throughout Great Evil World. Under the command of the evil demon leaders, a large number of evil demons gathered at the border. The crusade was also spread throughout the world. For a time, the eyes of all the heroes in the world were gathered here. Outside North Continent, Zhong Shan's study. Sector Lord, Yan Chuan has offended Wu Jiong and made Lotus Deity his enemy. A minister said in a low voice. Zhong Shan nodded and said, although Tong Tian was killed by Lotus Deity, he died because of Wu Jiong. His hatred for Wu Jiong is even greater. But why did Yan Chuan send troops to Lotus Deity and not Wu Jiong? The minister was puzzled. After all, Wu Jiong was definitely not as powerful as Lotus Deity. That's because Tong Tian did not blame Wu Jiong in the end. He even passed his will of the 16 levels of heaven to Wu Jiong. Tong Tian did not want Wu Jiong to die. Yan Chuan respected Tong Tian's decision, so he directed his anger at Lotus Deity. Zhong Shan said in a low voice. But Tong Tian is really strange. Can't he see that Wu Jiong is using him? According to the collected information, Tong Tian should know that Wu Jiong could ask Fushi to attack. But he was used by Wu Jiong on purpose and in the end he passed on his will. Zhong Shan said in a low voice. Why? The minister could not understand. It should be related to Hongjun. Zhong Shan said in a low voice. Hongjun. Do you still remember the fall of Grand Supreme and Primeval Supreme? They had already entered the big picture and there was no turning back now. To Tongan, dying in battle is the best choice. Zhong Shan said with a complicated expression. I don't understand the specific situation but I can feel the big picture, a big picture set up by Hongjun. Hongjun's schemes are unparalleled. Not everyone can see through his schemes. Zhong Shan said in a low voice. The ministers nodded. Then Sector Lord, should we intervene when Yan Chuan attacks Great Evil World? The minister asked again. After a moment of silence, Zhong Shan shook his head and said, no. This is a chance for Yan Chuan. Since he dares to fight against Lotus God, he naturally has his own plans. Let's wait and see. Zhong Shan said solemnly. The ministers were silent for a while. After a while, one of them asked curiously, Realm Lord, when Ying was in the Great Thousand Worlds and shook the world with his might, our dynasty was still weak. But Ying didn't seem to be around and helped our dynasty to soar. Realm Lord, are you trying to imitate the past and return the favor to Yan Chuan? Zhong Shan remained silent for a while before answering, not all of them. The Lotus Deity used the magical treasure of the first epoch to transcend, but I didn't. He has no hope of breaking through again in this lifetime, but I can. I need an opportunity and this opportunity might fall on Yan Chuan. Zhong Shan said solemnly. Everyone's eyes lit up. My transcendence in the past was ultimately due to Yan Chuan's help. It was ultimately due to someone else and there is this flaw. And this flaw can only be removed when I fight Yan Chuan in the future. When Yan Chuan and I work together, it will be the time for me to fight him. Zhong Shan said solemnly. Yes. The ministers answered. Since Great Jin has sent out their troops, I naturally can't do nothing. Yan Chuan has a grudge with Wu Jiong. I'm afraid that Wu Jiong will make a move when Yan Chuan fights Lotus God. Your mission is to block all of Wu Jiong's schemes for Great Jin. Zhong Shan said solemnly. Yes. Also, I'm preparing to make a trip to the Netherworld. Mr. Shi, go and send me a visitation card. Zhong Shan said solemnly. Visitation card? Send it to Nether River Patriarch? An official's expression changed. That's right. Nether River Patriarch has only taken 10 territories of the Netherworld's outer north continent. There are still 26 territories without an owner. I wish to exchange 10 territories of the Greater Thousand Realms for 26 territories of the Outer North Continent. Zhongshan said solemnly. The Greater Thousand Realms will merge with the Outer North Continent of the Netherworld? The ministers asked solemnly. Zhongshan nodded. Yang Realm, Northeast Continent, Dongfeng Sect. Jiangchen came to Dongfeng Palace once again and sat down with Dongfeng Bubi. The two of them looked into the distance. They could see the soldiers at the border between Great Evil Realm and Great Qin, ready to make a move. Jiangchen's body? Yanchuan already has complete control over that zombie. Why haven't you made a move yet? Dongfeng Bubi gently poured a cup of tea. Jiangchen drank as he shook his head. It's not the time yet. Oh, it's not the time yet? Dongfeng Bubi asked in confusion. Jiangchen shook his head and didn't continue the topic. Whatever. Now that Yanchuan's declaration of war is out, zombie Yanchuan will definitely come out of the netherworld. Let's see what's so special about this Jiangchen's body. It's still not enough to fight the Lotus Goddess. Dongfeng Bubi said indifferently. Let's wait and see. Jiangchen smiled. However, it seems you've never cared about the Grand Emperor's altar? Jiangchen looked at Dongfeng Bubi. Given Dongfeng Bubi's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain an altar. Yet he'd never made a move? It seems you've noticed as well? Dongfeng Bubi looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled and took another sip of wine. He didn't say anything else. You've already made arrangements for the battle between Yanchuan and the Lotus Goddess, haven't you? Dongfeng Bubi asked indifferently. That's right. Jiangchen nodded affirmatively. Dongfeng Bubi smiled and didn't say anything else. He looked to the south. Outer East Continent, Xianyang. Skyward Palace. Yanchuan looked to the south, his eyes cold. Exterminate evil. Yanchuan ordered. His voice instantly spread to the south. At the southern border, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, and the other great Jin generals all wore dignified expressions. They commanded the three armies and quietly waited for orders. Suddenly Yanchuan's voice rang out. Yes, sir. The three armies shouted in unison. Rumble. With Yanchuan's order, the generals officially charged into the Great Vile Realm. Outer South Continent, Myriad Lotuses Sea. A group of fiend leaders gathered at the entrance of a large hall. When will the Lord emerge from seclusion? The fiends asked anxiously. Without the Lotus Goddess presiding over the Great Jin invasion, something seemed to be missing. Astral Vault and the Nether King stood in front of the fiends. The Lord has already recovered from his injuries. The Nether King said in a low voice. Ah, good. The fiends were instantly delighted. Since Lotus Deity had already recovered from her injuries, then Dejin's attack would be a joke. The Lord is refining the White Tiger Great Emperor and is trying to close the altar. He can't come out for now. The battle at the front lines will depend on you all. The Nether King said. Refining the Great Emperor's altar? Everyone's eyes lit up. When the Lord emerges, he'll be even stronger. Not to mention Yanchuan, even if he meets Zhongshan and the others again, he'll be able to defeat them. Tiangang said confidently. Good. Everyone said happily. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.